The train is probably passing through a forest. It's snowing. The train brakes abruptly, causing sparks to start flying in different directions. In the same train, there are 10 passengers who are busy doing their own things. Someone is reading a book, someone is just chatting among themselves, and someone is sleeping. A suspicious man in a green sweater is assessing his surroundings, listening to the conversations of the passengers sitting behind him. Two similarly suspicious men look amongst themselves and nod to each other. The three men then stand up and exchange a "let's get started" signal, causing the people around them to become extremely agitated and start looking back at them. They move forward through the carriage and rudely force people out of their seats, causing the people around them to sit there in complete incomprehension of the situation. One of the passengers tries to talk to one of the men and find out what they are going to do. In response, they put a gun to his face, making the man clearly surprised and very scared. It was the man in green, and he is so displeased that he points the gun at the passenger and tells him to shut up, or else whoever opens their mouth, he will shoot them in the head. The passengers are so frightened that they go into a stupor. Further into the story, there are two other men who are clearly involved in all of this. The boss and his subordinate, who reports that they are acting. The boss with the cigar gives orders. The men should be spooked properly before transportation and carefully assess the situation. The other man agrees. The boss turns around and cheerfully informs the white-haired man with the piercings that luck is on their side and the case will end easily. The white-haired man expresses his doubt and clarifies the reason he is here. Could it be that someone from the Shaman Association is here? The boss laughed and put forward his opinion about it, as if the jerks from the association would be hanging around in the suburbs at this hour. Someone called out to him from behind. It was a walkie-talkie. There's some kind of problem on the case, and he panics to find out what's wrong. No one answers him, only asking for backup to one of the rail cars. He raises his voice and in a shouting match tries to find out from the idiots what is going on there. It is reported that there are shamans on the train. The blonde guy confirms his guess about the shamans and turns to his boss with interest. One of the men with guns in the train car is beaten up by a red-haired guy and has one of his teeth knocked out. He's probably trying to find out where their leader is. Then the red-haired guy grabs the man by the collar of his jacket and asks him one last time where their leader is, to which the bandit replies, "In the first car." The red-haired guy is Dante Cloy. He's 19 years old, and he's a cadet in the National Shamans Association. Next, we are introduced to his partner, Anne Grace, who is also 19 years old and a cadet in the same association. She informs him that the gang is in the business of selling people. A conversation ensues between them about what Dante Cloy is going to do, but he wonders if they'll get extra points for settling the case. He rolls up his sleeves and tenses his muscles. His veins are coursing, and he questions if there is any other way to settle this matter, if not by brute force. Dante Cloy, with a large scar on his face, gets into a fighting stance and is going to wipe these thugs out. His plan is that he goes to the first car, while Anne Grace will take on the arrivals from the opposite side. She admonishes him to regulate his powers and remember that his can't be used here. Dante Cloy agrees. The passengers of the carriage the two cadets are in are trying to figure out what is going to happen to them. These two are association people, right? Anne Grace clarifies that they are still cadets for now, but they need the people in the passenger train to believe them. Some kind of blue symbol appears on Dante Cloy's hand, which is lodged with some powerful energy. It turns out that he is a shaman, recognized by the association for his services. Dante Cloy launches an attack on one of the bandits with pistols and cold weapons. They realize that their opponent is a shaman. A blue chain appears, which was apparently made from the shaman's energy and power in his hand with a symbol. In addition to the symbol on his hand, Dante Cloy's eyes turn blue. He creates this energy chain, which he uses to attack and restrain nearby enemy bandits. He drags the men behind him across the train car. The passengers are shocked and look around, moving away to avoid getting caught in the hot hand. The bandits don't understand what is happening or where the powerful chain that restrains them came from. They suspect it is magic. Cadet taunts and warns them that they won't be able to get free no matter how hard they try. He is blocked by several other bandits who, judging by their shouts, are looking for him specifically. The shaman is a little surprised at how many bandits are gathering around him and begins to store even more energy in his hands, causing the symbol to become more vivid. The men with pistols give their comrades orders to finish off the shaman. Dante Cloy directs a stream of accumulated energy directly at them. The energy forms a shield that the cadet uses to ram through the bandits. The men are shocked and doubt the bullets will help them, but they keep firing. One of them is frightened and starts swearing obscene words. The company of men scatter in different directions from some sort of violent jolt in their direction. Dante Cloy exhales tiredly, and the bandits stare at him waiting for his next move. The shaman is aggressive and states that no matter how much he fights these assholes, they arrive again and again. Two men show up, one of whom is surprised that all the bandits went down fighting some kid. He thinks the cadet is a monster and says so out loud. The same blonde man appears, but his hair is actually light purple. He is extremely unhappy and doesn't want the others to bother him. He talks about how the others can't handle this cadet shaman. His way out. Dante Cloy suspects that this guy with the light purple hair is responsible for everything that is going on. The same guy offers the shaman a closer look. Cadet is confused and mentally wonders what's wrong with this guy's energy. Dante Cloy picks himself up and immediately steps in. He swings his arm with all the energy he has accumulated and wants to end it all in one punch. His opponent watches the cadet with an abnormal excitement in his eyes. Anne Grace hears a great commotion in the neighboring first carriage. She admonishes herself aloud that Dante is getting too rowdy. One of the chained bandits chuckles that the girl has too much faith in her friend-partner. He informs that compared to the monster on their side, the cadets of the Shaman Association are complete nobodies. The girl kicks him in the face with all her might and orders him to shut up. On Anne Grace's arm, the same symbol as Dante Cloy's is noticeable. It's obviously some sort of shaman sign. She looks calm and stands still as suddenly the metal door of the wagon is kicked open by someone. The girl didn't expect this and turns around in confusion towards the kicked door. Someone flies out of the broken door and that someone is hurt. It was Dante Cloy. The girl is very surprised at this turn of events. His clothes are torn due to the heavy blows and serious fighting. Dante Cloy is wounded and apparently unconscious. Cadet is unresponsive to questions and conversation. Anne Grace is shocked and wonders how this could have happened. It seems that Dante has failed in his task. A monster appears from the shadows. The leader of the bandits with light purple hair taunts the girl, calling her another suicide. The girl doesn't understand how this guy came out of the fight without a scratch. So is he to blame for what's going on here? We see that Anne Grace has the same symbol on her arm. She doesn't understand who this guy is, and he, in turn, is waiting for her to attack him. He clearly doesn't like waiting, so he decides to attack her himself. Suddenly, a ball of energy, a ball of light, flies into his head. Anne Grace is already getting angry and asks him who he is. Because of the bright light from this energy ball, the guy can't see his face. He stops talking. The girl is in severe shock. You can see it in her eyes. The guy doesn't receive any injuries from the shock, even the opposite. His skin takes on a darker hue and a scaly texture. He chuckles that the girl is even weaker than Dante Cloy. The girl seems to realize what this is all about. She's pondering something. They think this guy is using cursed magic. She's almost certain of her guess. The guy's body has changed. His hands have taken on the same look, color, and texture as his face. The guy's got some kind of crazy look. He calls his magic the power of blessing. Anne Grace tries to assess her chances by concentrating the energy in the symbols on her hands and realizes she can't dodge. The bandit leader strikes and knocks the girl off her feet. Anne Grace flies off and hits one of the train seats. When she regains consciousness and manages to sit up, Anne Grace grabs her wounded arm and realizes that the guy managed to break her arm with one blow. Her opponent is completely distraught, a creepy ghoul. The girl is in shock and not understanding how to proceed. One of the bandits goes back to the boss and clarifies whether they should trust this monster guy at all. The boss is sure of him, because they sent him for a reason. The boss with the cigar says that he has been cooperating with them for a long time and has already given them a lot of goods. Suddenly, a black-haired guy with red beads appears from behind and apologizes to the boss. The man is startled by the surprise and asks where the guy came from. The black-haired guy replies that he came out of the toilet. The boss is overcome with anger, and he kicks the guy in the chest, because no one dares to scare him like that. The black-haired guy falls to the floor and wraps his arms around his chest. The boss orders one of the thugs to drag the asshole. The guy with the red beads is coughing up blood from being hit so hard. The boss taunts him and thinks he's weak because he's only been hit once and he's already dying. The bandits discuss their business and suggest to each other to take the black-haired guy for themselves and sell him, but it will be difficult to do it at a normal price. The kid is surprised by this conversation and tries to gather his strength to stand up. The bandits don't understand what this guy wants and who he is. He's talking nonsense, but he has the same symbol on his arm as the cadets. There's a lot of commotion going on in one of the train cars. Anne Grace faints and blood drips from her mouth. One of the passengers on that train is sitting with a baby, cradling it to her and covering her mouth with her hand out of fear. That guy with the light purple hair lifts Anne Grace up, holding her hand like a rag doll. He's clearly enjoying what's going on. He gleefully reaches out to the unconscious girl to make sure she's not dead, because he's going to get in trouble for it. The ringleader gets bored because he's not allowed to lay a finger on the goods. A baby sitting in the arms of one of the passengers starts crying. The monster guy notices this and turns to the passenger with interest. He thinks that if he kills just one noisy child, he will get nothing for it. The noisy kid's mom starts begging him not to kill her son. She's willing to do whatever this monster wants. The guy with the light purple hair chuckles and says it's just a joke. He assures her that he didn't intend to kill the baby, but he's really annoyed that the boy is crying loudly. It gets on his nerves. The guy makes the woman shut the baby up for 3 seconds. If she doesn't comply with his demands, he will tear the little boy's mouth open. The monster starts counting down from 3. At the very end of the countdown, the same black-haired guy with the red beads appears from behind. He makes a charged stab at the gang leader. He has a lot of light and strong energy in his hands with the same symbols. The blonde guy only has time to glance at the black-haired guy. The beaded guy delivers a powerful punch and knocks his opponent to the floor. One of the passengers falls into a stupor and is shocked at what is happening. The other members of the bandit crew are just as shocked. So intense is the shock that sweat is beading on their foreheads. The woman and child also go into complete shock at the situation around them. They didn't expect this. The black-haired guy with the beads grins confidently at the situation. He staggers his opponent with one punch and thinks he even overdid it a bit. The cigar boss orders his assistant to teach the black-haired guy with the beads a lesson. The assistant, for some reason, addresses the boss as a bro. He grabs the black-haired boy by the shoulder and demands that he follow him. In response to this demand, the beaded boy punches the thug in the head with all his might. In the guy's hands is concentrated some blue, magical power. The black-haired boy has blue eyes in which he also concentrates some kind of power. One of the bandits flies off into the wall from the beaded boy's punch. It's a powerful blow. The bandit is in so much pain that he involuntarily breaks out screaming and lurching. The bandit boss is shocked and doesn't even realize what's happening. He is so much surprised that he wonders aloud what that just was. The black-haired guy suspects that the man is the boss of the gang. The guy in beads demands an explanation. The boss of the gangsters will have to tell him in detail what their goal is and how many people have been subjected to their actions. The black-haired guy knocks out the bandit boss with the light purple hair and tries to catch his breath. The passengers on the train are watching what is happening. He continues to concentrate energy in his hands with symbols. The other bandits are surprised that another shaman has gotten in their way. One of the bandits points his gun at the black-haired shaman and orders him not to move. The guy in the beads disappears in a flash, leaving behind only a blue trail of energy. The bandit doesn't understand how it's possible that he just disappeared before his eyes. The black-haired kid reappears abruptly and knocks this man out of the gang with all his concentrated energy. He's tired and exhausted. After the blow, the kid tries to catch his breath. The beaded shaman tries to assess his condition and looks at his hands, in which the power lurks. He realizes that he overestimated his strength and it is running out. He thinks it's time for him to call it a day. One of the passengers calls out to the guy from behind, as if warning him about something. The black-haired guy turns around at him with a questioning look on his face, and the passenger tells him to be careful. The shaman is warned that there is something behind him. The monster guy came to his senses, almost completely changed his body structure, and made a drill-like thing out of his arm. The monster attacks the black-haired shaman, but he manages to dodge and grab the nearby bandits lying down to protect them. The other bandits lie passed out, and the guy in the beads is surprised that the monster is already awake from the blows. The monster has grown several spikes on his body, and is amazed that the shaman is protecting not only his own, but his opponent's as well. The guy in beads mentally tries to understand his opponent and assumes that he is also a shaman. The other monster shaman's body has become distinguished by outgrown spikes and scales almost all over his body. He sneers and does not promise his opponent an easy death. The passengers are shocked and stunned that a guy with light purple hair is turning into some kind of monster. The monster leader himself didn't expect to turn into such a place. His fists are shaking and he's excited for the fight. The guy in beads is amazed that the enemy almost killed his own. But the monster doesn't care. He thinks the rest of the bandits are worthless people he doesn't care about. Someone pushes his feet off the ground with all his might and enters the fray. The monster launches an attack on the guy in the beads and challenges him to try and protect those around him. The passengers on the train are scared out of their wits because the bandit monster is heading in their direction. The black-haired shaman sinks into his thoughts and contemplates a plan of action. He realizes that he can get away, but if he doesn't stop the monster, there will be many casualties. He begins to concentrate a lot of new blue energy in his hands. The black-haired shaman creates a shield out of his concentrated energy, and the monster tries to drill him with his big spike instead of his hand. The guy in the beads doesn't really strain to hold his shield. The monster leader doesn't manage to get through it. The monster chuckles, but is surprised at his opponent's strength. He tries to figure out from him who he is. Dante Cloy is still lying unconscious after the confrontation with the monster. The bandit leader wasn't interested in fighting the cadet. Anne Grace is also knocked out, as is the other cadet, Dante Cloy. The monster thinks they are weaklings and have milk still on their lips. The black-haired beaded shaman looks back, holding his shield with his hands. He calls out to the nearest young man sitting in the wagon. He responds. The shaman asks him to get as far away from here as possible and take any remaining people with him while he buys time. The passenger is surprised to find the bandits he's protecting as well. The black-haired guy reassures the young lad and informs him that the bandits have been asleep for a long time and have nothing to worry about. The monster grins at the bead-wearing shaman for being so commendably caring. After all this, the monster leader manages to get through the shaman's shield. Cracks spread across the shield. He calls the black-haired kid a living corpse, and the shield cracks at the seams more and more. The ringleader thinks he's wasting his strength because of the humans. Meanwhile, the humans are throwing the two cadets and the rest of the passengers on their backs to get them away from here. The monster tries to intimidate the black-haired shaman because he can barely stand on his feet. He thinks it's a good time to stop resisting. The guy in the beads grabs the sleeve of his jacket. He's up to something. He just didn't want to do it in public. He rips off that sleeve and exposes his arm, which has a symbolic blue tattoo all over it. The shaman offers to end it all. The leader is dumbfounded that the kid has a full arm tattoo. He's in a stupor and looks terrified. Energy moves in his direction. A blue wave of magical power strikes hard and knocks the monster back. The ringleader goggles his eyes from such a strong shock. He is extremely surprised or frightened. That powerful force with which the beaded guy pushed back the monster tore his clothes. The guy with light purple hair can barely stand on his feet. A cut appears under his eye. He doesn't understand how the beaded shaman got such a powerful aura. The black-haired shaman accumulates more and more power and strength in and around himself, surrounding himself with the aura. How so? He's just an ordinary boy, isn't he? The monster doesn't fully take in what's happening and realizes that he's scared. Spikes have grown even on the monster's back. He laughs at his own thought of being scared. It's not like he's just going to die. His body is constantly changing structure, as if he's transforming more each time. It's a lot of work for him to get this kind of power. The black-haired shaman doesn't react at all to what the monster leader is doing and saying. The tattoo on his arm began to glow even brighter. The clothes on the monster's body are almost all finally torn, and another long spike has come out on his forehead. He has finally transformed and believes that the shaman cannot defeat him. The ringleader immediately goes on the attack, aiming his spikes like drills. He promises to finish off the bead-wearing shaman. The black-haired boy doesn't care at all about his remarks and threats. He stands motionless in the train car as the monster advances. At some point, the black-haired shaman decides to respond to the threat and thrusts his tattooed hand forward towards the monster, where the power is stored. He incompletely clenches his fingers into a fist and says that the likes of this monster must be destroyed. The train rushes down a snowy slope near the forest. It is still snowing. Suddenly, there is a massive explosion on the train that surrounds everything with a blue, bright light. The passengers on this train are startled because of the explosion. They look around to see what happened. The other passengers are just as shocked as the others. The train begins to shake. The energy in the symbol shaman's hand begins to dissipate, scattering into small particles. The monster flies off across the carriage, hitting the seats, smashing through the metal doors between the cars. A light purple-haired ringleader is wounded and passes out. The black-haired shaman seems almost untouched and calm. He claims it's all over. Blood is pouring out of his mouth and nose. He barely made it through the fight. Suddenly, at some point, he expectorates a lot of blood. The black-haired guy falls off his feet and loses consciousness. He lies unconscious on the floor of the wagon, and there is a whole pool of blood under his head. The tattoo on his arm has stopped glowing and all the energy and power has evaporated. The sky is bright blue and snow is falling in large flakes outside. At Baran Felgrant Station, at 13 hours and 42 minutes, the train makes an emergency stop. The people at this station are discussing what has happened. They say that bandits have hijacked the train, but they have been caught. The bandits from the train are tied up and put in a circle. The other men are waiting for someone from headquarters. They are told they will be there soon. The same boss with the cigar and his comrade are chatting about how someone was supposed to meet them at this station. The boss can't stand it and starts yelling about how their gang lost to some weaklings, even with guns, and even if they were shamans. He's offended that outlaws happened because of some kid with burning blue eyes. One of the men standing next to the bandits is Duke Bright. He's the precinct commander of the 22nd Quadrant of the State Shamans Association. He tells them to shut their mouths. He is serious and insistent. There will still be time for the bandits to talk, even if they don't want to. From behind Duke Bright, someone calls out. It's a blonde woman wearing a jacket with her service badges on it. She apologizes for being late. She jokes about how the old people wouldn't let her go, and a tall man in a red mask walks beside her. They're Unit 5 from the State Shamans Association headquarters. The blonde woman asks if what happened here has been dealt with. Duke Bright gives the report. Bandits were trying to hijack the train. He also reports that there were candidates, thanks to whom the train was released, and people were not hurt. Duke Bright continues the report. The bandits had a witch doctor on their side. The blonde woman is surprised. She looks at the tablet with her violet eyes and marvels at the fact that the cadets defeated the high-level one. She wonders if they are okay. Duke Bright says that the cadet shamans are injured, but not fatally. All are sent to the association hospital. On the woman's tablet are the personnel files of each cadet. Duke Bright recommends looking at the last page about the candidate. The woman grins, smiling slightly with the corners of her lips. Von Arisil's dossier. He is years old and a candidate for the State Shaman Association. Also, he has undergone unconventional training in the mountains. After studying Von Arisil's dossier, the blonde girl gives the tablet to Duke Bright and asks if the witch doctor has said anything to the bandits. The man takes the tablet with the dossiers of all the cadets and clarifies that the witch doctor has a temper. This monster has been placed in a prison cell. A blonde woman and her red-masked comrade go outside and see a black car in front of them. She clarifies if the criminal is sitting in that car. Duke Bright warns that the criminal is tied up, but is very strong. The blonde woman is about to look into the car, so she considers this point. The doors of the very car where the monster is sitting look very strong and sturdy. The blonde woman opens the doors of the car and looks inside. She is a little surprised. The same guy with the light purple hair is sitting there. He looks inanimate and is restrained by some wires. His hands are down in a device that pumps out or restrains magical energy. He raises his head and asks who the woman who looked up at him in the car is. The girl from Squad 5 scoffs at him and asks him to make a simpler face. She gloats that he's being snubbed by some candidates who aren't even shamans. This strikes a nerve with the monster guy. He involuntarily lets out an angry shout. The blonde woman covers her eyes thoughtfully and puts a finger to her cheek. But she's not about to make nice with the monster. She asks bluntly and isn't sure she'll get a coherent answer. The girl's eyes open abruptly. She has white lashes and violet-colored eyes. She wonders where the monster learned how to do sorcery. The healer from the gang of bandits lifts the corners of his lips slightly and grins at the blonde girl's question. His eyes go wide and he replies to her that he can't say anything about it, so she can finish him off on the spot. In response, the girl from Squad 5 chuckles as well and isn't surprised by his answer. She knew this was coming. She's wearing a warm jacket and brown gloves. She raises her hand with the palm of her hand toward her and prepares for something. The girl covers one eye with her raised hand. Her other eye begins to glow a bright purple color. She wanted to be nice, but it's his own fault it won't be. The monster guy doesn't know what she's talking about and thinks the whole thing is crazy, whereupon his face contorts in terrible shock. He doesn't realize what's going on and is greatly surprised by something. The doors to the car are locked. A masked guy from Squad 5 stands near them and guards the entrance. A scream comes from inside. Duke Bright and his subordinate and the masked guy look back at the car door, from where loud sobs and screams can be heard. It continues to snow outside. Everything goes quiet, and instead of screams, only moans are now heard. One of the doors of the car opens slowly. A blonde girl from the 5th Squad exhales with relief. The guy in the red mask looks at her questioningly. The woman walks past him and asserts the fact that this monster is not the one they want. They missed. The guy in the red mask looks at the girl from Squad 5 with confusion. The blonde woman orders Duke Bright to send this monster to a maximum security prison, and he reports the others to the 23rd Squad's precinct commander. The girl from the 5th Squad turns around, wishes everyone good luck, and is going to go back to headquarters. The guys from Square 1 agree with her. Duke Bright and his partner look after the guy and the girl from Squad 5. The partner sees the girl for the first time and asks Duke Bright about her. Duke Bright clarifies that she is their boss. They'll have to obey her, but advises his partner not to cross paths with her in his life. The partner is surprised by this and asks why. Duke Bright says she solves the darkest cases. He warns his partner to stay away from her. The guys on her payroll can't say the right thing either. The guy sits with his mouth open in shock. Sweat is showing on his face. The healer from the gang of bandits is greatly amazed at the eyes of the girl from the 5th Squad. They were the same as that guy's. He wonders who she is. The black-haired Von Arasil lies passed out with his eyes closed. He regains consciousness and tries to slowly open his eyes. A guy in beads wakes up in a bed with white linens. He has a band-aid on his cheek. He doesn't realize anything. He manages to pull himself up and sit on the bed. He looks dazed. He is put on an IV. Von Arasil looks at his arm where the IV has been placed. He thinks about something and then turns around and looks around to see where he is. He turns around to try and get out of bed. The only thing standing in the room is an IV, a bed, and a window. The black-haired guy grabs the leg of the IV and examines it to see if it can be used as a support. On the white columns of a large building hangs a white and blue flag with the organization's coat of arms. A tall, dark-haired man with a large scar on his cheek is walking somewhere. He is wearing a dark gray jacket with light gray stripes. A guy with blue hair and bandaged wrists is standing on a balcony looking down. He's wearing a yellow jacket with drawings of eyes on the hood. Behind him stands a guy with a bandage on his head and a scar on his cheek. A man with red hair sits on a bench and looks around contemptuously. He is wearing a brown jacket with fur. A tall guy in a brown sweatshirt stands next to him. The black-haired guy in beads looks out the window and says to himself that everything has worked out. There is a large multi-story building that looks like a castle, with a white and blue coat of arms in the center. There is a crowd of people around it. A guy in a red t-shirt and a red armband that covers one eye is looking up. A dark-haired woman with a staff in her hands summons a huge living tree which is infused with bright blue magical energy from head to toe. It flows through him like blood through his veins. On one of the snowy peaks lie dead and petrified huge creatures that look like that tree with the blue magical energy. Some man is standing not far from them doing something. A clear blue sky illuminates a small village on a snowy slope next to the forest. A child with incredible abilities has been born into the family. Blue symbols have appeared on his palms, and he can use magic. 3 people with the same symbols on their hands and bright blue eyes use this magical power for different needs, and they know how to control it. A huge white building stands again, with a white and blue crest in the center. In the crowd of people, a guy shouts out that someone is fighting here. Dante Cloy, with a bandage on his cheek, and a guy in a yellow jacket with an eye symbol on his hood start an altercation. Dante Cloy is aggressive and demands his opponent repeat what he said. The guy in the yellow jacket provokes Dante Cloy by saying that he is nothing of the sort. Many say he was put down in one punch. Both guys start to build up magical energy in their hands. The symbols get brighter and glow stronger. They get into a fight, provoking each other. Von Erisiel looks out the window at the crowded people. He is surprised and amazed at what is happening there. As he continues to look out the window, the black-haired shaman sees a fight in the window. Suddenly, from behind him, someone is also surprised. Von Erisiel is startled and stands in a stupor. A man in a white coat and round glasses came up behind him and clarified whether he was awake. The black-haired guy turns around sharply, holding onto the stem of the IV. He asks the stranger who he is. The man with glasses identifies himself as the man who cured him. The man in the robe and glasses is Hassan Kader. He's the official doctor to the association, the 4th unit from the State Shaman Federation headquarters. The guy in the beads says thank you to the doctor, but he doesn't need to introduce himself. Hassan Kader already knows who he is. The doctor says from memory that the guy's name is Von Erisiel. He's 18 years old, and he's the only candidate with unconventional training. The boy has conducted successful captures of criminals more than 10 times. He specifies that the boy is now famous among the elite. He was not trained in the school of shamans, but he hunts black magicians single-handedly. Hassan Kader is wearing cute pink slippers with bunnies on them. He looks into the boy's file and says he didn't expect such a hero to have a decrepit body. He informs him that he has finished his treatment, and now Von Erisiel can use the djinn. The beaded boy brings his hand closer to his face, looks at it, and wants to try and use the djinn. Bright blue symbols appear on both of the black-haired guy's hands, with magical energy stored in them. He is amazed. He feels no resistance in his power at all, though it usually takes him a week to recover to this level. Von Erisiel looks at his hands, which burn bright blue, and is pleasantly surprised by the results of the treatment. Only this doctor can cure him so quickly. Hassan Kader reasons that he was decently surprised. The boy either has resistance or none at all. This case is unique. He reports that he did his best, but advises him not to overdo it. The boy has an exam tomorrow. Von Erisiel agrees. Both young men turn around at some noise outside the window. The black-haired boy tries to figure out what the noise is. The doctor sighs heavily. There are dents in the stone tiles from the impact. You can still see the blue magical energy in them. One of the guys attacks his opponent and calls him a bastard. Dante Cloy attacks the guy in the yellow jacket. Both of them can see blue symbols on their hands that contain magical energy. They start fighting in a square near a white building. The guy with blue hair calls his opponent a jerk and doubts that he will stop. Dante Cloy doesn't want to hear anything, gags him and continues to attack, building up the strength in his fist. The guy in the yellow jacket creates a shield out of his magical energy. Dante Cloy flies into him with all his might and punches him with his fist. The guy with blue hair looks straight into his opponent's eyes. Dante Cloy responds by looking into the eyes of the guy in the yellow jacket. Both of them are glowing brightly. From the collision of shield and fist, the guys are thrown in different directions away from each other by the explosion. Some gawkers in the crowd think the guys should be separated. Someone asks him in surprise, does he not know who they are? Dante Cloy, with a scar on his face, is from a place called Baran, where slaves and bandits live. He was able to make a name for himself there. The guy with the blue hair is named Roy Esiford. He became famous as a superhuman in Darnell territory. One guy asks another guy how he knows them so well. The guy chuckles and thinks that the powerful need to know the powerful by sight to determine who to be friends with. Something off to the side distracts them from their dialogue, and they questioningly direct their gaze in that direction. In front of them, they notice the same guy in a dark gray jacket with a scar on his cheek. They wonder who it is. Dante Cloy is pissed off, calling his opponent a bastard when not paying attention. Roy Esiford does not respond to his attacks, but only defends himself. He believes that the opponent is unknown to self-control. A tall, dark-haired guy in a dark gray jacket comes between Dante Cloy and Roy Esiford. He grabs Roy's wrist with one of his hands. The guy is at a loss as to why he's doing this. Then does the same thing to Dante Cloy. The guys are surprised. The guy in the dark gray jacket looks very strong and tense. His eyes are on fire. He tosses the guys into the air in one motion and scatters them to different sides. Dante Cloy and Roy Esiford manage to land on their feet after this turn of events. They've been thrown pretty far away. This is the first time they see this gorilla in a gray jacket. Dante Cloy thinks everyone is conspiring. The dark-haired man in the gray jacket thinks the guys should be ashamed of this behavior, since they are candidates for membership in the association. His eyes light up blue, and the symbol on his arm has become visible. He will make them stop if they don't do it themselves. Dante Cloy is pissed off and thinks the two men are determined to piss him off. Roy Esiford shows his hand with the symbol and laughs. He suggests they determine who is stronger. Von Erozil and the doctor watch this from the window. The doctor sighs because Dante Cloy has only recently been discharged. The black-haired shaman indeed thinks about separating the boys. The doctor assures him not to worry. It happens all the time. Hasten Cater suggests that if they keep it up, someone will show up soon. Von Erozil doesn't know who he's talking about. Sunbird's skull has red feathers hanging from the back. It looks as if it has eyes, and they burn the same bright blue color. Dante Cloy and Roy Esiford hold back the magical energy in their hands and prepare to attack the guy in the gray jacket. It all takes place in the same plaza outside the association building. Someone creates magical chains, which they direct at the guys to shackle them and immobilize them. Dante Cloy doesn't have time to react and gets caught in those chains. Roy Esiford is very surprised, but falls into the same trap, causing him to remain chained. The guy in the gray jacket also gets caught in the chains, can't break free, and doesn't understand where they came from. A man in black boots appears and orders him to stop immediately, because he will not tolerate a breach of discipline. He also chains the guys up. A guy in gold earrings, with a staff in his hands and the same symbol on his arm, resents the character of the other guys. He has gray hair, and on his staff is the same skull of a bird with burning eyes. There are badges hanging from his jacket. This guy watches the scene and sighs thoughtfully. Standing next to him are two other men wearing similar jackets with service badges hanging from them. He is frustrated because he had hoped that this time they were quiet guys, but he was wrong. A man with gray hair holds his staff tightly in his hands and asks the guys who were involved in the altercation, do they want to get out before the exam? The gawkers, who have been watching the whole situation from the side, are discussing this company of three men. They are wearing uniforms, meaning that they are shamans under the association, and therefore were able to put three of them down at once. Dante Cloy, Roy Esseford, and the guy in the gray jacket look amongst themselves and realize that they're in for a big hit. The men in uniforms are going to take them out. One of the shaman's partners with a staff tells someone on the radio that Square B is clear. The gray-haired guy tells the gawkers to stop staring because it's not funny and demands that they disperse. He is extremely disappointed, covers one eye with his hand as if to show that he is tired of the incidents. His partner calls out to him from behind. The shaman turns to him to see what has happened again. His partner informs him that a report has come in. They have some dialogue between them, and the guy with the staff clarifies what he heard. The guy with the staff asks his partner if it's again or if she's disappeared. He replies that he's been asked if she's been seen here. Even though she has become a commander, her behavior is the same. The gray-haired guy thinks he should send the guys out to look for her. He looks like he doesn't care. The partner exhales heavily and thinks that she must be having fun somewhere. The guy with the staff makes an annoyed look on his face. The girl with short white hair is wearing a pink jacket and has her hood on. She is standing in front of the door to room number 201 thinking about something. There are 2 light switches next to the door. A knock is heard on the door. Hessenkater and von Arisil pay attention to this knock and are surprised that someone has come. The doctor is a little surprised because he had been told that von Arisil would have visitors, but not now. He doesn't have time to question who is behind the door, but it immediately opens. A girl with white hair informs him that she knew the doctor was here. It was the same girl from the 5th Squad of the State Shaman Association headquarters. She makes a satisfied face as she was happy to see Uncle Hasten again. The doctor is surprised to see her here and asks where she is from. She didn't expect that answer and clarifies if she is allowed to be here. Von Arisil stands behind her and watches the situation with interest. The woman in the pink jacket with white hair and violet eyes is a bit flustered and pleasantly surprised to see von Arisil here. She ignores the doctor and walks straight over to the black-haired shaman. She checks with him to see if he is the famous boy who caught the witch doctor on the train this morning. He introduces her with his name, von Arisil, and asks who she is. She grabs her hood with both hands and is about to take it off. She's not in uniform now, so it's hard to recognize her. She takes off her hood and covers her eyes contentedly. Her name is Sol Einar, and she is the commander of the 5th Squad and the association headquarters. Sol Einar came just to meet him before the exam. Von Arisil sinks into his thoughts and begins to reason. He thinks about the fact that the association exists not only because of the veterans of his trade, but because of the young, strong shamans. Each of them is capable of taking down hundreds of opponents single-handedly. He looks at her and wonders if she really is one of them. She looks at him with a misunderstanding look and smiles slightly. Hasenkater calls out to the girl from behind and reminds her that he asked her to report the visit earlier. She must remember her new position and can't go wherever she wants. So Einar turns to the doctor and looks at him judgmentally. She clarifies that she is now higher in rank and does not need lecturing. She also asks about the other cadets who were injured. The doctor reports that one boy has recovered and has already been discharged, while the other cadet needs to lie down for a week. Anne Grace's wounds are too serious and there is nothing he can do about it. Tomorrow's examination will have to be missed. And von Arisil, who is standing next to her, is also fully recovered. He looks like he's uncomfortable. Seal clarifies what such a thing she did. Not waiting for an answer from the doctor, she turns to the guy in the beads and says he looks pretty good. She lightly knocks the black-haired guy's chest with her fist and informs him that the exam will be difficult. He needs to be vigilant. Von Arisil is standing in her hospital slippers, also holding on to the IV leg. Seal is sure that after the incident on the train, rumors have definitely spread about him among the guys. Many may turn out to be very unfriendly or doubt his powers altogether. Sol Einar covers her eyes thoughtfully and doubts that anyone would dare to attack during the exam. But there will be a lot of people, so one must be careful. Hasenkater doesn't understand why the girl is scaring the sick guy. She chuckles about it. She just wanted to share her experience. Von Arisil listens to all this dialogue and taps his cheek thoughtfully with his finger. The doctor figures he'll figure it out on his own. The day ends with a sunset that can be seen from the hospital window. Night falls and the stars in the night sky can be seen through the window. Von Arisil is lying on the hospital bed, holding his beads with his hands. He is thinking about something. He is thinking about the fact that too much has happened during the day. He has unwittingly drawn the attention of so many people. He regrets that he has been using his power too much lately. He needs to not use it for a while. The black-haired shaman thinks about the female commander he met today. There was a strange energy exuding from Soli Einar. It seems to him that she is one of them. He feels too overworked. He closes his eyes and thinks about the fact that he has only one goal. Von Arisil will achieve that goal by all means. On the white door to the room hangs the number 201. Von Arisil opens the door and walks out of room number 201. He rubs his neck with his hand and realizes that he cannot sleep. Von Arisil is about to go for a walk. He stumbles upon some wounded cadets from the Shaman's Association. Anne Grace is pleased that her comrade is limited to mere remarks. Dante Cloy thinks Roy Essiford needs to be brought down to earth. He has too much of a temper. They notice Von Arisil standing nearby and are surprised to see him. He looks back at them and realizes he saw them on the same train. Dante Cloy is not very happy about this encounter and makes a disgruntled expression on his face. He turns around to leave. Anne Grace doesn't really understand why he's doing this, but agrees with him. The girl is upset about something and puts her head down. Dante Cloy is grinning at Von Arisil. He calls out to the guy in the beads, addressing him dismissively in Hey. Dante Cloy makes the excuse that if he hadn't been caught off guard, he would have caught all the bandits himself. Let Von Arisil not think he saved their lives. Dante Cloy instructs the black-haired guy not to die at the hands of strangers. He will finish him off himself. Von Arisil squints interestedly at Dante Cloy and waits to see what he says next. Dante Cloy is serious and aggressively informs Von Arisil that he will finish him off himself. Anne Grace is standing next to Von Arisil out of excitement over what Dante Cloy has just said. The girl glances worriedly over to the black-haired beaded shaman. Some awkward silence ensues and she becomes uncomfortable. It's night outside. There are lanterns hanging on the building, burning brightly and illuminating the space well. Von Arisil and Anne Grace sit on a street bench and chat. She is surprised that he was lying in the next room. She is upset that he saved her life, and she is only now seeing him. They get to know each other, and she introduces as Anna, and the other cadet's name is Dante. The guy in turn replies that he is Von. Anna is very grateful to him, even though she didn't know she was on the same train as the very famous man. Von Arisil chuckles awkwardly and looks away. Anna thinks Von is very proud, but she defends Dante and says that he's not really like that. It's just that he got scolded a lot because of the train incident, and Von Arisil is not upset with his behavior. Von Arisil turns to the girl and wonders how she's feeling. She lifts and shows her bandaged leg up. The doctor appeared competent, but she is still a few days away from full recovery. Von Arisil wonders what she thinks about tomorrow's exam. Anna thoughtfully lifts her head up and says that she doesn't care. She would have failed it anyway. Anna awkwardly looks away as she talks about the fight with the monster on the train. She admits that she won't be able to beat one of those again in the future. She laughs at what she just said. If Dante heard her words, she would be in trouble. Von Arisil listens intently to the girl, but doesn't show any emotion about it. He turns away from her, looking forward in front of him, and asks in all seriousness what the big deal is. Von Arisil gives his opinion. It doesn't matter what happened in the process. You were still protecting people after all. No one died in the end after all. Anna is very surprised to hear that in response. Von Arisil keeps his seriousness. He quietly won the victory only because she and Dante fought that monster. He had expended a lot of energy. Anna listens to him without emotion, but with interest. He doesn't want her to blame herself. They are both in the process of becoming shamans. Anna Grace, after listening to Von Arisil speak, smirks slightly with the corners of her lips at him in response. She laughs at what he says. He must think she's a fool because she didn't leave a mark on the monster. Von Arisil thinks she's wrong. They also sit on that street bench, and Anna thanks the guy again. After which, she asks him to fulfill another request of hers. He gives her a surprised and questioning look. She covers her eyes in embarrassment and asks Von Arisil to be Dante's friend after he passes the exam. Because of his difficult character, he will not be befriended. The street is dark and quiet, with only the streetlights burning. Their conversation echoes when Anna says that only Von Arisil can get along with Dante. He agrees. Dante stands on one of the balconies of the White Shaman Association building. He overhears Anna and Von Arisil talking and chuckles at what they are saying. Outside is a beautiful blue night sky, completely studded with billions of stars, and Dante chuckles at what Anna is even carrying. There's a white round sign painted on it that looks like the magical symbol and emblem of the organization. A lot of candidates dressed in uniforms stand in the selection exams to become members of the Shaman Association. This round white sign is the coat of arms of the Shaman Association and hangs on the main building of the organization. Building B of the headquarters of the State Shaman Association, the site of the examination. A huge white building that looks like a castle, and next to it is a square with markings. A tall guy with a scar on his cheek and wearing a dark gray jacket with gray stripes is here for self-affirmation. Roy Essiford with blue hair and a yellow jacket is here for fame and fortune. Dante Cloy in an orange jacket, a cadet of the association, is here for self-development. A girl with short pink hair and ear piercings is puffing gum. She's wearing a blue jacket. She's here for some cause of her own. A dark-skinned guy with bright red hair and a gold chain is wearing a brown leather jacket with fur. He smirks and looks at the people around him with disdain. An unknown young man wearing a maroon hooded jacket and cap is also present for this examination. Von Arisil is in this square for the examination and looks around thoughtfully at the people around him. A multitude of bright minds, each with a different goal, and all gathered here in anticipation of victory. And Von Arisil is among them. He marvels at how many people are here. There is a bright, clear blue sky outside, which envelops the beautiful building of the association in daylight. In the examiner's office, 3 men are sitting at a large table. They are going over the forms in their hands, studying them. One of them sighs heavily. Yuta is a member of the 5th squad at the Shaman Association headquarters. He has light gray hair. He's terribly sleepy and doesn't understand what they're doing here so early. The dark-skinned man with the staff is named Yugo, and he too is a member of the 5th squad at the Shaman Association headquarters. He looks at Hyuta judgmentally and reminds him that he overdid it yesterday for nothing. Hyuta smirks contentedly and pokes his finger at Yugo, laughing at the fact that he lost the bet and went to break up the fight yesterday. Yugo gets angry, but chooses to remain silent. Hyuta suggests to the 3rd examiner, who is studying forms or dossiers, that after the exam, the 2 of them go somewhere without Yugo after the exam. He knows a decent place. The last examiner's name is Tara. She's also a member of the 5th squad at association headquarters. She studies the exam rule sheets and advises Hyuta to do the same. Hyuta is upset that she turned him down. He thinks she's too cold, so he might take offense. Yugo mocks Hyuta and wonders how he isn't ashamed of getting rejected day in and day out. Hyuta lights a cigarette and in a fit of loneliness wants to try to woo the commander. Hyuta is determined and thinks that if he confesses his love to the commander, she will easily fall for it. Yugo is shocked by such words and hopes he's joking. Hyuta looks pleased and thinks the commander is a beauty. He needs to try harder. Yugo is in disdainful shock. Hyuta is completely crazy without a girlfriend. Yugo makes a scared look on his face and warns Hyuta not to let Beer know about it. From behind, someone approaches Hyuta, but he doesn't notice it and continues the conversation. He's more suited to the commander, especially since she and Beer don't have that kind of relationship. From behind, that man in the red mask approaches him. Hyuta gets in a stupor and is afraid to turn around. He turns around to him fearfully. The man in the red mask's name is Beer. Hyuta asks him when he came. Someone with short white hair calls out to the rest of the examiners, indicating his appearance. It's Sol Einar. She leans on Beer. She jokes at the examiners who were talking so seriously about whatever you were talking about that they didn't even hear the people coming in. Seol waves at the examiners. A voice comes out of the phone receiver, surprised that the commander is here too. Yugo asks why all of a sudden she's here. She is not happy with their reaction, since she came to support them. They are not happy. Yugo doesn't understand why she's always disappearing somewhere unannounced, and they get in trouble for it. Sol Einar apologizes for the last incident and covers her eyes in embarrassment, smiling slightly at the others. She had forgotten about yesterday's staff meeting. Sol doesn't want to continue this topic and asks for it to be closed. She wants to join their serious conversations. Some sounds started coming from the radio. The person on the radio announces for all the examiners to gather in the central hall on the first floor of the main building. They listen attentively and are surprised at what is being said. Hyuda decisively raises his fist up and wants to look at the newcomers. Yugo stops him. Tara addresses the commander that it's time for them to go to administer the exam. Seol nods in response. She claps Tara on the shoulder in a friendly way because she relies only on her, leaving Yugo and Hyuda on her. Tara doesn't understand such gestures and looks questioningly at the commander's hand, clapping on her shoulder. Tara responds positively and obediently to the order, but she has to go. Sol Einar folds her hands into a lock and admonishes them to be careful not to overdo it. Beer stands silently by her side. She turns to Beer and playfully states that it will be harder for the newbies this year because the exam has gotten more serious. She even wonders how many of them will be able to pass. Sunlight and afternoon blue sky illuminate the beautiful castle-like building of the Shaman Association. A large golden clock hangs on it, with a loudspeaker announcing for each applicant to confirm their identity and sign on the first floor. Von Arisil walks into the reception area on the first floor to confirm his identity and undersign the agreement for the exam. There are many other applicants around. Von Arisil reads the agreement and begins to sign it. He is greatly surprised by what is written. The agreement states that there may be an event of death, which means that people may die during the exam. The administrator turns to him and clarifies that if he has signed everything, he can take this balloon she gives him and not go to the exam site. It is not to be lost. Von Arisil picks up the balloon and asks what it is. The administrator replies that when the exam starts, everything will be explained to him. The balloon slips out of his hands and Von Arisil doesn't have time to hold it. The ball suddenly rolls away from him. A man passing nearby looks at him questioningly. Two young men are discussing something among themselves, and Von Arisil turns to them because his balloon slips right into their direction. The young man steps on this unknown balloon that Von dropped. He slips on it and falls face down with a clatter. The young man is puzzled and doesn't realize what just happened. His comrade laughs at him. Von Arisil heads in their direction. The black-haired shaman turns to the injured guy and asks if he's okay. The injured guy gets angry and grabs Von Arisil by the collar of his sweatshirt. He thought the guy purposely put the balloon under his feet. The young man becomes aggressive and tries to find out who this Von Arisil is. His comrade continues to laugh at him and wonders if he is lashing out at an innocent. A passing girl with short blonde hair asks the guys to chill out. The injured guy asks what's wrong with Von Arisil's eyes. A young man in a brown leather jacket approaches from behind laughing and says he asked them to stand quietly while he goes to the bathroom. A guy with bright red hair and a brown leather jacket jokingly puts his arms around the injured guy's neck and asks what's going on. His eyes start to burn orange. He's angry because he didn't say anything funny. The injured young man gets really scared and looks at the guy with red hair with fear in his eyes. He turns to Von Arisil and taps his chest with his fingers as if apologizing to him. The guy with the bright red hair, buns, apologizes to someone for the noise and promises that it won't happen again. He turns ostensibly friendly to Von Arisil, calling him friend. Von Arisil catches the very balloon he dropped in his palms. The guy with the bright red hair throws him this balloon. It would be a pity if he got a failing grade for such foolishness. He and his company, which includes the injured guy and his comrade, turn around and walk away. He asks them to keep their cool. The receptionist turns to her partner and asks if this was the last son of the Ladyford family. They discuss that the guy with the bright red hair is different from his brothers, and now he too is among the turn-ins. Dante Cloy walks past Fawn Erissil and the others. He sighs thoughtfully. Dante Cloy walks with a confident gait and mutters to himself that his guts are thin. The Great Hall of the State Shaman Association is open air and well lit. Fawn Erissil looks around and assesses his surroundings. He thinks there are at least 60 to 70 people here. What? Are they going to turn them in right here? The guys standing behind him are gossiping among themselves about what happened on the train. They're wondering how a rookie took down a sorcerer all by himself. The very same guys, led by the guy with bright red hair, were having this conversation. They doubt that the incident on the train is true, because they don't know the hero's name or face. The guy with bright red hair, Buns, calls this hero a monster, and he is among them. He wonders what he is. Fawn Erissil overhears their conversation with interest and calmness. The guys are sucking up to the young man with red hair, and Vaughn is just glad no one knows his face. Someone comes out in front of the exam candidates and greets everyone who is now there. The bearded man congratulates all the applicants for winning the selection tests and getting the opportunity to take the certification here at the association. His name is Gregory. He is the commander of the 3rd Squad at the headquarters of the Association of Shamans. He is the main person in charge of the exam. He stands on a high balcony directly above all the candidates of the exam. Grigori reads out a speech saying that the students have been developing their talents for many years, and today they can show what they can do. He also introduces the 3 examiners, Hayuda, Yugo, and Tara. They will be evaluating true potential. Any shortcoming will result in a pass. Roy Essiford recognizes the 3 guys who warmed them up in the fight yesterday. He wonders if they're examiners. The guy with the scar on his cheek and the dark gray jacket thinks the same thing as he looks at the examiners. Dante Cloy silently watches and listens to the speech with a serious face. Gregory gives the order to the examiners to begin the exam. Tara gives her assent. She now turns to the applicants who will have the exam in real ruins. Some of the applicants who are standing next to Fawn Erissil are surprised at this turn of events. Tara explains that the ruins are structures from the time when humans and forest spirits lived together. They are under the control of the association. No one knows why they were built. Shamans from different units do research in such areas, but such areas are expanding, so there are not enough shamans. So the association holds exams to select the best shamans. The applicants listen to this information with great interest. A guy with bright red hair eagerly asks the examiner what they need to do. A diagram of the candidate's entire journey through the exam is given. First through the first altar, and it will end at the final 2nd altar. Then there will be a credit. Tara, Yugo, and Hayuda observe the candidates. Tara continues. You may fight at full strength during the exam, but deliberate attacks by your comrades are forbidden and will result in expulsion. Someone in the crowd raises their hand up to ask the examiners a question. A young boy with freckles and wearing a dark green sweatshirt asks about safety, as many do not return from the ruins and there are strong monsters there. Tara reassures that the exam is being held in the lowest level ruins, but even there, monsters do exist. A detailed diagram of the candidate's path in the ruins unfolds. From the first altar to the 2nd altar, there will be monster locations. In theory, it will be possible for everyone to defeat them. If any of the students want to give up or are unable to go any further, use the balloon that was given to everyone at the reception. Tara puts her hand with the balloon forward for all to see. She asks them not to forget about the artificial artifact that is specially made by the association. This orb contains magical energy and will periodically send the examiner the location of the students. But if you force it, it will work its protective magic. And if you do that, the body will be paralyzed, and there will be an exception. All the applicants there are listening attentively to the instructions. Some of them are a little frightened. It's a safety net. No one can provide 100% security. This is the last opportunity to leave. Tara watches everyone carefully. Roy Asiford looks at the examiner incomprehensibly and doesn't see how anyone can object now. The girl with the short pink hair chews and puffs her gum with indifference, while Tara voices her hopes that everyone will fight back. The guy with the bright red hair chuckles when Tara talks about how some of the students are likely to be terminally injured and mentally challenged. It turns out that underneath the maroon hooded jacket and cap is a girl with long white hair braided into braids. Von Eraseel also silently and attentively listens and watches what the examiner is saying. Tara asks to leave the test if morally anyone is not yet ready. No one makes a nomination to leave, so Tara gives the sign for the test to begin. A blue, bright, magical energy begins to emanate from the floor. Von Eraseel watches in surprise. The examiners move the candidates into the ruins. Von Eraseel is even more surprised. A huge symbol appears on the floor beneath the students' feet, exuding naked, bright, magical energy. The shaking begins. The candidates are surprised that everything is happening so fast. It turns out that the association had prepared a portal in this room in advance. The examiners are about to leave, and Yuta whines that he wants to sleep and finish everything quickly. Von Eraseel is musing in his thoughts that the association is able to use the travel spell. He looks with anticipation at the symbol on the floor that moves him and the others into the ruins. His body begins to disappear visually, as if transported to another dimension and place. Eventually, he disappears completely and moves into the ruins. He is glad that things are starting to happen. In the exam hall, all the candidates disappear, and the symbol on the floor created a vortex of blue magical energy. Grigori and his partners watch this until the last. Grigori's partner reports that at 8 o'clock this morning, 67 applicants and 3 examiners were moved to the Rainworm Ruins. Grigori is excited about the exam and wants to see what the shaman candidates can do. His partners are newcomers. They all continue to stand together and watch the area from where the candidates have just moved into the ruins. Grigori asks them to tell the 4th squad to prepare an ambulance in advance. The new recruits accept the order. Sol Einar has appeared unexpectedly. She calls out to Grigori, and she thinks he is too ruthless. She sits on the railing of the balcony, and Beer stands beside her. She defends the applicants because they are just getting on their feet, and they are already being sent to the ruins. Grigori and his rookie partners didn't expect to see Commander Sol here. In the building, blue curtains hang on the windows, and the space is lit by lanterns. Grigori explains the conditions of the exam by saying that the association now needs serious fighters. He turns to Soli Einar and assures that the examiners are the best shamans of the 5th squad. There will be no force majeure, she replies hopefully. Sol smirks, and Grigori asks why she came here. Is it to support her subordinates? She covers her eyes contentedly and answers with concern for her subordinates. Some dark room is covered with an energetic, magical shroud. Sol mentions the newcomer who caught her attention is Von Eraseel. He and the other applicants have moved into a building in ruins. There are tall stone columns, and everything around them sparkles with magical energy. These columns have different shapes, facets, and colors. Some are white, some are gray, some are almost black. The candidates and examiners got to the 3rd ruins of the Rainworm. It is a huge room with lots of space and large slabs on the floor. The applicants start whispering amongst themselves. Some have heard of these ruins, some are surprised at the scale and the fact that it's all real. Von Eraseel is glad he's really here, but something is bothering him. A beam of some kind of dense blue energy rains down on him from above. It hits Von right in the head. Sweat breaks out on the guy's face, and he's plagued by several questions at once. Why and what it is. The energetic, magical shroud continues to envelop the space. All the candidates begin to breathe heavily. Von notices that the air here is heavy. Tara observes all the guys. Some fall to their knees and scream for help. She gets angry and demands they stop screwing around. These are all just temporary symptoms in someone entering the ruins for the first time. Yuta smokes on the sidelines. Tara tells her that there are spirits in the air, and they are much stronger here, which is why the students' bodies are reacting strangely. She informs everyone that this place is only the first level, and so it's still easy here. The applicants are shocked. They hope it's a joke. Tara recommends that everyone get their bodies in order immediately. The exam has already started, and she points her finger at the hallway behind her. This is the road to follow. The hooded girl squints suspiciously at the others. Then she snaps out of her seat and starts running. She runs past Tara and heads towards the corridor to follow. Tara looks back at her and marvels that it all happened so fast. Faster than she expected. While the others are suffering from the symptoms of the first entrance, the guy in the gray jacket is getting his body in order. He exhales with relief because he managed to clean himself up. Banz's companionship is also suffering from symptoms and begs him to go a little later. Banz disagrees and shuts them up. It's either now or he's on his own. His companionship calls out to him and asks him to wait. Dante Cloy is also on his knees and trying to come to his senses. He wipes the drool from his mouth and passes out. He seems to enjoy this kind of masochism. He meets his gaze with Roy Esiford, and the latter looks questioning and dubious in return. Dante Cloy is pissed off by the appearance of Roy Esiford next to him. Roy Esiford, in turn, is also very unhappy that Dante Cloy is here. He mocks Dante Cloy and tells him to take a break since he's not doing well. Dante mockingly calls Roy a bluehead. They start bickering amongst themselves again about who is better and braver. Von Eracil rises to his feet and comes to his senses. He is about to move forward. The space of the ruin is completely enveloped in magical sparks and energy. Minutes after the exam began, there was no one there anymore. The examiners claimed that all the applicants entered the corridor within 5 minutes. Huda reminds them that it's Yugo's turn now. She and Tara turn to Yugo in anticipation of further action. Yugo is informed that he knows what he should do next. He gets down on one knee, holding the staff in one hand, and rests his fingers on the floor with the other. The very same magical symbol appears on his hand and begins to gather blue energy. With all of this, he creates magical chains, just like when he separated the guys in the fight. These chains begin to form something large, dense, and alive. This creature is getting bigger and bigger. It is completely made of magical energy. Yugo creates monsters made entirely of his magical energy. He gives the command proceed. The energy magically sparks and shroud does not dissolve in the air in any way. It envelops the entire space and columns. The applicants move forward along the corridor, but not all of them manage to stay on their feet. Von Eracil moves with a completely indifferent expression on his face. He is too concentrated. He realizes that the deeper he goes, the heavier the pull on his body. Even breathing becomes difficult. But in the depths of the corridor, he feels the spell's power cluster in one place. It is there that he seeks to go. He hears something looming behind him. He doesn't immediately turn around to see what the others are talking about. At some point he turns around and observes the panic from behind. They are being chased by a huge creature that Yugo created. He sits on the creature's neck. A new challenge begins. Whoever catches the creature is eliminated from the exam. One of the applicants turns to Yugo and asks what he is trying to do. He says it's a little surprise. It's a test for applicants to the association. He doesn't want to waste his energy on the newbies himself, but otherwise he'll get screwed by his superiors. Yugo wishes everyone good luck, and sitting on the huge creatures continues the chase and starts the attack. He makes the creature hit the floor with all his might with his palm, so that the stone floor cracks. Chains begin to stretch from the magical creature, trying to catch the candidates. The chains spread all over the space in the hallway. They are very long. Some candidates get caught in these chains. Roy Esufforl expresses his lack of understanding of what is going on and what that examiner is doing. Dante Cloy is running with all his might, sweat beading on his face. He's certainly not going to be bored in this situation. Some of the candidates remain caught in chains, and some manage to escape further. One of the guys stops and claims that they are shamans and shouldn't run away. He begins to store energy in a symbol on his hand. He puts his hand out towards the magical creature and strikes it in its direction. He thinks he has succeeded in stopping it and is already happy with the result. But the creature pierces through that shield and continues onward. The magical creature didn't even take any damage, so the result is 0. The guy is disappointed and realizes that he didn't succeed. Von Erisiel turns towards the magical creatures and confirms that they are indeed dangerous. He manages to reflect and avoid the chains that were aimed in his direction. Yugo says with disdain that the newcomers are in fact worse than nothing. He squeezes 2 fingers on his palm with the symbol. He's getting cocky and he's going to trap all the rookies in his chains. Von Erisiel begins to concentrate the magical power in his palm. It seems like he's about to return the blow. In the room of ruins with columns, loud screams come from everywhere. The applicants are shocked at this turn of events. They are surprised by the way the exam is arranged. Yugo grasps the staff firmly with one hand and curls all but 2 of his index and middle fingers with the other. He puts the 2 of them against the staff, about to perform some sort of maneuver. He begins to accumulate magical blue energy for further action. The symbols on his hands glow blue. He believes that those who can't handle such an easy obstacle have no place among shamans. The huge magical creatures Yugo creates are growing in number. They unleash chains on the candidates to catch them. Yugo does the spell, calling spirits of all species. Many applicants get caught in the chains of the creatures and cannot move on, and some manage to escape them. Von Erisiel watches the scene, immersed in his thoughts. He is shocked at the extent of the sorcery used by the examiners. It seems to him that the selection will end at this point. He squats down and rests his fingers on the floor with one hand and raises the other to his side. He will have to use his true power. Von Erisiel raises his head and stares confidently forward, and a pillar of blue magical energy rises around him. The magical energy forms some sort of flame-like symbol, and Von Erisiel is no longer there. He snaps out of his seat and rushes forward, running through and overtaking the other applicants. His body is literally oozing with magical energy. Von Erisiel moved with such speed that the other students didn't even realize what flew past them. Dante Cloy is holding Roy Esiford's hand. They turn toward Von Erisiel, and Dante is once again shocked at what he is doing. His feet barely touch the ground, his heels not even touching the stone slabs on the floor. Von Erisiel moves as if in acceleration and whizzes past the other applicants. Sweat streams from him and he looks tired. He feels as if his body has not fully recovered. Von Erisiel looks at his right hand, on which a blue symbol burns brightly. He is going to conserve most of his energy to the place where the spirits cluster. Von Erisiel speeds up so much that the energy even from his eyes flies in different directions. Only a blue, bright, and dense beam of magical energy remains behind him. Von Erisiel plans to get as far away as possible from the magical creatures chasing him and the applicants. He zippers past the rest of the boys. Roy Esiford calls Von Erisiel insane and covers his face with his hands. Dante Cloy glares at the black-haired man. Dante and Roy start running away from the magical creature with chains. Roy Esiford seems to recognize Von Erisiel as the same guy. Roy challenges Dante Cloy with a look. His face looks confident and aggressive. Dante responds with the same look to Roy Esiford's challenge. Dante Cloy puts his arm out towards the magical creatures in chains, and Roy Esiford creates a shield and holds it up with 2 crossed arms. Roy says he won't fall for Dante's tricks a second time. Dante Cloy looks worried. He looks at Roy with concern. Dante turns his attention to the magical creatures and realizes that it's quite a bit easier now than it was then. Dante Cloy has sweat breaking out on his face and can't believe what is happening. He realizes that Yugo is not using the power of his spell and the magical warriors to their full potential. Yugo watches thoughtfully and with interest as the applicants try to deal with his spell. Yugo rubs his chin with his hand. He is pleased that things aren't so terrible. There are a couple of capable kids in this selection after all. Banza's gang panics as they try to run away from the magical creatures and screams asking how much longer they'll be chasing them. A girl with short pink hair who chews and puffs gum lightly kicks away the chains the creatures are unraveling. A guy with a scar on his cheek and wearing a dark gray jacket exhales and tries to run away from the chains. Many of the entrants are sitting, restrained by the chains. Their heads are down, and they cannot move. Yugo claims that most of the students failed this stage because the magical creatures caught them. He's had enough. One of the caught applicants approaches Yugo with the claim that they weren't warned about this prank. He is not prepared to accept such a result. Yugo looks at the outraged guy with contempt and mumbles to himself because he thinks too much of himself. Yugo assures him that there will always be idiots like him who think too much of themselves. The chained boy looks at Yugo questioningly. The sharp tip of the staff hits the floor, causing it to crack and the stones to shatter. Yugo gets angry and turns to the fake guy who couldn't resist a simple spell. The guy who made the claim is shocked and has nothing to reply. The guy sweats embarrassingly and looks back at the Yugo with a grin. The examiners warn that they only want people who are already capable of getting involved in the association. Yugo gets so angry that the veins on his face swell and his eyes burn even brighter blue. If that guy was in a real battle, he would have been dismembered by now. The indignant guy from such pressure can't sit still and falls backwards slightly, grunting resentfully. The rest of the chained students also listen resentfully to Yugo, who says that it doesn't matter who you are or how much you know, there are tons of them. Someone runs forward with all their might, barely touching the stone floor of the ruins with their feet. Only the best of the best survive. Von Arisil runs at such a sharp pace that he even bounces high off the ground. Von Arisil runs out into another huge room with columns in the ruins. A trickle of blood begins to flow out of Von Arisil's nose. He gently wipes it away with his finger and hopes he's distanced himself enough from everyone. As long as he's feeling okay, he needs to hurry. Von Arisil stares straight ahead, looking out for something in front of him. In front of him is a dark corridor with a bright blue passage at the end of it. He is very close to it. Von Arisil is heading towards the passage, and it is getting even closer. He has almost reached his goal, and the bright blue portal is right in front of him. Von Arisil walks through this passage with a stupor on his face and interest. He is surprised by something, and his eyes widen. He stares at a single point in front of him. Von Arisil enters a huge room that looks as if it has several balcony floors. In the center of the circular area are columns with blue symbols. Von Arisil exhales tiredly and thinks that this is the first altar the examiners talked about. He is in a confident mood and is about to embark on the next step. Von Arisil walks through the ruins. The boy is studying his surroundings. He is wary and may be ready for action, depending on the situation he is in. Von Arisil is in a tense moment, exploring something interesting and preparing to perform an action. He surveys the atmosphere of the room, commenting that the air here is different and the aura is calmer. Von Arisil walks small steps forward, obviously towards the first altar. Von Arisil looks for a way to the second altar behind the barrier, following the hints and clues. Von Arisil examines the aura and draws conclusions about the demonic spirits in the square. He prepares for a confrontation. Von Arisil makes the decision to go inside the altar. He lightly touches the barrier with his fingertips. He is ready to square off with the spirits, having already slipped his hand through the altar barrier up to his wrist. Von Arisil is surprised that he was the first to arrive. He had expected the others to come before him. Next to the altar, a girl in a purple jacket stands behind one of the columns. She has been silently and warily watching what is happening at the altar all this time. The architectural columns are in the spatial room of the ruins. Von Arisil moves to another huge room in the ruins and looks around. He is surprised that he has traveled far enough, and the promised demonic spirits are not to be seen here. The columned room of the ruins is enveloped in darkness. Von Arisil can feel someone's breath here. He suspects that someone is watching him now, and from behind him, a monster with long claws and a huge mouth jumps out of nowhere. The monster flies at the guy with its mouth open. Balls and beams of magical energy fly into its mouth. Von Arisil, with an indifferent expression, pushes the monster away from him with a strong stream of his magical energy. From the impact, the monster falls to the stone floor of the ruins. Von Arisil is startled, but doesn't show it. The monster emits a vapor of Von Arisil's magical energy. He wonders if it is a demonic spirit. As a result of the pollution and death of the forest spirits, demonic spirits exist in the ruins. They have their own burgundy and purple emblem denoting their species. Von Arisil looks at the defeated monster and wonders if it is dead. They are so squishy, most likely, because of the low level of the ruins. His attention is drawn to two more monsters that appeared in front of him. Eventually, there are more monsters. All they do is appear. Von Arisil states that nothing comes easy. Yuta lights a cigarette and is not sure if they are doing the right thing. He can't agree with his superiors. Tara listens to him carefully, and he says that the applicants are mere candidates and they are using expensive artifacts against them. And they only give access to the ruins after 3 years of training. Tara replies to him that the level of training at the shaman school is very high now, not like when they were studying. She confirms that if they were able to escape from the Yugo creatures, then they are weak. Yuta chuckles and thinks that Yugo is hacking. Yuta chuckles and asks Tara how many more are left. Kind of like there are a couple of glorified guys already. Tara is doubtful and says they're just average candidates right now. Dante Cloy stares forward with determination and complete seriousness. A girl with long white braids and a hoodie steps up to attack the monsters. Dans and his company stand in front of the passage to the first altar. Von Arisil is surrounded by demonic spirits and lays out his plan of action. Tara says the important thing is how the guys get out of tough situations. 17 minutes after the exam begins, most of the demonic spirits have been defeated. Someone rests his hand against the wall and exhales heavily with fatigue. Von Arisil is surprised by the large number of demonic spirits. He is wary that if he continues to attack, it won't turn out in his favor. Sweat protrudes on his face, but he thinks everything is going well. At some point, the monster stops chasing him. Another long, dark corridor appears in front of him, which he now has to walk down, not much left. Von Arisil is suddenly very surprised for some reason and gets to his feet more firmly. He looks around and doesn't realize what is wrong. Something is standing right in front of him. He raises his head and looks forward, where a huge, scaly monster with 4 jaws appears in front of him. Von Arisil goes into a stupor. He clearly wasn't expecting to see such a thing now. The scaly monster begins to growl and move towards the guy to begin its attack. The monster abruptly extends a paw towards Von Arisil, and he in turn tries to dodge. A small indentation in the stone floor from the impact appears beneath the guy. Von Arisil manages to dodge. He looks at the monster calmly, reasoning that it is not like the ones he has been dealing with recently. This monster has a huge, wide torso, 4 jaws, and claw-like arms. One arm has an impressively larger claw. It's most likely a mid-level creature. Von Arisil is saddened and lets out a light chuckle with aggravation. He begins to store up magical energy again thanks to the symbol on his hand. Luck has not favored him lately. The huge demonic creature begins to growl and confidently lunges at the guy. Von Arisil concentrates and accumulates even more energy to fend off the blow. The scaly monster hits him with all his might with his arm, which has a large claw on it. Von Arisil soars up and flies over the monster. The demonic spirit is surprised by this maneuver. Von Arisil appears in the air behind the demon spirit upside down and grins at it. Thanks to the accumulated magical energy, he makes a strong strike at the monster. This blow causes the monster's teeth to fly out and scales to fly off. Von Arisil strikes directly at the demonic spirit's head and lands squatting on the ground behind it. He sighs heavily and realizes that this monster can't just be killed. It's not enough. Von Arisil remembers that witch doctor from the train and realizes that compared to him, this demonic spirit is not that strong. Therefore, there is no need to worry for now. The demonic spirit manages to stand firmly on its feet. Von Arisil notices this and focuses his attention on it. The demonic monster begins to transform, spikes popping out all over its torso. Von Erisiel confirms the fact that the demonic spirit can transform itself. The guy's symbols on both hands light up. He folds his hands palm to palm and is about to strike. He spreads his hands apart and delivers an even more powerful and strong punch at the monster. Half of the demonic spirit's jaws break into splinters and fly around. The huge demonic spirit's entire body falls to the stone floor, stunned by the blow. Von Erisiel is pleased with himself and exhales heavily. He managed to bring the monster to the ground. He is tired and frazzled, thinking that it is over, and all is behind him. Von Erisiel anxiously turns around and is about to run on, because other monsters might come running. He stops abruptly for some reason. His eyes express surprise and a little fear. The demonic spirit gets to his feet and reattaches his torn jaws. He appears behind the guy, which the guy doesn't expect at all. Von Erisiel anxiously turns towards the monster and is surprised that he is still alive. Von Erisiel's anxiety and panic gradually grows stronger and stronger. His body twists sharply. He grabs his mouth with the palm of his hand and covers it because he is expectorating blood. The demonic spirit starts moving on the guy, and he realizes it's time for him to leave. Von Erisiel abruptly gets out of his seat and starts to run away, leaving behind a thin veil of magical energy. The demonic spirit thrusts forward with great force, about to attack. Von Erisiel stands right in front of it in a complete stupor, and the monster growls loudly and swings at the guy. Von Erisiel covers his mouth with his hand to stop the flowing blood. His body fails him at the most unfortunate moment. The boy stares at the monster disconsolately, sweat beading on his face. You can see the confusion in his eyes. The demonic spirit, forcefully pushing off the ground, runs to attack. The architectural building of the ruins is very large, with a huge space that is lined with columns. Huge demonic spirits with long claws are pushing off the ground with all their might. Several monsters, angrily opening their jaws, are looming to attack. Several applicants see the demonic spirits looming over them and are surprised at how many there are. Some applicants brace themselves and begin to attack the demonic spirits back. Some push themselves off the stone tile floor to move on. Dante Cloy heads towards the many demonic spirits who growl. Dante Cloy is serious and debates in his head whether they are definitely demonic spirits. They look nastier than he expected. The demonic spirits reveal their mouths and loom over the candidates with a loud roar. A memory appears before Dante Cloy's eyes, in which he sees the witch doctor from the train. It makes him very angry. He clenches his fists angrily and begins to summon magical energy. Dante Cloy swings and is about to strike a powerful blow. The demonic spirit purposefully flies at Dante Cloy. Dante Cloy strikes the demonic spirit with great force, causing it to fall to the ground. From fatigue and exertion, Dante anchors sweat, and the guy is breathing heavily. He compares the spirits to the guy from the train, just as bold. The defeated monster lies on the stone floor and wheezes out some sounds. This demonic spirit looks dead and soon stops making sounds altogether. Dante Cloy leans over to the defeated monster to make sure it is dead. He's proud of himself and clenches his fist with confidence. The guy was able to take him down with one punch. The spirit turned out to be a weakling. Dante Cloy looks up, his eyes burning bright blue. He realizes what he's gotten himself into. This really is an association membership exam. Some of the applicants around Dante Cloy are also trying to fend off the attack of demonic spirits. The applicants move on to another room. The second path at the ruins. A guy in a dark gray jacket stands in front of the demonic spirits and taunts them that they are already tiring. He begins to store energy in his hand and promises to help them rest. The guy prepares to attack. The guy in the dark gray jacket is about to use the Sonic Wave series spell. The guy attacks the demonic spirits with a spell called Dragon Cloak. The scene is dynamic and filled with energy. A monster is attacked with the power of air. The guy in the dark gray jacket used a punch and powerful movement. This guy is Cheon Un, 19 years old, who is a candidate for the State Shaman Association. He is about to perform a spell. In the image, the character encounters a demonic spirit near the ruins. His reaction hints at contemplation of the next step. Roy Asiford stands with his arm outstretched and emits light from his hand. Surrounded by a futuristic environment, he talks about how monsters have scary faces. Roy Esiford expresses determination by saying, "Nothing can be done." He prepares himself for a difficult challenge and a failed situation. The demonic spirit rushes out with an attack on candidate Roy Esiford. Roy Esiford casts a complex spell from the Jusulsiguchuk series. He summons magical power for defense or offense. Roy Esiford looks at the demonic spirits as he prepares for battle. He summons a spell called Reverse Shield. Roy Esiford casts a magical spell designed to help him move quickly through the danger and encase the spirits in a cage cube. The guy with the blue hair, gaining strength, advises himself not to waste energy on such matters. The applicants enter the next stage of the exams, the fourth path at the ruins. A girl with short pink hair and gum looks bored. She prepares to continue the fight. While the demonic spirit shows its annoyance and prepares for the action of attack, the girl stands calmly and without a single emotion. The pink-haired girl dodges the demonic spirit's strike without difficulty, dodging to the side. The pink-haired girl squints disdainfully at the attacking demonic spirit and contemplates her actions. The demonic monster, open-mouthed and furious, attacks the girl. Without a single emotion on her face and without tension, the girl does something and comments on the situation like an explosion. The demonic spirit rushes to the ground with force, blasting it with all the force of its blow. The girl grabs the monster by its torso, and with all her might, she tosses it up and smashes it into the stone floor. Throughout the spatial room of the columned ruins comes the echo and shaking of the impact. The girl looks around and is not satisfied with her decision to come here. The girl's name is Braina Aiden. 19 years old, she expresses her displeasure in having to sweat. She is another candidate for membership in the Shaman Association. The candidates enter the fifth path at the ruins, which is also teeming with demonic spirits. Apparently, some applicants are trying to fight off the invading monsters with their shamanic magical energy. Banz's company mates Seema and Rev are trying to fight off the demonic spirits and are surprised at the number of them here. Banz, in turn, likes it all very much and enjoys it. His comrades are dumbfounded by this response. Banz stands at the ready with stored magical energy in his hand and tells them that these monsters are laboratory monsters and can be killed in any way he wants. He suggests his comrades enjoy it all and prepares to attack. His eyes burn with rapture and desire. Banz flies past the monster and performs some spell that creates white nets. These nets completely envelop the demonic spirit, thus creating a trap for it. Eventually, these white nets shred the demonic spirit into small pieces that fly around. Banz stands in a fighting pose. Banz playfully licks himself and turns toward the defeated demonic spirit. His last name is Rediford, and he is also years old. He's another candidate for membership in the association. Seema and Rev watch Banz's behavior and actions with shock and sometimes don't recognize him at all. The room of ruins with huge columns becomes suspiciously quiet. Seema and Rev assess the shards on the dirty floor and discuss the previous candidate who crumbled the monster. One stands nearby while the other kneels, surveying the situation. Seema abandoned the rest of the company at the very beginning when they moved forward, and now he's building himself up to be the bravest. Banz listens contemptuously to their conversation with his back to them, while Seema tries to justify himself. Banz Rediford examines the dead monsters that still have an aura emanating from them, meaning they were finished off recently. Dead demonic spirits lie on the ground, surrounded by a pink aura and with huge holes in their chests. This aura is different, not demonic. Was that shaman really here? Banz is tensing up hard from something, and his thoughts are plagued by some suspicion. Seema and Rev call out to Banz, offering to rest, but Banz is about to move on to take the exam. Banz smiles a suspicious and wide smile as his comrades shout to him that they will go on with him. Banz has been constantly tipped off by something along the way, but now he knows what it is. His eyes light up a bright red color. He is certain that this monster is hiding among the candidates taking this exam. Something heavy and strong flies across the stone floor in the ruins, leaving a trail of dust and smoke in its wake. A girl with long white hair and wearing a hood suddenly pounces from behind the demonic spirit to attack. Her aura is pink. Von Arisil stands in front of them and observes. He looks at the girl with incomprehensible eyes and doesn't know who she is. This long-haired girl charges at the monster's head with her foot with all her might, leaving behind a bright pink aura from her magical energy. She has magical symbols not on her arm, but on her knees. They glow pink. She hits the demonic spirit in the jaw with all her might with her knee. To make that blow, she had to soar into the air the height of that very monster. The demonic spirit falls to the ground from the powerful blow. The girl looks up and her eyes burn bright pink. Her gaze shows anger, excitement, and aggression. Von Arisil stands with a bloody face and looks up at this girl. He realizes that she has found him after all. The entire spatial room of the ruins fills with dust and dirt, rising into the air. The monster falls to the stone floor with a clatter, and it cracks underneath him into small splinters. Von Arisil watches stuporously, and the girl seems overexcited. She wonders if she's disturbing the guy here. The girl takes off her hooded jacket and asks if he's the famous newcomer. Von Arisil turns unemotionally in her direction. She has sharp fang teeth. She claims a very different odor emanates from Von Arisil. She hasn't smelled like that in a long time. It's like she has horns in her hair that are red in color. She smiles sweetly and friendly at the guy and offers him a challenge. Von Arisil looks at her calmly and without interest, but listens to the girl attentively. He thanks the girl for her help with the demonic spirits here. Von Arisil is unclear why he would want to fight another candidate. The girl mocks him nervously. The girl informs him that he himself has caused everyone to be so interested, and now he is also surprised that they want to fight him. He gestures anxiously and asks her not to do it. He doesn't want to fight with his co-workers for such stupid reasons. The girl doesn't listen to him. It's going to be how she wants it anyway. Von Arisil spoils her mood with this. She asks him where he came from. She seems confident and wants to confront him. He covers his eyes thoughtfully and sighs. Something quickly flashes past Von Arisil's face. He looks surprised. It is the fist of the long-haired girl. She blocks the guy's way, and only over her dead body will Von Arisil pass on to the final goal of the exam. The girl really wanted to hit Von Arisil, but just intimidated him. He realizes that she will not be persuaded. He examines his shaking hands and realizes that his body has recovered a bit. He can probably stall for time. The girl takes her hand away from Von Arisil's face and asks him if he is ready to fight. Von Arisil doesn't understand why the girl is so hung up on this. He needs to pass this exam anyway. He puts his hand out with the symbol forward and warns her that if she blocks his path, there will be no mercy. The long-haired girl's eyes light up with interest. She notices that the guy has changed. The candidates for the association are caught in the midst of a spirit nucleation in the center of the ruins. Some applicants are still fighting off the demonic spirits, and they keep coming and coming. A blonde-haired guy with a red headband forms a ball of magical energy on the tip of his staff and prepares to attack with a shout. He scythes the demonic spirit in the chest with his staff, with the tip charged. Sweat is beading on his face from the commotion and carnage, and he realizes that monsters one at a time are nothing, but in such numbers, they are a threat. The russet-haired guy is dumbfounded by something and casts a concerned look somewhere. He is attacked by one of the demonic spirits and bites his arm. The monster gnaws so hard into the boy's arm that he begins to bleed. Dante Cloy makes a great sweep of his arm, clenching his fist to attack. He flies his fist with all his might into the head, which bites the other shaman. The demonic spirit reaches for the candidate, but is not firm on its feet and flies backwards. The monster doesn't fall but pulls back an impressive distance. Dante Cloy makes a disgruntled expression and suspects that the deeper they go, the stronger the monsters become. Many of the entrants are already wet with sweat and look very tired. Dante Cloy refutes his suspicions and says that they are the ones who are tired, so they are having a hard time. The body tires faster here than in the outside world. He gives out an aggressive grin because, among other things, his stitches have come apart. His condition is worse than ever, and there's barely a mountain of monsters standing in front of him on the path. The red-haired guy with the red bandage looks at his arm wound that the monster just left and calls the place idiotic. He gives up and pulls out the very magic ball that will bring them back from the exam. Many candidates also give up following him because they will be killed here. Some have already opened portals to return, using these orbs and leave. Dante stands still and watches. Sweat streams from Dante Cloy's face, and he exhales with fatigue and irritation. He thinks he might actually die, and so he considers giving up. Dante Cloy remembers about Von Arisil and thought he could easily defeat him. Most likely Von has already gotten to the right place. He also thinks of that witch doctor on the train with the bandits, and thinks he's not ready enough yet. Dante Cloy thinks about Anna, since he's a dime a dozen. She voiced her opinion about that fight on the train. He recalls what Anna said to Von Arisil then in their conversation on the street bench. Dante Cloy snickers to himself and seriously looks like he is ready to give up now. At this time, several demonic spirits are about to attack Dante and move towards him. He confidently lifts his head up and laughs at himself and his thoughts. Dante concentrates the power in his fist and is not going to give up anymore. He is ready to strike. He gathers his strength in his hands. It's either hit or miss. He looks confident and ready to fight back. Someone's palm fully touches the stone floor and rests against it. The shaman's magic symbol manifests in that palm and begins to build up energy that spreads across the floor. 20 minutes from the start of the exam, Tara uses her palm on the ground to test something. Huda stands behind her with a cigarette and asks how much more is left. She sits with her eyes closed and says that 5 more people have dropped out, leaving a dozen left. She reports that among those who have surrendered, there are 34 with minor injuries and 6 in serious condition. The rest are at the second altar, and the winners will be coming out soon. Tara squints her eyes and sees sparks of blue-pink magical energy in front of her. She asks if Huda can run to the second altar in 5 minutes. He wonders and doesn't understand why. Tara reports some sort of problem and tells him to move to that square immediately. Something is going on in the architectural building of the ruins with the tall columns. There is some noise and sounds coming from the second altar room. A massacre happens there, in which Von Arisil either bounces back from a punch or is about to be punched. Von Arisil is thrown backwards so that he slides across the stone floor in the ruins. The guy looks disheveled and puzzled. All he wanted to do was excuse himself from the carnage, but in the end it doesn't work. The fangirl smiles excitedly and almost clenches her hand with the magic symbol into a fist and asks Von Arisil why he's running away. The girl gets very angry in the moment and clenches her hand into a fist harder. She gives the guy a warning that this way he can never escape. Von Arisil's eyes light up and he looks at the girl in front of him. He's wrong and he won't get away from her that easily. Von Arisil puts his hand forward and focuses it on something. He's going to have to fight. He gathers his magical energy around his palm and is about to use a grenade. The girl with long braids watches his actions with enthusiasm and interest. The girl deftly dodges Von Arisil's exploding balloon and tries to figure out what is going on. She thinks about the fact that Von Arisil is fast. He just took and concentrated the power that is hovering in the air and exploded it. Von Arisil is very focused and concentrated. He stands with his arms stretched forward and gathers energy into it. Brain wonders how he can aim so aptly from such a distance. A white-haired girl with a playful grin on her face moves towards the guy. The girl manages to deftly dodge the magic balls that Von Arisil launches at her. He watches her closely and is surprised that his techniques usually make her body freeze, and she managed to sneak away. The girl looks at her opponent with excitement and calls his actions childish pranks. The girl pushes off the ground with such force that the ground cracks under her feet. The girl makes a strong swing of her fist and comments that she can't be defeated by such tricks. She appears right in front of Von Arisil and swings at him. The girl thinks he's caught. The guy sort of starts to dissolve into space at the spot where he's standing. Von Arisil dodges the girl's fist, leaving a huge trail of magical energy behind him. He ends up placing his palm in front of the girl's face, as if to wrap it around her face. She doesn't realize what happened. He disappears. Von Eraseel appears behind the girl and knocks her down with his punch, as if dragging her behind him. The guy seems to go through the girl and appears behind her, and she is almost knocked off her feet. He stops behind her and sinks into his thoughts, and she stands on shod feet. Von Eraseel squints at her carefully and hesitates a little at his actions. He hopes that, at least for the time being, it will keep her down. Something suddenly flies past Von Eraseel's face. The fangirl swings her leg with all her might and kicks Von Eraseel so hard that he flies into the nearest wall and punches through it. The girl gloats heartily and, with her foot raised, advises the boy to keep an eye on his opponent. She rubs her chin thoughtfully and praises Von Eraseel. His punch was surprisingly apt. Von Eraseel sits near the wall for his last breath, surrounded by a magical aura. The girl hopes that this is not the end. The boy holds his palm up and creates a shield around himself, thanks to which he managed to defend himself from the blow. Von Eraseel looks at the girl and wonders how she was able to resist without a defense spell. Von Eraseel sits against the broken wall and tries to get up, and the girl grins at him for being scared, as this is still a flower. She starts kneading her shoulder and says that she has already kneaded it. You can start fighting. The guy replies that he's giving up. The white-haired girl obviously did not expect this and gets into a surprised stupor. She asks with incomprehension and sadness why he is giving up. Von Eraseel stands up and says it's obvious. He's surrendering and she's won. The girl pokes her finger at him and doesn't agree to those terms. It's like he's surrendering on purpose right now. This girl knows that the guy didn't use his strength to its fullest, so she demands to fight her seriously. The girl tenses her body so that veins and pink magic symbols showed on her arms. The girl stands confidently on her feet, as if ready to push off again and move forward. She bears the symbols on both arms up to her shoulder and gets into a fighting stance, about to force Von to fight her. A drop of sweat drips down Von Eraseel's face. He notices the air has changed. His body is shivering. Something very heavy is pressing down on him, and that silhouette begins to show in the air. The girl looks like a wild beast, and from behind her this silhouette has manifested. It's like she's all on fire with red flames. Von Eraseel realizes that she's not bluffing, and if he doesn't resist, he'll die. The black-haired guy throws off his black jacket. The magical symbols on his hand seem to be getting more and more infused with energy each time. Von Eraseel fully exposes one of his arms and clarifies if Braino really wants to do this. The white-haired girl fairly rocks her sharp teeth and is pleased that the guy is starting to open up. She stands alert and can see the magical symbols on both of her hands. She asks the guy where he has been hiding his real self. She jokingly tells him that she's practically fallen in love. They are ready to confront each other. She has pink-red energy and he has bright blue energy. Von Eraseel is confident and serious. He looks ready for a fight. The girl rushes forward purposefully at the black-haired guy. Von Eraseel puts his arm forward to attack or repel the blow, and the girl is about to attack him with a gambling frenzy. A whirlwind of dust and stone shards begins to swirl in the architectural building of the ruins. A cigarette butt appears on the stone floor of the spatial room. Yugo appears in front of Von Eraseel with his staff and blocks the way, while the long-haired girl is held by the neck by Huda. Huda turns to the guys and wonders if they want to kill each other. Huda makes a disdainful look on his face and calls the guys crazy. Von and Abel are both eliminated. Von Eraseel looks straight ahead with a serious expression and is surprised by something. The girl with sharp fangs is blocking Huda's actions and her movements with her hand. Huda, with a disdainfully angry expression, is watching the candidates. Huda, with veins swollen with anger on her face, also squints at the guys. Both examiners create magical chains that envelop and stop the boys from fighting further. The white-haired girl's fist is chained and completely immobilized. Huda calmly and judiciously observes the girl. With one arm, Huda wraps his arm around the girl's neck and holds her hand in the other. He asks her to cool down. The girl calms down. She is no longer raring to fight with Von Eraseel. She relaxes completely in Hyudo's arms and informs him that apparently she is not yet mature enough. The long-haired girl gives up, and Hyudo looks at her with comfort and regret. Yugo holds his staff in his hands and demands that Hyudo let the girl go already. The arm of the girl with the red symbols is freed from the chains, which simply break in an instant. The white-haired girl rubs her neck and thinks that the most interesting part has just begun. She calls the examiners uncles and how they found out about everything. Yuda squints at Yugo and whispers in his ear if it's the same girl. Yugo says that yes, it is her. The girl resentfully continues rubbing her neck. She's from the Aratan clan. Scarlet Jin and red eyes along with incredible strength. Yugo himself sees people from the Aratan clan for the first time in his life. Yugo remembers about some heavily pumped-up men with a long braid. The girl is still small, but she already resembles this monster in power. Yugo begins to squint back at Von Ericil, and he is surprised that he was able to resist Aratan. Von Ericil clarifies to Yugo in bewilderment that they just eliminated them, and Yugo thinks about the fact that this is the same famous shaman. Yugo looks at the kid like that. It's hard to look directly into his soul. He covers his eyes grudgingly and clarifies that newcomers are forbidden to fight in the ruins. They were warned about this at the beginning of the exam. Von Ericil begins to justify that he couldn't have done otherwise, but the rules say they should be expelled. Yugo squints at the white-haired girl, to which she notices his attention to her. She averts her eyes to the side, and Yugo tells her that since she's the one involved, it's not up to them. Huda lights a cigarette again, and Yugo says that the final decision will be made by the association's committee, and demands that the candidates follow them. Von Ericil exhales with relief and is about to follow to the final destination. Yugo advises the guys not to make any mischief on the way, otherwise they won't be able to get away. Another room of the ruins appears in front of their eyes. This is the final destination. The examiners are standing in the center of the final destination of the second altar, and Fawn and the girl are sitting on the stairs. The white-haired fangirl is tired and bored and begins to yawn. She declares that she is very bored and can't wait for everyone else to arrive. The girl turns to Von Ericil. Why is he so sour? Does he really think they will be expelled? She's not worried at all, because in the world, whoever is stronger is in charge. The association will not refuse such a gift. The black-haired shaman does not answer her anything and continues to sit silently on the steps. The girl squints shyly and resentfully at the boy, a drop of sweat beading on her face. She makes up her mind and asks the black-haired shaman what his name is. He answers her emotionlessly that his name is Von Ericil. The girl leans on her arm and sighs thoughtfully. She has never heard of him. She extends her hand and waves lightly at him. The girl's name is Abel Drahu. She offers to be friends since they will have to see each other often. Von Ericil scornfully answers her with an indifferent expression. They're on the verge of departure for now, so Von doubts they'll have to see each other often. Abel apologizes. She didn't think the examiners would come this deep. Yuda is surprised that 5 minutes ago the guys were trying to kill each other and now they're talking peacefully. Yuda giggles and says that's the age they are. Yugo snickers and says he's not suited to be an examiner. Then he turns around at someone. Yugo notices that the other candidates are starting to pull up as well. It's Buns Rediford. He smirkingly greets everyone. Yugo dismissively greets him back because he's seen Bonds on the blacklist. Von Ericil raises his head at the guy walking up to him. Bans smirks and already expected Von Ericil to be here before him. Bans Rediford turns to Adele and addresses her with a greeting. Abel looks at Bans unhappily and starts to get angry. She recognizes him. She intimidates the guy that he'll get what he deserves again if he doesn't stop showing off. He's not happy that Abel is so unfriendly. He's just getting to know her. He offers to forget the past because they're on the same team now. Yugo is unpleasantly shocked that all the guys are willing to almost eat each other. Buns tries to calm the examiner down and prove that they were just saying hello. Bans Rediford realizes that Abel doesn't like him at all, so he'll sit somewhere far away. Abel Drahu sighs thoughtfully and looks around, looking around for the others. Bans is about to sit away, but squints at von Arisil. He's thinking about something. He's thinking about the fact that he expected Abel to be here. But von Arisil, who had recently overtaken him, was not. Von Arisil sits waiting with no emotion at all, and he doesn't look like that famous shaman. Vance tells himself that he will check later to see for himself if this is true and if he is right. The examiner's hand picks up a clock that reads 8 hours, 29 minutes, and 30 seconds. Yugo announces that there are only 30 seconds left until the end of the exam. He looks at all the candidates here and congratulates everyone who has made it to the end. He says that in 10 seconds, the exam will end. Only 9 people pass. That's less than 1/4. The tall, dark-haired guy with a scar on his cheek in a dark gray jacket passed the exam. Also reaching the very end was a pink-haired girl named Brain Aiden. Roy Essiford lies tiredly on the stone floor and he too walks on. Buns Rediford notices Seema and Rev from his group, who have also barely crawled on. Also present is a girl with a brown hair and wearing a blue sweater with stripes. Abel Drazu looks around at all the candidates and realizes how frail they all are. Von Arisil silently watches the others and waits for the end of the countdown. He thinks of Dante Cloy, who promised he would break Von himself with his own hands, and he couldn't make it to the end of the exam. Yugo is going to announce the end of the state exam now. Yugo turns toward the other candidates and announces the end of the state exam. Someone appears from behind and calls out to the examiner to wait. A guy in an orange jacket appears in the aisle. He is covered in wounds, scratches, and his clothes are torn. Von Arisil doesn't expect to see him here and is very surprised. Dante Cloy comes out to the second altar barely standing on his feet and asks him to wait for him. Yugo's eyes widen in surprise as he looks at Dante Cloy. How on earth did he manage to make it with his face like that? Dante Cloy is determined and seemingly angry at everyone around him. Yugo smirks heartily and thinks he's just lucky. In the architectural center of the ruins at the second altar, it is announced that Dante Cloy is also getting credit. Dante Cloy takes a seat on the stone floor and confirms that his panache from yesterday has completely dissipated. He thinks about the fact that Anna will probably leave grumbling, seeing him in such a state. Roy Essiford sits focused and stares ahead in front of him. A guy with a scar on his cheek in a dark gray jacket looks back at someone behind him. Dante Cloy looks around at everyone present and confirms that they too have passed. He considers it a shame that Dante was the last one to get here, but it doesn't matter for now. Von Arisil raises his head haughtily and folds his hands in a lock. The tip of the staff strikes the stone floor, drawing the attention of the candidates, and splits it into tiny cracks. Yugo congratulates everyone once more and informs them that in 2 days, the candidates will receive either rejection or approval. But now they should wait in their rooms. Those who surrendered during the balloon exam will be moved here as well. They would check to make sure everyone was in place and then return to the headquarters. A transfer magic portal appears on the stone floor in the ruins room. Yugo turns around towards the portal that appeared and comments that someone has already arrived. Soon, silhouettes of people begin to appear in place of the magic portal. On the platform at the back of the stairs appear those guys who surrendered during the exam thanks to the balloon they were given before the exam. The guys from the surrendered candidates look around with fear and can't believe that they are alive. Some have started having mental breakdowns, and all they do is sit hugging their knees and talking about monsters. Some candidates are hysterical and tearfully happy that it's over. Some are so wounded or in such shock that they lie immobilized on the stone floor. Von Arisil looks at the surrendered men with contemptuous surprise and tries to figure out what's wrong with them. From behind Von, someone calls out and says that the surrendered have gone mad. It was Yugo. He talks about how the artifacts that were handed out before the exam are life-saving, but don't prevent psychological trauma. Yugo suspects that this is what the association expected and wanted. Many candidates have lived well just because of the fact of involvement with the shamans, but then they realized they could die. The harsh reality shapes the problems. When these candidates give up, they are placed in a cell among monsters until the end of the exam. They are placed amongst fear and powerlessness they have never felt before. Yugo warns von Arisil that if he wants to survive, He should not let his guard down. Von Arazil looks at Yugo with emotionless interest, who informs him that the one who is more fearless always dies faster. Someone appears next to the rest of the examiners and steps toward the candidates. Tara appears. She praises Yugo. He did a good job. He is surprised that she showed up so quickly. He reports to her that the newcomers just wanted to compete. The verdict isn't in yet. Tara is surprised they weren't expelled right away. Huda reports that there is an Eratan girl involved, and the guy is that famous shaman. Tara listens to Huda with surprise that it is not for them to decide their fates. That's a matter they leave to their superiors. Tara shifts her gaze to the students with interest. They are just children, but she can sense their power from a great distance. Who lies within them? Huda tries her luck again and tries to ask Tara out. She immediately shuts the subject down. In the interruption of the second altar in the ruins, an order echoes, "Line up and settle up." Yugo and the other examiners look around at all the students and count their numbers. Yugo turns to Tara and reports that all the candidates are in place. She pulls something out of her pocket. Tara pulls out the same artifact ball everyone was given at the beginning. She inserts the magic ball into a hole in the floor and is about to do something. Tara is about to head back with the others to headquarters. The orb begins to spread its energy through the holes in the floor. All 67 participants are at the large portal that appeared in the ruins building. Each of the 8 victors has their own thoughts in their heads and their own problems that they had to go through. Some are just looking around, and some, like Abel, are too bored and she is still yawning. Von Arazil, along with her, are among the candidates who are on the verge of being eliminated and are waiting for the results to be evaluated. In the room of the endpoint at the second altar in the ruins, a portal transports everyone to another place. Thus comes the end of the 27th exam. The white columns of the Shaman Association headquarters begin to come into view. All the candidates of the exam appear in the main square in the association's building. Gregory and his partners look at the guys from the balcony and are amazed at how frail everyone is. Hessen Katter orders his subordinate doctors to examine the wounded and to send them to the hospital with serious injuries and to treat them here with minor ones. Yugo reports that everything is more or less trouble-free. The 2 violators have to be reported to their superiors. The examiners are called loudly from the balcony. Sol Einar and Beer are standing on the balcony. She praises the examiners and suggests an evening out. Yuta and Yugo are surprised that the commander has been standing there all this time, and she will find out about everything. The shamans place their fingers with lighted magical symbols on the candidates' wounds. A commotion begins, with all the wounded trying to be healed. Von Arazil sits in the middle. The boy is brooding on his own. He doesn't know if they will let him retake the exam and where Abel is anyway. He thinks back to Abel at the height of her magical power when she attacked him. He thinks he shouldn't have reacted to her power like that. Good thing he didn't use his main weapon. Von Arazil is called over by a doctor to ask if he's okay because he's bleeding. Von Arazil says he's fine and tries to look at his blood. He informs the doctor that he is fine when blood begins to spurt from his mouth. The headquarters building is lit up by daylight and the building is in complete turmoil. The doctors are calling out to each other for help. The Shaman Association has a huge network of architectural white buildings with beautiful square roofs. Abel is lying on the wooden floor with her foot on her leg and her hands propping her head up. Some girl approaches Abel from behind and offers to examine her wounds. Abel refuses. A black-haired girl with a ponytail and a cross scar on her forehead has come here because she is worried about Abel. She asks Abel if she liked that particular guy. She replies that he lost. To be more precise, if it weren't for the examiners, she would have lost to him. The black-haired girl squints as if she doubts Abel's words. She speaks sarcastically about the fact that Abel herself might be defeated. Is it worth reporting to the commander? Abel gets up from the wooden floor and regrets the defeat, but is willing to accept it because he is strong. The weather outside is perfect and the sun is shining, illuminating the main building of the State Shaman Association. The door to the 5th Squad's office is made with wooden patterns, and there is a bell next to it. Sol Einar is tense and even sweating from the tension. She is focused on something and wants to pick right. Hyuta sits with an equally tense face and doesn't know himself. Beer and Yugo watch them from the sidelines and don't realize if Hyuta seriously wants to beat the commander. They play cards and Sol Einar, the commander of the 5th squad, reaches for the cards. She carefully and slowly grasps the chosen card with her fingers and pulls it out. Sol Einar looks at the cards she has now pulled out and is very excited. The girl jumps up from her seat and shouts joyfully about her victory. Beer watches silently, and Hyuta is completely down. She gives the others orders to hold Hyuta so that he doesn't run away anywhere. He begs them not to touch his beard. Yugo and Beer hold Hyuta down, and Sol mesmerizes his sleeves and asks Hyuta to keep his word. He's a man. Tara enters the office and announces that she's here. The guys say hello to Tara and ask if she's tired. She has some paperwork in her hand. Tara tells the commander that her proposal has been approved by her superiors. Seol is surprised that it was so quick. Tara holds out the documents to Sol Einar. She thanks her for it. Sol takes the documents in her hands and reads what it says. She's going to have fun. Birch trees grow against the backdrop of a snow-covered forest, and someone asks their conversation partner if he is leaving. Two guys stand a little distance from each other and have a dialogue. One of them says that he has nothing more to do here and sends the other one home. The boy who doesn't get a hello and is sent home stands and sighs silently. This is Von Arisil. He doesn't know how he is going to live his life. He hasn't decided yet. The guy he turns to laughs at him and says he's just a kid. He shouldn't think about such things. Von Arisil asks the gray-haired guy if they will see each other again. The guy replies to Von that the answer is obvious, and there is no point in answering that question. The gray-haired boy advises him to eat a lot. Then he will grow up faster, to drink medicine and obey his parents.
Von Arisil stands hunched over with a stream of drool running down his lips. Someone calls his name.
Hazen Kader approaches the boy because he has dozed off again. On the table in Von Arisil's room are disposable flasks and cups, a piece of paper and a pen. He feels normal except for fatigue. Hazen Carter has come to Von Arisil's room to tell him something. Von Arisil reads some papers and doesn't understand what it says. The doctor has done some tests after the exam. On the occasion of Von Arisil's lack of understanding, Hazen Kader is about to ask him a question. The doctor asks the black-haired guy if he has ever used his power to its full potential. Von Arisil doesn't understand what he's talking about, but the doctor knows he hasn't, because his body couldn't even handle half of it. The doctor explains that sorcery is a power that is formed by controlling spirits in the air. But shamans are limited in what they can do based on the condition of their bodies. If the power is estimated to be a 10, then the power will not go beyond those limits. When the power is used to its fullest to prevent the body from being destroyed, the body limits its use. But with Von Arisil, it's the opposite. The available volume exceeds the strength of the vessel, and because of this disproportion, the body does not exhibit a limiter. Hasenkater corrects his glasses and says that someday Von Arisil's body might just burst. Von Arisil listens to the doctor and remembers his state at the exam. In moments of tension, the force eats him from the inside out. The doctor declares that in order for Von Arisil to live, he needs to give up witchcraft. Von Arisil is finally despondent, for in a few years of continuing witchcraft, he will be crippled or die. The doctor continues to talk about his research, but Von Arisil stops him. Von Arisil looks at his palm and says that he should definitely become a shaman. The black-haired guy doesn't care at all when he dies. It doesn't matter at all. Hasenkater looks at Von Arisil judgmentally and sympathetically. He rests his hands on the table and sentences that today's young people don't feel sorry for their lives at all. The doctor also announces that the decision on the fact of expulsion has been postponed. The matter is probably settled. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on the door of Von Arisil's room. A young man with slicked back hair informs that he has been sent from the 5th detachment. The guy wonders if Von Arisil is actually here. The guy demands Von Arisil to follow him. They walk down the hall and he informs them that it's about the exam. Von Arisil obediently follows the man and wonders whether it is about expulsion, retake, or something else. The young man leads Vaughn to the office and invites him in. Von Erasil slowly opens the door and asks permission to enter the office. Sol Einar sits in the office with a mug of drink in his hands and reminds him that they have seen each other before. He remembers the same girl in the hooded jacket he had in his chamber before the exam, and wonders if she is the commander. Sol Einar smiles sweetly at him and invites him to come through and take a seat. They are waiting for one more person. In Squad 5's office, there is a large flower with bright dark green leaves. In Sol Einar's mug, coffee smokes fragrantly. She hadn't expected to meet him so soon. He's probably already guessed what he's been summoned for. Sol tries to take a sip of coffee cautiously and says she understands Von Erasil because Abel must have provoked him. Von Erasil clarifies with the commander if she knows this girl, Abel. Sol Einar knows her brother. They worked together in the association, so she often saw Abel. Someone knocks on the door. Suddenly, the door to the office of the 5th Squad is kicked in. Abel declares herself into the office with the help of the kicked door and says that they have terrible hallways here. Sol Einar and Von Erasil are sitting at the table. Sol praises Abel. She is so mature and has grown so much. Abel looks at the commander with incomprehensible eyes and doesn't recognize her. Sol Einar is running out of patience. She looks at Abel angrily and says that she never learned how to open doors with her foot. Abel seems to recognize her. Her eyes read fear, anxiety, shock, and surprise. Abel calls the commander a witch and what she is even doing here. Salt calms her down. People might think the wrong thing. A huge painting of a fall landscape hangs in the office. Abel takes a chair at the desk next to Von Erasil and wants to know why she was called in. Sol gives a satisfied thumbs up and informs her that it has been decided to give them a retake of the exam. Von Erasil is surprised at this outcome and asks again, and Abel rolls his eyes because they could have just given credit. Sol Einar folds her head on her hands and thinks that, unlike Von, Abel should have been expelled a long time ago. Seol clarifies that she was only given a retake because of her brother. She should stop nagging. Von Erasil and Abel asks the commander how the retake will be handled. Seol smirks. Sol explains that the exam was aimed at assessing the candidate's abilities, and the main purpose was to arouse the student's alertness to the most dangerous situation. The commander suspects that the standard form of the exam is not suitable for the guys. Abel clarifies if they decided to give a monster from the higher ruins. Seol rests her chin on her hand out of excitement and smiles slightly, denying the monster from the higher ruins. Seol looks at the guys with interest and anticipation, setting the conditions. The two of them must defeat her at the retake exam. 10 minutes after the conversation in Squad 5's office, something happens in the association's main hallway. Tara and her other partners are standing in the lobby watching something. One of them is ready to write something down on paper. Yugo, Hayuda, Tara, and the other examiners are standing on different sides in the large hall of the Shaman Association. Sol and Von and Abel stand in the center opposite each other. Von Erasil is standing still in her thoughts as usual, while Abel is kneading her body for readiness. Von Erasil is a little surprised at what is happening. He of course assumed there would be a retake, but not like this. He is amazed that they will have to fight this person. I mean, she's the commander of Squad 5. Why would she fight the candidates? Abel continues to knead his body and turns to Von Erasil to ask if he's scared. Sol Einar tries to reassure the guys, even though she has them puzzled. They shouldn't be so worried. She clarifies that the rules were to send them home, but now they'll have to prove to their superiors that they're worthy. Abel slams her fist into her palm with force to show her readiness for a fight. She's already set up for a fight and clarifies if she can do whatever she wants, especially with the commander. Sol Einar replies to Abel with a slight smirk that she wants to see if she has gotten stronger. Abel is serious and is going to fully prove to the commander that she has gotten stronger. Sol watches Abel's reaction thoughtfully and ponders something. The commander tells the boys that she can't use her full strength against the newcomers. Abel is clearly upset by this. Sol Einar stands confident and calm. She begins to announce the conditions of the retake, in which the guys have 10 minutes to hit her at least once, Then they will get credit. Abel is very upset by these conditions and thinks they are being played for fools. There's 2 of them, so even the commander would have a hard time with this, but Seol isn't done yet. Seol points her finger at the guy and says there's one more rule for him. Von Arisil doesn't know what she means. The commander reminds the guy of what Dr. Hasten Cater told him. Seol wipes his chin with his fingers and praises Von for the fact that his abilities are great. But a body can know a letdown, so she can't let this moment pass. She wonders how he's been holding up so far. If something happens to him during the retake, the whole squad will be in trouble. Abel turns suspiciously but with interest and looks at Von Arisil. Sol Einar turns around and starts pacing back and forth, about to make a conclusion. She picks up some sort of bracelet and throws it towards Von Arisil. Von Arisil catches the bracelet, tries to examine it carefully, and is about to speculate on what it is for. He is holding a small metal bracelet that temporarily limits the power of whoever is wearing it. Sol points to the bracelet again and warns that if the maximum threshold is abruptly exceeded, the handcuff will fail and shatter. Von Arisil carefully pulls the cuff over his hand, and Sol continues to talk about how the guy will have to take the exam this way and keep the bracelet intact until the end. After that, Seol turns male and tells her that she knows her problem. She needs to learn how to work as a team. Abel doesn't seem to be listening but agrees. Sol Einar rather tilts her head back, smiling and covering her eyes. She asks the other examiners to create a barrier for them. Yugo puts her hand with the magic symbol forward to help. Tara does the same at the behest of their 5th squad leader. Hyuda finishes his cigarette and puts his hand with the magic symbol forward as well. A huge ball of blue dome is created around the commander, Abel and Fawn, which will serve as a barrier to the retake. Sol Einar reminds them that if this barrier breaks, they will all get a big kicking from their superiors. Sol smiles and raises a finger up for the boys to start, if they are ready. The handcuff that will restrain Von Arisil's power starts working and lights up blue on his arm. Von Arisil watches the action on the handcuff and realizes he feels resistance to the flow of energy. Abel calls out to Von and suspects he can't fight properly right now. Von Arisil stands behind Abel, holding onto her handcuffed hand. The girl is ready to attack and tells him to stay behind her. She started this. She's the one who's going to clean it up. Von Arisil squints his eyes dubiously and thinks about the fact that this is a circumstance he didn't expect. The boy looks towards the commander and thinks about the fact that this is another barrier he needs to overcome on his own. Abel activates her Gina power and her magical symbols light up red, as do her eyes. Von Arisil does the same thing, only his skin's color is blue, but just as bright. Inside the magical barrier there is some sort of violent explosion, and everything is covered in smoke. Von Arisil is also standing behind Abel and holding his hand. Abel steps in and tells the guy to stay out of the way if he's going to dodge like last time. Von Arisil clarifies that they don't have time. He's going to use the grenade skillet. Sol Einar stands in the space of the magical barrier, and all around her the air is sparkling and saturated with magical energy. Suddenly, a blow flies into the commander's head, splitting the energy flow like a grenade. Someone moves across the stone floor at high speed, leaving behind air trails. Around Sol Einar, the energy from the first blow has not yet dissipated, as Abel is already attacking her with a jumping leg. Abel swings her fist with all her might to strike. They need to hurry before the commander gets serious. Long black spike-like black spikes begin to reach for the guys to attack. Some sort of vortex forms next to Abel with these black spikes, and she tries to dodge. Abel didn't notice the commander attacking back and notices that Sul has gotten stronger and faster. Von Arisil continues to stand behind her and hold her hand. Abel lands in front of the commander with a thunderous thud. Sol didn't expect there to be attacks from this distance. Von Arisil raises his gaze to the 5th squad commander and is very shocked by something. Sol Einar is half covered in black scales, and long and thin tentacles grow out of her body. She asks what the guys are scared of. The commander stands calm and content. She hasn't even started her attack yet. Her hand, which she holds out, is completely covered, as if with scales. Von Ariseal is greatly surprised that this girl commander is a sorceress. Von stands in a stupor and continues to watch Sol Einar. The commander notices that the guy is very surprised and thinks he should have been warned beforehand. Sol begins to bare her scaly arm and once again clarifies that she is a sorceress. The commander denudes her arm almost to her shoulder and isn't going to explain everything, briefly saying the association approved it. Von Ariseal continues to stand there in a complete stupor, and the commander snidely says that this isn't the first time he's done this. Abel realizes he'll never get used to her. Von Ariseal thinks about the fact that sorceresses are Class 1 criminals. How then she works for the association, also as a commander. Abel calls out for Von to wake up. All he has to think about is punching her. Sol Einar stands in front of the guys, almost completely transformed. Abel doesn't know who the guy has fought before, but the commander stands out.
Sol gustily puts on a smile and is ready to get started. The monster's black magical arms begin to emerge from her body.
She extends her arm forward, directing the monster's other magical arms towards the candidates. Abel grins and thinks the sorceress has bad taste. Von stands unmoving. Abel starts moving towards the monster's attacking hands and yells, signaling that they are coming. The red magical symbols on Abel's hand indicate that she is of the Aratan clan. The descendants of the clan have a unique gift from generation to generation. The descendants of this clan absorb energy from the air and circulate it quickly throughout the body. It opens all the chakras and brings the body to maximum combat readiness. Abel runs towards the monster's hands and dodges them with agility, jumping up to deliver a further blow. Sol Einar keeps the scaly arm raised and emphasizes that Abel has a good shot. The arm created by the sorceress's magic almost catches up with Abel, who is in the air with her head over head. The girl cleverly manages to dodge all the attacks and dodge the sorceress' attacking hands. Abel finds herself in the air above the commander, spreading her arms out to the sides. She is about to take a swipe at Sol. Abel looks as enraged and determined to do battle as possible. The girl attacks the commander with a strong leg kick. Sol Einar puts her hand up and stops Abel's kick. Sol looks indifferent, praising Abel for a great kick, but it's not enough. Abel is extremely disappointed by this and doesn't expect to hear such criticism of herself. As Von Ariseal stands holding onto his bracelet, the commander's magical hands push Abel away so that she flies behind Von. Von Ariseal watches the commander's behavior with burning eyes. He emphasizes her killing power and a pace of battle he has not seen before. Because of the handcuff, Von can't use his power to its fullest. Face to face, he will lose. He's concentrating his magical energy, plotting something. He's going to sneak as close to the commander as possible and find a weak spot. He manages to fly through the monster's magical arms. While Tara holds the magical barrier, her partner in the back comments on the battle. He suspects that it is the volcano eruption skill. Tara watches with rapt attention and great interest. This skill can only be used by certain shamans. Von Ariseal absorbs energy, compresses it, and explodes it, traveling by blast wave. It also has tremendous speed. Von literally disappears from sight right in front of the commander with outgrown arms. The guy abruptly appears behind the sorceress, attacking her from the side of her back. He swings his arm, in which he concentrates a lot of magical power to strike and catch her. Apparently, the handcuffs are beginning to act to limit his power. They are restraining the magical energy. Von Ariseal squints at his hand in the bracelet and is frustrated that this is the moment they started working. Very bad timing. The sorceress points her magical arms at the guy, which completely envelop him and trap him. Salt restrains the guy with her sprouted hands and satisfyingly informs him that she knew he wouldn't disappoint her. At that age, he's reached great heights. But the commander doesn't advise fiddling with such techniques, and Von doesn't understand what she's trying to say. Sol Einar turns to Von and thanks him for the successful attempt, as she is attacked from behind by Abel. Out of surprise, Sol turns towards the Aratan clan girl and is surprised to see that she is already here. Abel takes a powerful swing of his arm and hits the sorceress with all his might. The blow leaves behind a powerful deluge of air. Von Aracel seizes the moment and frees herself from the sorceress' grasp. Those black sorceress tentacles continue to thrust towards the guys. The black magical tentacles catch Abel's hands, stopping her powerful strike. The girl looks at them anxiously, literally a centimeter away from the sorceress' flesh. Abel's hands, ready to strike, stop. The sorceress' tentacles form a funnel and hold Abel down, encircling her fist. Behind the tentacle funnel-shaped partition, the commander chuckles that Abel missed again. The tentacles slide apart and create a small slit so that half of Sol Einar's face can be seen. Abel almost hits the spot. Abel grins and tries to get out of the tentacle trap. She begs to be released. Sol Einar smiles excitedly and praises the guys for doing a pretty good job. She demands the boys put their best foot forward again. Von Aracel stares pensively at the floor. In the domed space of the main hall of the Open Air Association, pillars of air from the battle emanate. Von Aracel is out of breath and looks tired. Blood is streaming from his nose again. Von Aracel is in a semi-sitting position, trying to catch his breath, while Abel lies tiredly on the stone floor. The commander stands in the same pose and assumes the boys are surrendering. The sorceress brings a hand to her mouth thoughtfully and hopes for more. She thought they could show something more. Abel, panting, tries to shut Sol Einar's mouth so she doesn't gloat. The handcuff placed on Von Aracel's arm continues to do its duty of restraining the guy's strength. Von holds on to the handcuffed arm and realizes that with this bracelet, the arm is getting very numb. The cuff doesn't seem to be holding. After the first attempted attack, the guy's ideas are gone. The witch's tentacles block all sides and directions. Von Aracel's only one eye is glowing. He thinks Sul is invincible. This is what it means to be the commander of the Shaman Association. Sol Einar stands with a sinister face and ready to fight, while Von Aracel thinks about what to do next. Sol frustratedly rubs her neck with her hand and is displeased with the weakness of the candidates. The commander reminds the guys that in order for there to be a benefit to teamwork, they must not attack individually. Abel gets angry and replies that Von can't even fight properly because of the handcuffs on his arm. Abel plans to punch the commander once herself. Von Aracel mentally replies to her that that's exactly what she can't do. Sol Einar disappointedly lowers her head and covers her eyes, clarifying. Her brother will be upset. The boys sit obediently and listen to the commander's instructions. Sul talks about how they need to work in pairs. The sorceress thoughtfully folds her hands in a lock and clarifies that the mere presence of a partner can lead to a unique outcome. Only on a trusting relationship will they work together. Abel of the Aratan clan listens intently to Sul about the guys needing to open up to each other. Von Aracel, with an equally attentive face, hears from the sorceress that the boys have no one else to turn to in the exam. Abel expresses his understanding to her words, but it's not all that easy to do. Listening to the commander's words, Von Aracel realizes that she said the same thing about the partners that he did. The boy addresses Abel that he absolutely has to pass this exam. He looks towards the girl from the Aratan clan and informs her that he has a plan. He asks for her help. Abel looks back at Von Aracel's request incomprehensibly. Von Aracel tells his plan to Abel. She is not sure that such a thing is possible. He says that time is short and his strength is running out. Guy turns toward the commander and says they only have one shot at it. He hopes it all works out. Abel starts to absorb the energy and red flames form around her hand. The girl doesn't like to rely on luck. Abel is about to attack and informs her that their main thing is to strike. It's time to get started. The commander stands also with his tentacles spread out and asks the guys if they are ready. From the look on their faces, something has changed. Sol Einar extends his hand to the candidates, about to start the second round. The powerful punch causes the stone floor to explode again and a cloud of air to rise. Abel purposefully rushes somewhere, splitting the air around him with his energy. Sol reaches his scaly hand forward to stop the girl, who rushes head-on again. At one point, Abel stops, resting her hand with concentrated energy against the stone floor. The girl jumps up sharply and turns around, changing her trajectory. One of the sorceress's spikes whizzes by right in front of Abel's face, and she is alarmed. The girl tries with all her might to break through the attacking tentacles and move on. Abel looks around anxiously and thinks that she won't be able to get away from those spikes. She gets frustrated that she is not capable of doing more. As the girl tries to avoid the pincer's attack, two magical balls of energy appear from behind. Abel turns back to Von Erasil. She wonders why he's doing this. It's not like he doesn't have enough energy for what he's pulling off. The guy calmly and concentratedly puts his hand with the magic symbol forward and assures the girl that everything is fine for now. Sol Einar watches the candidates and tries to figure out their plan. They are probably trying to get away with flashbacks. Punches splintering across the stone floor of the large hall of the State Shaman Association. Abel appears right in front of the commander's face, and Sol extends his arm towards Abel. In Abel's hand, the energy in her blood starts to circulate intensely. She is going to concentrate all the power in her right hand. Her speed accuracy should be at its best. The girl is going to use Aratan's hunter's skill at Red Spear, concentrating the energy in her hand. Sol Einar thinks she knows all of Abel's moves by heart. She thinks the girl's move is stupid and doesn't understand the catch. The sorceress stands with her arm outstretched, assessing the situation and Abel's further actions. The distance is too great. Abel swings her right fist. The countdown begins to pick the perfect moment as Abel takes a swing. Von Erasil is looking to gather all his energy in one place, stretching his arm out in front of him. The countdown continues onward, and the guy begs the girl to wait just a little longer. The countdown ends and Von Erasil mentally utters a command of readiness to strike. A huge flash of blue energy appears, gathered into a small ball. Thanks to Von Erasil's collected energy and Abel's energy circulation, the girl manages to deliver a decisive blow, hitting Sol Einar right in the face. Hugo makes a surprised and stunned expression on her face, looking at all this. Huda's cigarette falls out of his mouth from shock. He too is surprised at what is happening. Tara goes into a shocked stupor and is as surprised as the others. Tara begins to run through their plan in her head. Von Erasil detonating a bomb behind Abel's elbow while finishing his punches, which he accelerated as much as possible. Sol Einar begins to fall from the resulting blow. Von did everything with filigree precision and in a short moment. Abel criticizes mentally her actions as she missed a bit. The sorceress's pincers begin to slide across the stone floor, crashing into it. Sol Einar is thrown backwards. She slides across the floor, flying off into the back wall. Abel smiles contentedly and satisfyingly, realizing that the commander is at least a little hurt. Sol Einar's mouth is bleeding from the hard blow. She has nothing to say. The sorceress carefully and gently wipes the blood on the corner of her lips with her finger. She is stunned and shocked. Sol didn't expect something like this to be possible. If the guys had hit and missed, she would have been in a lot of trouble. The commander folds his palms facing each other and expresses his satisfaction. Sol Einar glows with happiness and informs the boys that they are getting credit. From beyond the magical barrier comes sighs of relief and the end of the retake. Von Erasil falls to the floor from fatigue because he barely had time to accomplish what he had planned. The handcuff that had been restraining the lad's energy opens abruptly. The guy looks at his hand and feels much better than usual. He knows his limit now. He realizes that his body can only handle 10 minutes. Doesn't realize how it worked before. Abel holds out his hand to Von Erasil to help him stand up. The girl inquires about his well-being. Abel praises him for doing a good job. She is sure they did well. The magical barrier created by the examiners abruptly splits and disintegrates into shards. Sorceress Sol Einar pulls a brown leather glove over her hand. Tara approaches the commander and asks if she is all right. Sol agrees. She just hasn't used the force in a while. The commander strikes up a conversation about Abel. She has grown noticeably and isn't wasting any time. At one point, Sol Einar remembers him, expressing her sadness with her eyes. In a house with tall white windows and bright red curtains, someone is being sent somewhere. Sol Einar is sitting in a chair with a mug of some kind of drink and reading a book. A guy with white hair and wearing a fur jacket comes through the window. He has long white braids and fangs. He is leaving to join the second squad and will serve at the border. He and Seol won't be able to see each other. Guy says that Abel would like to go with him, but she doesn't belong there. Sol Einar clarifies if he wants to keep her here. The guy asks Sol for some kind of request. The guy asks the girl to look after her sister Abel while he is away. Sol Einar thoughtfully props her chin up with her hand and asks the guy if she will obey. Abel doesn't talk to anyone besides him. Abel stands with a toy dinosaur in his hands and cries. Her brother can't be there for her forever. She needs friends to help her through life. Something happened in his life and Abel's life, after which it will be hard for her to make friends. He really asks Seol to look out for her. Seol pretty much agrees. What won't you do for an old friend? But he owes her a favor. The commander thinks about the fact that Hell has nothing else to worry about. His little sister has grown up and become very strong. Abel gives a helping hand to Fawn and he takes it. The girl helps him to his feet. Seol thinks he is the right friend for Abel. The commander calls out to the guys about to break some news. They turn in her direction. Sol talks about how due to the retake, they have a lot of things piling up. Their comrades have gotten dorm rooms and have finished the formal aspects. The commander recommends that Fona and Abel heal. If anything, her colleagues will contact them. Abel says it will go away on its own. Sol Einar waves smilingly at the boys as a farewell. She knows they will see each other again. Abel turns around and is about to leave. Bond stands still, and a man with papers in his hands runs after the girl. The girl with the long braids is glad that at least today is over. She turns around to the commander with an angry look on her face and states that she won't give up so easily next time. Sol Einar accepts the challenge and is sure she will. She looks forward to it with anticipation. A large brown fan chandelier hangs in a room with blue walls and white ceilings. There is someone knocking on the door of one of the offices of the State Association. Sol Einar stands at a window with red curtains and looks in. Beer comes in to see her. The girl informs her partner the guys are better than she expected and asks him to take care of Fawn. Sol Einar abruptly smells something and a flash of bright purple energy in the form of lightning. Her aura becomes sinister and lets out thick spikes shrouded in a red-purple aura. Beer anxiously turns towards the commander, as if to ask with a look why this is happening. Sol covers her eye with her hand, where the flashes of purple energy are coming from. She reports that these flashes have been happening lately, when she has been using the Force. Veins swell on her face from anxiety and tension. She thinks and realizes that these flashes are for a reason. Outside is a beautiful blue-pink sky with a few black clouds. Sol realizes that something is about to happen. Standing there is a huge white building with tall green metal doors. They look very sturdy. Special Security Colony No. 5 under the 23rd Department of the State Shaman Association has a building standing like a cross. There is snow all around. In the colony building, long trails of blood can be seen on the green walls. Most of the guards in the room with the prison cells have been killed and are lying hanging all over the space. One of the association workers stands in a fighting stance with a bloody face. An opponent stands in front of him in tattered clothes. The man is defending the colony and is ready for battle, though he can barely stand on his feet. His magical symbols are already glowing on his hand. He asks who his opponents are. A blond man in tattered clothes says he likes the cocky look of his opponent. He suggests that one of the association shamans surrender and walk with him to stay alive. The shaman from the association with distraught eyes tries to figure out who they are. Why, out of the blue, they decide to call him to them. The man charges his fist with magical energy and is about to attack. He doesn't plan on letting his opponents out of here. He forms magical balls in his fists that look like barriers or bombs. He's not going to die here alone. The blond man regrets his choice and bids him farewell, intending to kill him. In the open air, a weapon swings into the colony room and a fight breaks out. Blood drips from the black tip of a staff, or someone's claw. Someone is being killed. A blond man in tattered clothes has a large claw instead of a hand, which he used to kill one of the shamans. He considers them weak. A bulky man with big muscles asks if it's over. The blond man calls for him to move on. A blond man in tattered clothes and a headband stands with a bloody claw. Behind him stands a monster with a blunt face. Their goal has been accomplished. Someone else appears behind them and expresses that he didn't expect them to kill all the cons. He calls the dumb monster disgusting. The blonde man turns around and says he doesn't want to leave witnesses. They will resist later. The purple-haired witch doctor from the train rubs his neck with his hand and thanks the blonde man for saving him. He was waiting for him. The huge building of the State Shaman Association is brightly lit by daylight and blue sky. 11 people are attending a meeting of the central headquarters of the State Shaman Association, one of whom is giving a presentation. The presenter reports that at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, 2 unidentified men entered the grounds of the maximum security colony. All the staff members were killed along with the inmates. Someone with rings on his hand is aggressively and viciously pounding his fist on the table and swearing. Eban Leontaine is the deputy commander of the association's first squad. He is extremely pleased that the shamans are dying of unknowns and haven't even turned on the emergency lights. One of the councilmen is going to harass him because he's sitting in his father's place. Aban should choose his expressions towards his co-workers. Gregory is the commander of the third squad and claims that the perpetrators planned everything carefully. When the headquarters suspected something wrong, they were no longer there. The man leading the presentation specifies that within 2 hours of the attack, the security system and the communication apparatus failed. He shows footage of a blond man and his bulky companion standing near the dead colony workers. This is the last footage that could be obtained. Because of the poor quality, it is impossible to recognize the faces. One of them appears to be carrying a sword, while the other is a giant about 3 meters tall. Sira, the deputy commander of the second unit, says that if the criminals manage to kill the colony chief, they're not easy. Maybe they were hired by the bandits. A man in a white shirt says that thanks to the analysis of the corpses, we can say that the criminals are not shamans, but sorcerers. The man is Romain White, commander of the 4th Squad of the Shamans Association. Eban Leontaine sits next to Sira and wonders why they attacked the colony in the first place. The presenter informs them that they have recognized their purpose. They show a picture of a witch doctor with purple hair. His name is Racid. He was detained 2 days ago because of a train raid. His corpse was missing, so he's the target. Sira notices that judging by the cohesiveness of the criminals, there were more than 2. This is a first for sorcerers. Eban also notices one detail. Within a couple of days, they managed to find where the association had placed the prisoner and planned the kidnapping. He suspects that a mole, a traitor, sits among them. His eyes light up blue thoughtfully and maliciously. Romain tries to reassure Eban. You shouldn't be so critical of all this. Someone with gray hair disagrees with him and confirms Eban's words. The gray-haired Elisa Beatrice, the head of the State Association of Shamans, says that there could be a traitor even among those sitting here. The woman emphasizes that the plans now must be different. Criminals can't be let out of the border. All the squad leaders listen carefully to the order of the head of the association, which is that all members of the association must be on maximum alert. Elisa gives orders to Sira that as the second squad leader, she should give orders at the border where not a single fly should pass through. Elisa turns to Sol Einar and orders her 5th squad to catch these criminals. Sol has no questions about the order. She sits confident and calm, while Beer stands silently by her side. Eban asks the head with disdainful surprise if she is sure of her decision about the 5th squad. He is certain that there is a traitor among them, and clearly and obviously alludes to the commander of the 5th squad, as she too is a sorceress. Sol is indifferently silent and listens to Eban's suspicions about her and Beer. She pensively props her chin up with her hand and grins at Eban. So young and already making political rumblings like his father. Eban Leontaine's head snaps up, and he bangs both hands on the table in a frenzy, but Elisa stops him. The head of the association pensively reasons that they could be attacked at any minute. Sending the entire core team on a stakeout is irrational. She thinks that Seol is the best tracker. Aban is extremely annoyed by the situation, and Grigori smiles wryly. Alice Beatrice announces with an important and thoughtful look that she will send additional instructions separately and ends the council. All the members and commanders of the association go about their business after the council, and Iban mutters to himself. Sol Einar stands at the exit of the office, where Alice Beatrice is sitting in the center chair. She'll be back quickly, so there's nothing to worry about. Alice warns Sol that these criminals are most likely connected directly to the scythe. She also adds that if all of this is true, then Sol's father Einar is also involved. Sol replies indifferently that a mission is a mission, and she doesn't think about the rest. Sol Einar leaves the office and heads somewhere on the marble floor. Sol, along with Beer, turns to the guys in her fifth squad to see if they've heard about everything. She squints her eyes excitedly and clarifies that this time the situation will unfold in a serious way. Sol, Beer, Hugo, Tara, and Huda are going to go in search of the criminals and catch them. In the dormitory hall of the Shaman Association with the blue windows, the rookies with credits are asked to change into their uniforms and line up outside the third headquarters building. Dante Cloy stands in uniform in front of Anna, who is still recovering from his injuries. She says the uniform looks good on him. She thanks Dante that now she won't be embarrassed to look her family in the eye. She covers her eyes contentedly and promises that she will make it next time, and Dante suggests she back out. Dante tells her that he knows how much she dislikes standing in the ranks of the shamans, and so far has only done it all because of him. He assures Anna that he has become much stronger, and she can no longer do something she doesn't personally enjoy. He says goodbye to her and promises to come visit his family sometime. The girl listens attentively to Dante. He stands with his back to Anna, and she asks him if he said everything he wanted to say and why he's leaving. Anna agrees with what Dante says. She always knew she was the least suited for the job. But thanks to meeting and talking to Von Arisil, she has changed her mind and wants to stick around a little longer. Anna promises Dante that she will return soon, and this time of her own free will. Dante is satisfied with this conversation and heads purposefully in the other direction. Von Arisil has his own room, now signed with his name on the door and numbered 310. The guy is trying to adjust the shirt on his shoulder because the uniform is a little small for him. Von Arisil adjusts the cuffs on his sleeves. It seems to fit. He's going somewhere because it's time for him to move out. The gang of Banza, Rev, and Seema are dressed in shaman uniforms and are heading somewhere. Seema brags that she and Rev have spilled so much blood to wear these uniforms. Rev thinks Seema is acting like a redneck. An altercation ensues. Seema says that Rev is trying to stand out as much as he is. Rev has swapped his Panama hat for glasses. For him, the first day of school is very important, and these limited edition glasses he has prepared especially for this day. Seema laughs at him, and if the other guys see Rev's eyes, they will definitely be shocked. Buns tells them to shut up. Bans jokes at Seema and tells him to stop the dumb talk and he should get ready for the funeral. Rev continues Ban's joke and tells Seema that the guy he ran over then was that famous shaman. Seema can't believe his ears and thinks it hasn't been confirmed yet. He's too squishy, but he still gets first place in the exam. Buns isn't going to solve anything for them. Seema won't believe what they say about this shaman until he sees it for himself. Seema thinks that this famous guy might not be so cool in real life. Suddenly, the very same Von Arisil appears right in front of them. Seema freezes in stupor and surprise. Ban squints his eyes contemptuously as he looks at Von. Von Arisil steps forward in front of the gang, and Seema falls to the floor in surprise. The guys wonder where he came from, and Von Arisil doesn't even know who they are. Bans shyly rubs the back of his head and reminds Von that they've seen each other before. I think Von Arisil is starting to recognize him. Von Arisil remembers Bans from when he was there in the waiting room during the altercation. Bans once again introduces himself to the guy, and the guy introduces himself back. Bans hears that Von is the tough guy. Rev suggests that Von be friends and forget that awkward incident. Von definitely won't regret being friends with them since Bans has a famous father. Judging by the muscles on his arms and red tank top, Abel approaches, who suspects the gang of conspiracy. Buns denies her speculation and excuses herself by saying that she only wants to fraternize with her new comrades. She confidently puts her hands in her pockets and asserts that Buns is no adversary to Fawn at all. He shouldn't be doing mischief. Rev thinks about what Buns has said repeatedly about Abel and is surprised that it's a girl. Buns asks Abel to go easy on him and make fewer jokes. Seema looks at the guys from the side and is very surprised at the aura they have. It's immediately obvious it's not just nerves fraying. The top 3 shamans on this course who are the most powerful are Fawn, Abel, and then Buns. Abel and Fawn walk into the large auditorium of the State Shaman Association, where the other students are already seated. A man with pink hair is lying on a table and sleeping. He is dreaming about something. Vaughn sees that everyone has already arrived, and they are the last ones here. His attention is drawn to Dante Cloy sitting at one of the desks in the auditorium. Dante Cloy feels Vaughn's gaze on him and turns in his direction. He is not very happy to see him here. Abel approaches Vaughn and asks if he knows the guy. Vaughn tries to remember his name and wonders if his wounds are healing. Dante Cloy looks away from them resentfully. Abel notices that he's ignoring Von Arasil. Someone leans a hand on the table and is about to sit next to Dante because honors students already go with honors students. It's Roy Essiford. He sits down next to Dante Cloy and belts out that they alone are poor and miserable. Dante Cloy sprays Roy and asks what he's up to again. Roy wonders how long Dante has been holding grudges. Dante is offended by his words. Roy Essiford isn't going to fight, but instead offers friendship to survive among the bright stars. He says that they are both from simple families with no famous relatives. Oh, and he doesn't like Dante very much. Dante is insulted but listens intently. Dante Cloy remembers Anna's words when she asked him to change his character and not abandon those who first reached out to him. In the end, Dante agrees with Roy Essiford. A blue-haired guy asks what his name is. Some man in black boots strides across the wooden floor into the auditorium. The guy has a bald head that glistens in the daylight. He's thinking about something. The bald guy is standing in front of the door to the large auditorium. He wants to make a first impression on everyone. He concentrates magical power in his fist, and with all his might, he hits the door so that it breaks and breaks through. He flies into the auditorium with a cheer. Buns, Vaughn, and Abel, along with the rest of the shamans, sit in utter shock and stare at the guy who walked in with his fist. Someone from Buns' gang confirms that someone blew the doors off. Abel asks the entire audience who the crazy idiot is. The bald guy has a little stubble on his chin. He claims that there are a lot of handsome guys in this class. The bald guy's name is Batu. He's the coach of the 3rd squad of the State Shaman Association. He's going to mentor these guys for a year. Rev wonders what this coach is being forced to do, that he has that kind of appearance in a year. Von Arasil doesn't quite understand why they need him. Batu's mentor makes a lightning-fast pen movement, aided by his magical power. Something flies past Rev and Von Arasil's face and breaks the wooden tables behind them. Rev turns around in shock at the break in the wood. Batu claims to have excellent hearing. He won't stand for it a second time. Mentor claims the baldness is a hairstyle. Roy Essiford is a little embarrassed, as if his baldness is such a big deal. Bald mentor Batu puts his hands in a lock and is about to tell the guys about the association's training system. All the shamans listen intently to the new coach. Batu confirms that all the boys have completed the 6-year course at the shaman schools and have successfully passed the final exam here. He unfolds the projection screen and tells them to finally get membership in the association. They need to pass the last gate. He shows the hierarchy of shamans under the association. Right now, they are at level 0. To become official shamans, they need to be in the preparatory course for at least a year. Buns raises his hand up and asks why they need to take such a long course if the association needs fighters now. The theory was given to them in school, and they showed the practice in the exam. Bald Batu partially agrees with Buns. They had confirmed potential and talent, but were still weak compared to the shamans of the association. Batu argues with excitement and confidence that it's all from the fact that the boys just don't have the experience to do it. Batu's mentor's words echo throughout the large auditorium. The applicants who have passed the exam are listening attentively to the coach. He is sure that some of them have already caught bandits. Here, the brutal assassin knights await them, and the monsters they saw in the ruins are still a small part. Demonic spirits of the highest level await them. Von Erasile, Abel, and Dante Cloy listen to Batu with disdain and fear in their eyes about the fact that sorcerers are growing in number, and some know firsthand what it's like to fight them. In the preparatory phase, the students are waiting for operations to capture criminals and explore the ruins. Various monsters and spirits await them, and their task is to gain as much experience as possible. Batu, confidently and keeping his hands locked, informs that the first assignment was to explore the ruins with the third squad, but due to an accident, the plans changed. The bald Batu has a piercing above his eyebrow. He smirks and informs them that the association will not give an official statement. But the students are now members of the association too. They should know. Abel and Von Erasile look at the mentor suspiciously and wait for his statement. He informs the boys about an incident in a high-security colony where more than 20 shamans of the association were killed. Batu informs them that the perpetrators fled in an unknown direction, but each of them was a first-class sorcerer. Von and Abel are genuinely shocked by this. Abel is surprised by what he says, and there are questioning exclamations and murmurs of whispering in the audience. Batu says that the target of the sorcerers was the same witch doctor who took part in the train raid. Von Erasile recalls this monster. Batu confidently points his thumb at himself. The association has declared the first level of danger, so the students will also participate in the operations. Roy Esseford is shocked that all this is on the first day of school. Batu hopes that the students won't have to personally fight the criminals, but they need to be on their guard. Batu is about to pull something out of his inside pocket and is going to check out who and what the students are capable of. Even though he got the credentials of each student, but the abilities like to check personally. He doesn't want to break the annual tradition. He pulls out thin sticks from his pocket, and with the help of a draw, the students will choose their opponent and then have a one-on-one competition. Von Erasile is surprised at this outcome, that out of the blue a one-on-one competition would begin. Abel expresses his interest in what is happening with excitement and a smile. All of the students, along with their mentor, move to the large hall of the State Shaman Association. Von Erasile looks up pensively, thinking about the fact that everything is so immediate and on the first day. Well, where can you go? It's an official program. He turns around at the exclamation of the mentor, ordering the students to line up. Abel asks Uncle Batu to change her opponent, since she's not interested in anyone but Fawn. Batu looks at Abel with interest, realizing that she is the one from the Ara-Tan clan. He doesn't care who the opponent is anyway, so Abel asks for another opponent change. Batu points his finger at the girl and orders her to line up. No changes can be made. He also demands to be called Coach. Abel turns away from the coach and calls him meticulous. Batu is angry, and if it weren't for his superiors, he would have put Abel in his place. The students hold a formation, and Batu addresses them with the rules of the competition. Von Erasile fights Seema from Banza and Rev's gang. 5 minutes are given for the fight. Riva fights a girl with short black hair. During the fight, either one surrenders or is eliminated due to incapacitation. A guy in a dark gray jacket fights Buns. The trainer can stop the fight at any time. Dante is fighting Roy. The coach authorizes any violent action. Braina fights Abul of Aratan. Murder is ruled out during the battle. Batu points his finger at the students with aggressive excitement and asks them to show him special abilities that he will take into account when assigning squads. Batu's mentor's shout echoes throughout the hall. He demands a response from the students who have figured it out. Seema ends up shrinking into himself and is scared. He thinks he's in trouble. Riva grabs Seema by the shoulders and taunts him that it was Von Erasile who got him. Banz tries to reassure Seema that all these rumors about Von are contrived. Seema tries to believe him. Rev continues to taunt Seema and asks him not to die, and Seema gags him. Roy Esiford states the fact that Dante is fighting him again and suggests that they should behave more emotionlessly. They're not children. Dante Cloy looks back in Von Arisil's direction, for he took first place in the exam. Von Arisil rubs his working hand, and Dante is about to test his abilities. Von Arisil stands still and thinks about something while the others prepare for the competition. Seema and Von stand across from each other, with Batsu standing between them. He is about to start their fight. Seema's fight against Von. Von stands indifferent and calm, while Seema is very worried and looks at Von with fear. The rest of the students stand behind the balcony of the Great Hall and watch the scene below. Buns notices that Seema is getting on his nerves right now. Rev replies to him that it's obvious because of who his opponent is. Abel sits next to Dante, upset and frustrated because she was supposed to fight Von, not Seema. Seema looks towards Von Arisil with fear in her eyes and in utter bewilderment. Von Arisil has a confident attitude and looks back at Seema with complete calmness. Seema briefly concentrates the magical energy in her fist and swings it at Von Arisil. Von Arisil doesn't expect such a surprise attack from him. Seema uses her magical energy to organize a smokescreen in front of him. Von Arisil bounces back from the smokescreen, and Seema disappears into it with the ends already in it. Von Arisil looks up at Seema and realizes that the latter wants to know what action he will take. Von thinks back to Sol and realizes that he has an obligation to learn something. Through the smokescreen, Von Arisil can be seen concentrating the energy in his hand in the form of a ball. Von compresses the energy and then takes aim. He is using the minimum amount of power and is going for maximum effect. Von, with all the gathered magical energy, releases the ball directly at Seema, but it is not there. Von Arisil looks in surprise to where Seema was standing behind the smokescreen and realizes that he has disappeared. The black-haired guy looks up and realizes that Seema has not disappeared. Seema appears right above Von and takes a strong swing with his palms together. Buns watches the guys and confirms that Von is attacking from a distance, and for Seema, this is serious. Seema goes full out and with a serious, pouty face attacks Von from above. Von Arisil looks down at him and thinks this is about to get funny. Von Arisil stores and holds the magical energy between his palms and doesn't plan to use any strong holds. He watches to see what Seema will do. Von Arisil begins to glow almost all blue and creates a magical figure above him. This magical figure is a shield that covers Von completely and reflects Seema's strike. Von Arisil watches Seema and realizes that he is having a hard time holding on. He is strong. During the punch, Seema realizes that Von's shield is very strong, like a shell. Seema squats right on top of Von's shield and demands him to show what he can do. It's not like he's going to sit there forever. Seema begins to concentrate even more magical energy in his palms. Otherwise, he will force Von to get out of there. Seema tenses his palms and uses the power skill Powerful Strike, resting his hands in a shield. Some kind of vibration emanates from the protective ball around Von, with Seema sitting on it. The mentor watches the fight and assumes a shockwave is being used. Some of the competing guys start to step from foot to foot. Von Arisil is trying to keep his shield underneath Seema to the last man. Seema realizes that he is succeeding in his planned move and warns that Von will be dizzy for a while. Von's shield begins to crack. The most important thing for any shaman is controlled communication with spirit. If the shaman loses focus, the balance is upset. The force loses power. Seema uses Powerful Strike to try to break Von's shield, which begins to crack. Von realizes that his protective shield is breaking down, and Seema's strike takes effect. At the spot where Seema and Von were doing battle, a massive explosion erupts and raises a pillar of dust. Riva observantly states that Seema manages to contain it. It may even succeed in defeating it. Abel watches with interest and wants Von to prove himself. He needs to stop prevaricating. A lot of dust rises around the mentor in the large association hall. Batu waves the dust away from his face with his hands and notices how dusty it is around him. The dust rises under the very open roof of the Great Hall and drifts into the sky. Seema kneels in front of Von Arisil. The dust slowly begins to dissolve into the air and disappear. Dante Cloy and Roy Asiford watch from the balcony and notice that the attacker appears wounded and battered. Seema twitches his eye nervously and curses under his breath. He looks shaken. He didn't expect Vaughn to be so tough. Von Erizil arrogantly and haughtily looks down at Seema. At the end, Vaughn destroyed the shield on purpose, and Seema couldn't get a proper strike. After all this, Vaughn blasted the shards of the shield and launched a counterattack at Seema. Seema sits up, resting her hand on the stone floor. Vaughn realized a complicated scheme in a short time. He calls him a monster. Seema observantly states that the explosion happened at a short distance, so Vaughn's punch also reached. Besides, the power of his blow is weak. Seema wipes his mouth with his hand and thinks he still has a chance to win. He asks for a continuation. Vaughn holds on to the wrist of his hand with the symbol and suggests Seema to attack. There is some sort of explosion again on the stone floor in the Great Hall of the Shaman Association. Seema takes a run-up and moves towards Vaughn to attack. Small magical balls emanate all around. Seema runs away to dodge Vaughn's attacks. Again he does a blast from a distance. Vaughn's blasts hit Seema on the cheek, but he doesn't give up unless he hits vital points. He can't be defeated by that. Vaughn stands confidently with his arm outstretched at Seema and mentally smirks at him. Von Erizil creates a shield around himself again, and Seema tries to pierce it with the same technique. Seema holds onto Vaughn's shield with both hands and smirks at the guy's identical moves. He claims he can't take him down with that. Seema's hand has no problem penetrating right through the shield to the inside of his space. Seema has no trouble getting inside the space beneath Vaughn's shield ball. Vaughn holds the shield to the last, and notices that there is more than just a shockwave coming from Seema. Vaughn's whole body is shaking. Seema begins to rejoice in his accomplishment and is sure he hit it right on the mark this time. He shatters Vaughn's shield and asks him contentedly how much longer he can hold out. Vaughn struggles to his feet and begins to fall backwards with his arm out in front of him, while Seema continues to step on him. Seema continues to dodge Vaughn's blasts and notices that he is barely on his feet anymore, but continues to attack. Seema gains confidence and continues the swing. Let Vaughn stall for time, but it doesn't help him. Seema thinks about next steps and realizes that if he doesn't use his shield at short range, he will dominate. Seema surrounds himself with an aura of magical energy and steps towards Vaughn, with Vaughn standing right in front of him with his arm outstretched. Vaughn directs a stream of energy at Seema and notices that Seema is holding his punches with one body. He doesn't have an easy stamina. At first it seems like he's acting chaotically, without a plan of action, but Seema is actually moving away from the blows very elegantly. Vaughn is trying to figure out what he needs to do to break this guy down. Vaughn slips and starts falling to the stone floor because he's barely on his feet as it is. Von Erizil falls on his back, unable to stand on his feet. He needs to find Seema's vulnerability. Seema continues to attack and realizes that he has managed to hit him twice, and all that is left is to finish him off while he has the chance. Seema confidently puffs himself up and aggressively shouts that victory is his. A strong magical aura emanates from him. Vaughn stands motionless and slumps. It's as if he is tired and completely exhausted in front of Seema. Von Erizil tries to raise his head and continue the fight to win. Von Erizil begins to swing his arm, concentrating his energy and planning his punch. Von Erizil claims that Seema is getting too overexcited. Seema is offended by such words and stands in a stupor. Von Erizil raises an energy magic veil and wants to use the grenade skillet. Von Erizil gets down on one knee on the stone floor and strikes Seema, whose head seems to fly upwards. Seema throws her head back with thoughts in her head about how Vaughn lost his balance and fell, how he was able to group up and strike so quickly. Abel watches Vaughn as if in love and with interest, and comments that he has hit the spot. There's definitely no getting up here. Rev comments on Seema's actions by saying that he's really hit, and Buns thinks he shouldn't have let his guard down. Mentor expresses his opinion that it's time to end the fight as Seema lies defeated on the floor. Batu thinks with interest that Vaughn pretended to swing on purpose to expose Seema's vulnerable spot. He thinks that Sima isn't a weak guy either. He's just unlucky with his opponent right now. Sima is defeated, and Van stands over him and exhales in relief. He is calm and unemotional. Fan Erisil wins the first group of the Shaman Association competition. He looks tired and thinks about the fact that he almost got pumped up. The doctors appear in the hall of the Shaman Association and pick up Sima and are about to carry her out of here. Sima turns to Fan and is about to ask him one question that interests him. He is curious to find out how Fan managed to aim his chin aptly at the end. Normally, you can't see anything in front of your nose thanks to the striking technique. Fan calmly agrees with what Sima is now telling him on the matter. The doctors try to pull Sima away, and he starts twitching to finish talking to Van. Fan shyly rubs his neck and replies that it just so happens. It was just a gut feeling. Sima squirms a misunderstanding and annoyed face, and he has nothing to reply to Fan's words. He covers his eyes unhappily and thinks it's all nonsense. He doesn't believe this black-haired guy. Sima remains satisfied, thinking that the competition was great. He suggests that Fan forget all past offenses. Fan looks after him and doubts that they have seen each other before. Sima is very talkative even when he is wounded. Rev and Buns stand on the balcony and discuss the guys' contest that took place. Rev thinks the rumors about Fan are overblown, even though the last attack was nothing. Rev continues to reason that Sima got too overexcited and relaxed. Bans is embarrassed for him because he was looking at the wrong thing. All the other students have already realized that Fan stopped the movement of spirits around him for the duration of the battle, used minimal force, and acted purely on wits. Bans recounts the guy's fight and says that Van was up against Sime, a specialist in ranged attacks. He seized the moment and made a counterattack. Van is agonizingly dizzy, and Bans looks at him with interest. Only a shaman of great experience manages to use power so professionally. Bans turns to Rev and reminds him that it's his turn to compete. Rev is about to go downstairs and start the fight, adjusting his glasses. He's ready to show what he can do. A shy girl with short black hair modestly walks down towards Revan. The orders and exclamations of Baru's mentor echo throughout the large hall. The second round begins immediately. Batu begins yelling at the top of his voice that the second group needs to prepare for the competition. The second round is a fight between Lev and Henna. Lev claims that she is his type. Batu announces them to each other as the second group. Lev reaches his hand out to the girl to befriend her. The girl bows to him as a sign of honor and familiarity and introduces her name, Henna. Lion is surprised. They are the same age. Lion shyly rubs his neck with his hand and suggests they fight without causing each other problems. He thinks Henna is cute. Lev suggests to her that he will just stand there without attacking or defending himself. Batu slaps him on the back. Dante Cloy asks Roy if he has already seen Henna in those very ruins at the exam. Roy recalls what happened at the exam. Henna then passed out in the 10th second from the start of the exam. He is surprised that she didn't appear anywhere after that, but when he got to the second altar, she was already there. Dante suspects it's her skillet. Henna seems very sweet and shy. Roy suspects that she is using either teleportation or flew over the ruins. Batu reports that they lost 20 seconds because of Lev. The second group's competition begins. He raises his hand up and confidently announces the start of the competition between Lev and Henna. Lev and Henna begin to concentrate magical energy in their hands to begin the fight. Lev concentrates magical energy in his hands in the form of a small flame. He promises Henna that he is not one of those monsters that came out before. He is a gentleman. The lion creates a chain of small magical orbs in front of him. His eyes begin to burn bright blue, so bright that you can see even through his glasses. Lev is about to use the all-purpose spirit bomb and spreads his hands in front of Henna. Henna grabs her working arm extended forward. She realizes that she needs to protect herself from a ranged strike. She creates a small, loose magical shield in front of her to ward off Lev's blows. She squirms in front of her shield and hopes she's doing it right. Lev makes the chain of orbs denser and more concentrated. He asks Henna's permission for more powerful blows. Lev swings his arms and throws the bomb balls from his chain forward at Henna. Henna stands behind her small shield and is discouraged as several spirit bombs fly at her. She realizes that his strike is now much stronger than it was. She will not be able to resist. Henna crosses her arms in front of her face to cover herself and avoid the blow. Batu watches and notices that the bespectacled lion is also a specialist in ranged combat. These head-on fighters are nothing of the sort, but their ability to control spirits is much more developed. These ranged fighters are the first to strike and are much more necessary. The lion looks like a fool, but he's worth something. He lowers his arms and stops to assess the situation. Henna seems to have fallen. Lev asks if Henny is okay. Batu looks doubtfully in Henna's direction. Henna is sitting on the stone floor, surrounded by a magical aura. She clings to her side and giggles. Abel watches everything from the sidelines and wonders how this girl managed to pass the exam at all. Abel is already starting to get angry that Henna is bullying them. She's no competition for anyone at all. Vaughn sits at the balcony, railing exhausted. Vaughn looks at Henna and realizes that this is the ceiling of her abilities. She doesn't block power, but she wouldn't pass the exam that way. She's hiding something. Lion rubs his neck, confused, and doesn't know what to do next. He asks Henna if she is going to continue. Henna tries to get to her feet and assures him that everything is fine and she is ready to continue. Henna looks hurt and assures him that she can't hit the dirt with her face at all. She just needs to exert herself a little more. Bright daylight with blue skies illuminate the large hall of the Shaman Association. Lion suggests that Henna strike at least once, and he will just stand there and not do anything about it. From outside comes a shout from Batu's mentor that he can't just stand idly by. Batu gets angry because Henna is recognized as the best among the others. He demands an explanation from her. The lion turns in his direction and asks what he should do. Henna is no match for him. Batu says that time hasn't run out yet, and she won't give up. If Lion wants to finish the competition, he should win. Lion calls Batu inhuman. Henna puts her hand forward and concentrates her magical energy in it. A large ball of magical energy flies past Lev's face and lightly grazes his cheek. Lev is discouraged and wonders what the hell is going on right now. Henna is scarred, but demands to continue. She holds her hand out towards her opponent. The lion gathers his magical energy into a large, dense ball. He has no choice because she is not going to give up. Lion directs this dense ball towards Henna. He will try to finish quickly and painlessly. Henna watches the ball flying at her and realizes that she needs to defend herself now. Henna doesn't have time to do anything, and the ball hits her right in the stomach, leaving a trail of energy behind it. That ball does damage to Henna, and the impact makes her cough. That was too fast. Lion is upset that Henna has fallen again from his blow. He hopes that she has had enough. Batu assures Lev that this is not the end and he should wait for developments. Henna lies face down on the stone floor with her last strength and tries to get up. She is not giving up yet. Batu takes a quick step towards the girl, calling her babe. He is going to help her or talk to her about something. He picks up his clipboard and assures her that he is aware of her abilities. Henna is still in her attempts to get to her feet. Batu doesn't realize if she's doing it on purpose or not, but she needs to prove herself. He assures her that he doesn't care how she behaves in battle, but what she's shown now is below average, and she's in danger of expulsion. Batu informs her that if she doesn't show her ability, it's an expulsion. Henna apologizes to her coach. Henna picks up her amulet that hangs around her neck. It only helps her when it sees fit, so it is not frivolous. She squeezes the amulet in her hands with all her might, and an aura of magical energy appears around her. It's about time. Batu is satisfied with her answer and future behavior, so she must prove herself worthy of being a member of the association. Batu raises his hand up as a sign to continue the battle of the competition. Henna bows to her opponent. The lion clutches his head in bewilderment and does not understand why she continues since she is not his opponent. Leo thinks that she purposely started this on purpose to make him a scapegoat. Sparks of blue magical energy begin to emanate from the girl, and her aura has changed drastically. Henna is talking to someone in her head and addressing someone. She apologizes for calling him out again. She feels like coping on her own. Around her neck hangs a wooden amulet in the shape of an owl, similar to a ritual doll. She realizes that without it, Hana is worthless. Roy, Dante, and Cheon-un are watching the guys. Roy turns to Dante to see if he's seeing what he's seeing. Buns is greatly surprised that Leb is in the possession of such a hopeless girl. Abel grins and realizes that this is it, that secret weapon of Hana's. Batu lifts his head up, observing the aura around him. It's the first time he's seen someone wielding such power. Amidst the bright blue, dense aura of magical energy, the outline of some creature appears. A huge demonic spirit in the shape of a bird appears above Hana, emitting simply incredible power and strength. The amulet begins to glow around Hana's neck, and she apologizes because it's going to hurt a little. The ruins in the sands are unknown structures that have been passed down from generation to generation. The members of the association explore the ruins, which are important to the organization. They hold a history from the time of the forest spirits. The shamans find a staff of some sort, completely bandaged. Even the very presence of unexplored ruins is significant. The most important thing about the ruins are the enchanted artifacts. There is a powerful force embedded in them. This power is dangerous to humans, but that's why it draws them to it. Shamans have never learned to control them, but there are lucky people who manage to control them, but the artifacts choose their own master. Such artifacts are kept under the strict supervision of the association until such lucky ones appear. In the association, only a few have managed to gain control over the artifacts, but their trust is truly worth it. Having an artifact in the possession of such people makes them almost invincible. Lion is shocked by what Hana is giving off. He thinks it's a dream. Peaceful competition, though. Lion forms a chain of bombs again in the same pattern. He wonders if she really is the owner of the artifact. Lion is about to use the spirit bombs at maximum power and spreads his arms out in front of him. He is about to attack the girl and apologizes for it. His most important thing is to get the owner with his punch. The girl stands motionless under the protection of her artifact bird, and the lion is raring to attack, but warns that it will hurt a little. Hana begins to twist her magical energy in her hands and calls the bird Garuda. The girl orders the Garuda to summon a level 2 wind, and the bird prepares to do a wingspan. The bird is very huge, and its demonic spirit exudes an incredibly bright blue light from itself. The Garuda makes a mighty flap of its wings and dissolves all of the opponent's spirit bombs. The lion stands in shock and wonders how he managed to disarm all of his bombs with one flap of his wings. The lion becomes very worried and frightened by this turn of events in the battle. A whirlwind from Garuda's second-level wind lifts Lev up above the girl. The vortex becomes so powerful and strong that it reaches the ceiling of the Great Hall. This power and strength shatters the glass ceiling of the Shaman Association Hall. Benz thinks about the connection between Garuda and Hana is astounding. Now he is not surprised by his father's obsession with this artifact. Abel marvels that Hana is such a cutie on the outside, but is actually very ruthless. Von Erisiel, as usual, doesn't comment on the situation and just closes himself off from the wind coming from the battle. The whirlwind from Garuda's second-level wind blows all the dust and debris around him. The lion is lying on the stone floor in the association hall. He seems to be defeated in this battle. He can't move and is obviously injured. He is frustrated with himself and realizes that things are crappy. The wounded and exhausted Lev is approached by his mentor Batu to clarify his condition. Batu asks if he's ready to continue fighting, since he hasn't lost consciousness. Lev thinks he's joking. Sweet Hana stands under Garuda's protection, and Lev asks how one can fight such a monster. He gives up. Hana turns to Garuda because the contest ends here. The girl thanks her spirit for his help and informs him that he can go. The competition of the second group of the Lion Shaman Association against Hana is over. The winner is Hana. The girl stands in some bewilderment and looks at her hand. She doesn't seem to understand anything yet. Abruptly, the girl is given some kind of shock, and she shyly oops over something. The girl rushes over to Lev and tries to see if he's okay. Batu turns around on her. She is very sorry for what happened. She didn't plan that much. They turned out all by themselves. On her way to her mentor and rival, Hannah stumbles abruptly and almost falls off her feet. The girl stumbles and falls straight face first into the stone floor in front of everyone. The girl lies motionless on the stone floor in the Shaman Association Hall. Batu pulls a walkie-talkie out of his pocket and claims that Hannah is losing consciousness. Who is the winner then? Batu's mentor contacts someone on the radio and asks for medical personnel to be sent here. Roy Esiford calls the mentor a dark horse because Batu knew all the abilities beforehand. Why the competition then? Dante Cloy reflects on the power of the artifacts being inferior to that of the examiners. Roy Esiford scratches his head and thinks Hannah showed her power early. What do the other contestants think? Roy Esiford says that Cheon and Banza are competing next and points his finger at Cheon. He tells Dante that Cheon has a face like a gorilla. He doubts that Cheon is the same age as him and the others. Cheon can't hear anything around him and is seriously focused on something. The medics carry Lev away on a stretcher, and Batu asks how he's feeling. The wound is shallow, and the girl just passed out. Lev lies wounded and thinks about what a shame this is. A cute little girl, and such a formidable attack. The lion suddenly begins to smile to himself, and thinks that he is lucky on the contrary. Thanks to this, he won't have to fight Bans, and unlucky whoever gets him. Batu announces the third group, Bans Rediford and Cheon. Bans responds to his mentor's call. Bans pulls his hand out of his pocket, almost forgetting about the competition while he was eyeing Hannah's artifact. He suggests that Cheon just stretch out and leave the business for later. Cheon doesn't say anything back to Ban's suggestion and just kneads his fists. At this time in the northern part of Merlance, Austin, something is happening in the heart of the slum. A man with a cigar in his teeth and gold rings on his hands counts out a wad of money. He reports that all prices have skyrocketed. The healer from the trip and his blonde male savior walk past some ATMs discussing the skyrocketing prices in the market. The purple-haired healer complains about the terrible stench in these slums, and the blonde man demands he walk in silence. Amidst the gray and dull high-rise buildings in the slum, snow begins to fall. The healer from the trip wonders where the blonde is taking him and demands to be told. The blonde leads him to the iron doors of some room, near which stands a man in a suit and with blue hair. The guy with blue hair notices the man and grabs his sword, which is hanging behind his back. The blonde guy stops him and pulls out some paper with drawings on it. The blonde man informs him that they have come to see the boss of the man with blue hair. He shows him a drawing with some kind of symbol on it. The man looks at the witch doctor and the blonde guy calmly and thoughtfully. The guy apologizes for the misunderstanding and invites them in. The boss sits in a room at the end of the hallway. The blonde man tells the witch doctor to move forward. The man with purple hair thinks the boss sent the blonde man after him. The blonde man and the witch doctor walk wide and fast down the stone-walled hallway. The medicine man thinks about what this place is. The blonde man doesn't explain anything to him, but he is sure they are all standing on the same dark side. The man approaches a stone archway passage, no doors, and red writing on the walls. There are some sounds coming from a room beyond this approach. In the room sits a man with huge muscles, pumped up and tattooed. The blonde man clarifies that it was a mistake to send him beforehand. He's all loose. The tattooed guy is very surprised to see the blonde guy. This guy with turquoise hair is sitting with a glass of alcohol in his hands, and a girl with orange eyes is hugging him from behind. He calls the blonde guy by his first name, Zero. The healer is squeamish and calls the guy a pervert. He hopes it's not the same boss. The blonde guy condemns the tattooed guy for his drinking here and for leaving the milksop at the security entrance. The guy with turquoise hair says that the guy at the door is the strongest guy here despite his age. He volunteered to guard the entrance. The dark-skinned guy grins madly and thinks about something. The guy with orange hair asks the boss if he served with the blonde guy in paradise. He supposedly shoves the blonde guy's shoulder with his elbow in a friendly way and demands he say something. The blonde is about to punch the dark man, and from his hand under his sleeve, witchy growths appear. The blonde swings those offshoots at the guy with the orange hair. The blonde guy pulls out his sorcerer's sword staff again and hits the red-haired guy for insolence. The black-haired girl with orange eyes and the guy with the hedgehog hairstyle watch this, and the girl calls the dark-skinned guy an idiot. The blonde guy is extremely pissed off and warns the redhead that if he touches his body one more time, he'll end it quickly. The dark-skinned guy thinks the blonde's temper is bad. He almost freaks out. The boss guy takes a sip from his glass and demands the redhead stop because they're all on the same side. The boss guy demands everyone get out of here and out the door because Zero doesn't like greetings. Blonde Zero removes his spurs and squints at the others, while the redhead tries to get to his feet. The purple-haired healer is amazed at Zero's speed. He didn't even have time to counter anything in response. He glances suspiciously at Zero and remembers that he had managed all of them alone in the colony. The healer thinks about the fact that the blonde and Solinar share the same dark aura. So who are they? The turquoise-haired boss apologizes for his subordinate's actions. He is unconventional. The boss turns to the witch doctor, whose name is Racid. He has heard of him. Racid is upset that they heard rumors of him being stopped by rookie shamans on the train. The boss asks him to calm down and sit down. He pulls out some kind of envelope from behind his back. Sticking out of this craft paper envelope are pictures of the very students from the association. He spreads their pictures out on the table in front of the guys and tells them that they have started to take action. So, there's no time to slow down. The boss takes Von Ersil's picture and shows Zero and Racid and is about to get right to the point. The tattooed boss is about to bring Zero and Racid up to speed on their upcoming case. Racid looks at the picture of Fawn and clearly recognizes the kid. Racid remembers Vaughn from the photo and is clearly surprised that he is present in the case. Vaughn is the same boy who got Racid put away in a maximum security penal colony. The tattooed boss teases Racid about recognizing Vaughn right away, since he'd smeared him on the wall. Racid aggressively points his finger at the boss and says he'll kill Fawn, even if the boss is interested in the guy. He claims he understands why he was brought here, but he'll decide what to do with this kid. The boss says that Vaughn is from the target, but eliminating him is not the task that is for Racid. He gives the task of killing the kid to Zero, the blonde guy in the headband. Racid points his finger at himself and says it's his showdown. He has to return the favor to Fawn. The tattooed boss smirks at Racid's words and calls him cheap for such transgressions. Racid is perplexed by what the boss just said to him. He is confused. The tattooed boss's eyes light up and he says that Racid is asking for it himself. A pink and turquoise aura begins to emanate from the tattooed boss, and he asks Racid if he really thinks he can kill Fawn. Racid notices a significant change in the boss's aura, and he's clearly not very happy about it. Racid's eyes bulge with some sort of malaise, and he begins to lurch. Something is wrong with his body. Racid stumbles and falls to the floor, his body going numb, and he can't stay on his feet. Racid doesn't understand what's wrong with him and why his body stops obeying him. The boss stands in front of him and advises him to be obedient. Racid looks at the tattooed boss with fear in his eyes and suspects him of something. Boss claims that he and Zero are first-generation sorcerers and were taught by the Cursed One himself in Paradise. They are both different from the likes of Racid, who gained their powers by taking some kind of medication. Boss thinks that Racid overestimates himself. They're just pawns for first-generation sorcerers like him. Racid runs out of sweat and can't resist the boss's power. He is surprised that there is such a difference between him and the first-generation sorcerers. Racid's emotions change abruptly and he smirks. Since they are so powerful, why did they come after him even in a maximum security colony? The boss doesn't respond to the provocation and is glad that Racid has the will to listen to him and Zero. The tattooed boss squats down in front of the witch doctor and informs him that they need to check something before the operation begins. He holds out a vial of purple water to Racid and asks if he knows what it is. This vial is spirit power water. It contains the energy of the Cursed One. This water gives tremendous power. The tattooed boss sharply bursts the vial with his pumped-up hands. This water seems to permeate the air and soaks into the boss's hands. The guy suddenly makes a strong swing and hits his hand with spirit power right into Racid's chest. Veins swell on the witch doctor's neck from the pain, and he grunts from the blow. The tattooed boss thrusts his index and middle fingers as if inside Racid's chest. With a full swing, it's as if he's penetrating the witch doctor, giving him that spirit power in the water. Racid grasps with his hands the spot in his chest where the blow from the boss came. He doesn't realize what's happening. Racid starts moaning and screaming, and the boss is surprised at his reaction, even though he only administered half the dose. Racid specifically slumps, and his body feels like it's curling inward. He raises frantic eyes to the boss and asks what he did to him. The boss smirks at this reaction and assures Racid that he's not doing anything special. So he was verifying the fact that traces of Fawn's power were left on Racid and caused resistance when the cursed water was introduced. He and Zero discuss some special power that the Fawn of Erasil turned out to have. He checks with Zero to see if he is truly their subject. He gives the blonde man a decree that the boy must not be killed under any circumstances. To gain his power, the body must be alive. Zero listens to the boss without emotion and agrees to all the terms of his order. The boss turns back to Racid and gives him the okay to settle accounts with Fawn after their operation. There's also something he has to do for them. On the corkboard hangs all the pictures of Squad 5 and the new students of the Shamans Association. Blonde Zero goes through the pictures in his hands and asks the boss who all these people are. The boss begins his explanation, as Zero is new to their territory. From now on, they will have to face the shamans from the Federation on a regular basis. He explains that the red sticker in the photo is the subject. The yellow stickers are the ones who will cause quite a bit of trouble. Speaking of white stickers, a glance falls on a photo of Commander Sol Einar. Blonde Zero carefully examines her photo and recognizes the girl, if she is the one. The boss confirms Zero's speculation and omits the information about her. Seol is now a big shot in the association and has created a special forces unit of shamans there. The boss clarifies that he believes in Zero's abilities, but recommends that he doesn't run into Seol. Her power is dangerous to them. Zero continues to go through the photos and spreads them out on the table. He understands everything he's been told. The green stickers on the photos of Cheon and Banza are the ones the boss plans to lure to his side. Luring students to his side, the tattooed boss takes it upon himself. Zero doesn't know the first thing about it. He puts his hand on a photo of Banz and Cheon and clarifies that these guys have a great future. He states that such young headless talents are very easy to win over to his side, especially if there's a dark side sitting in your heart. The large hall of the State Shaman Association is visible again, where they are now holding competitions between the students. The third group of the official shaman competition is now coming out to battle. Banz Rediford versus Chen Woon. Buns turns to Chen and says he has a creepy look. Chen-un, as always, stands completely emotionless and doesn't fall for another provocation from Banz. Banz gestures suspiciously with his hand. Abel and Fong watch from the balcony, and the girl calls Banz a jerk. Abel expresses her displeasure that Banz dares to come here. She doesn't like him at all. The girl warns Fawn that if Banz comes on to him one day, he needs to be careful. She claims that the red-haired guy will do anything for his goal, even sell out a family member or close friend. Banz notices the attention from outside and turns toward the balcony where Abel and Vaughn are standing. The guy looks at Abel, and he doesn't like how venomous she looks at him, making him unable to focus on the competition. Young-un calls out to Banz and demands that he stop being distracted. He rolls up his sleeve and puts his fist out. It's as if Chen-un is challenging Banz and asking him if he might want to lose before the competition even starts. Banz is puzzled by such questions and talk. He doesn't know how to understand it. Batu's mentor raises his palm up, signaling the start of the competition between the third group. Immediately, explosions erupt in the Great Hall of the Shaman Association, dust rising into the air. Banz instantly and without hesitation strikes Yong-un while he tries to fend off and hold his blow. Yong-un notices that Banz is using dangerous techniques. Is he really going to kill him? Banz denies what he said because he knows Chen Woon can defend himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked. Bonds looks towards his opponent confidently and with interest and ponders a plan of action. The guy throws sustained strikes at Yong-un, and the latter defends himself relentlessly. Yong-un carefully examines and studies his opponent. He looks confident and calm. Bonds compliments Yong-un. He thought he could cut him off at least an arm, but he manages to get away with it. Yong-un stands almost motionless and moves only one arm. Chen-won informs him that such twitching with such blows will not even leave him a scratch. His strong hand, clenched into a fist, deftly pierces and penetrates through Ban's magical energy. Chen-won deftly manages to fight back and get rid of Ban's Rediford's punches. Ban pauses for a moment and realizes that the guy has easily fended off all of his punches. The ground beneath the guy's feet feels like it's starting to fail, and a light vapor emanates from his body. Chen-won clenches both his hands into fists and starts to concentrate. He gathers a lot of magical energy around him. Ban notices that spirit power is gathering around Chen-won at a great speed. Ban realizes that he is up to something. Ban isn't going to back down. He won't be intimidated by something like this. He cuts Chen-won to pieces. Chen-won concentrates a large stream of energy in and around himself and rushes straight at Ban. Ban is very surprised by Chen-won's actions and falls into a fleeting stupor. Chen-won uses the dragon attack kick. His magical energy spreads out in several rings and hits Ban, who is already flying away from the blow. At the last moment, Ban manages to dodge the blow, but he is still stunned by such an action from Chen-won. Chen-won's eyes light up even brighter and stronger with a blue color and emit streams of energies. Chen-won gestures with his hands and has no intention of letting go of Ban's, planning to attack further. Ban's eyes bulge from what a mountain of muscles Chen-won has and how fast he is. Chen-won, thanks to his large energy flow, unleashes 5 flying dragon strikes on Ban's. Chen-won's punches make Ban's head fly off to the side, but he keeps his concentration. Ban isn't in the best of situations, but he isn't about to give up on his opponent. Ban unexpectedly deflects Chen-won's punch and lands his own punch on his opponent, emitting a powerful trail of energy. Chen-won looks at Ban without emotion and realizes that he has managed to break through his shell. Ban licks his tongue lustily and thanks Chen-won for not having had such a blast in a long time. Both young guys look at each other crazily and hope for an interesting continuation of their fight. The guys start to fight each other non-stop and are going to last as long as possible. Roy Esuford notices from the sidelines that the guys are fighting too hard. Apparently, they are going crazy, even though it's just a competition. Dante notes that in the previous groups, one opponent was stronger than the other, but here, everything is different, and the outcome will not be pleasant. Batu's mentor stands satisfied and watches the boys. Finally, he will see a real competition. He notices that the physical fitness of both guys is excellent. Most likely they have never met a worthy opponent before. In such a case, with equal strength and an equal fight between the opponents, the key to victory will be a mistake made by the opponent. Ban notices that Yong-un has slowed down a bit and asks him about his speed. The guys continue to fight evenly and endless strikes. Ban chuckles that Jong-un is already tired. Yong-un realizes that Ban has very specific punches, and he won't last long like this. Chen-un plans to wrap up this contest and throw a decisive punch. He once again gathers a large stream of energy. Chen-won with a strong swing delivers a powerful punch called Dragon's Dream right on top of Ban's. Ban's realizes that Chen-won is starting to launch attacks towards him again. Ban's realizes that he is losing his balance, and Chen-won concentrates his energy into a rune and is about to strike again. Chen-won hits Ban's with a large stream of magical energy so that he flies backwards with an explosion. Chen-won thinks that he has succeeded. He exhales in relief and keeps his arm extended forward. Ban doesn't seem to be defeated or unconscious yet. He calls Yong-un too meticulous. The dust from the punch clears, and Ban gets to his feet after a powerful kick from Chen-won. Ban grins at his opponent again, as he thought he only had muscles, but it turns out he can do something else. He realizes that Chen-un knows how to create a protective shell around his body that blocks all attacks on him. Ban studies his opponent and realizes that his skills are related to hand-to-hand combat techniques. Ban turns to Chen-won and asks him about the fact that he is not from around here. He's seen hand-to-hand combat techniques like this before. Ban calls the guy banished and what he's here for, but Yong-un doesn't buy into the provocation and doesn't show any emotion. Yong-un calmly and measuredly demands that Ban choose his expressions towards him. He informs that he and his loved ones left of their own free will and desire, and the truth will remain with them. Ban wipes a trickle of blood from his mouth and asks Sen not to be nervous. He was just asking. Probably hit a nerve with him, though. Ban continues his provocation and asks what truth they believe in since they abandoned their homeland. He says they're now living in territory that once belonged to the enemy. Yong-un doesn't fall for the provocation, and Ban tries in vain. Yong-un's legs move apart, and he gets into a fighting stance. He's not going to take this provocation. Ban looks to get Chen-won off his back, but Chen-won is in the process of throwing another strike at his opponent. Ban realizes that he has succeeded in making Yong-un nervous. Chen-un's fist flies past Ban's face. He manages to dodge. Yong-un strikes again with an incredibly powerful and concentrated punch. It's gotten more serious, and Ban manages to deftly avoid it. Chen-won watches Ban's Rediford and wonders how he is still holding on after all his strikes. Chen-won stands at full alert, and a powerful and dense stream of magical energy flows through his entire body. This powerful flow strikes Chen-won through his entire body, leaving behind a bloody mark and cut. Ban realizes that he didn't miscalculate his accuracy and hit right on target. Defense energy, like Chen-won's, is concentrated in one place where the attacker is aiming, thus reducing the strength of other parts of the body. Banzu manages to hit Chen-won and deal damage without fail. He knows this kind of technique by heart. Ban directs multiple dense streams of magical energy at Yong-un and wants him dead. Abel and Fawn stand on the balcony and are amazed at his behavior. Abel wonders if Bonds is actually going to kill him. Roy is already starting to panic, and why doesn't the coach do anything when Bands has gone crazy and wants to kill him? Batu's mentor stands motionless with his hands in a lock. He doesn't do anything about it. Batu is in awe of Yong-un and Bands. He thinks they are very manly guys. Yong-un's hand grabs Bands' throat as if about to pull him closer to him. Chen-won gets frustrated that with light blows they will never end their contest. Bands gathers the power of spirits in his hand and hopes that this time will be different. He is ready to strike again. Bands' eyes bulge from shock and fear and suspects that Chen pretended to catch him on purpose. Chen-won unleashes a dragon-long strike on Bands, hitting his opponent right in the solar plexus, causing him to start flying backwards. Chen-won is still battered and with scratches on his face, though. He thinks the end is coming now. Bands flies backwards from the power of the strike and expectorates the protruding blood. Chen-won manages to push his opponent away from him again and delivers another powerful punch, sending him flying away with a resounding thud. Chen-won stands firmly on his feet and looks at his opponent, who flies backwards with a whirlwind of dust. Chen-won keeps his hand raised and thinks he hits aptly, and Banzu won't be able to get up again. Someone turns to Lev and wants to ask him what he just saw at the third group competition. Sima is amazed that Buns would just lose like that. Lev denies his words and says that Buns is not like Sima in the slightest. Sima incites Lion and says that he himself has been smeared on the wall. Lion is not happy with such words. Hannah lies motionless and with closed eyes and can't choose the moment to get up, because the guys are discussing who would smear whom faster. Sima watches with interest what is happening in the large hall of the association. Lion is thinking about something. Lion thinks about whether there was anyone who could beat Bans before, and it turns out Chen Woon is not an easy guy to beat. Lion continues to ponder about what's going on there in the hall at the competition. Sima and Lion simultaneously reflect on the fact that it's been a very long time since Bans has turned into the one. Yong-un asks the coach to end the competition. Bans needs to be taken to the infirmary. Bans doesn't need help. He's still conscious and ready to fight on. No one said he was giving up. Banz has trickles of blood coming out of his mouth, but the guy is still on his feet and chumming to himself. Buns gets up as good as new, but you can see the chafing and blood on his face. He excitedly claims that he hasn't been beaten like that in a long time. Buns turns to Chen and calls him a bastard, as he almost got him killed tonight. Banz throws off his top uniform and clarifies that you can do whatever you want to your opponent, as long as you don't kill him. It's as if Banz has been translated, and is once again gathering an incredible aura of magical energy around him, and is about to cut off Chen's arm or leg. Chen Wun is clearly shocked by this behavior, and is very surprised how Banz is still on his feet after his blows, as his bones should have shattered into splinters. Batu's mentor is also shocked, and claims that this is the first time he has ever seen such energy. The energy that has a physical effect on an object, and is the basis for sorcery, is spirit power. It can change its properties and form depending on the character of the bearer, his faith, and actions. At times, such spirit power can be solid, such as Von Erasil's. At times, such fortitude can be raw and brutal, as with Abel of Aratan. And at times it can live flexible and malleable, like Leo of Banza's gang. Batu's mentor compares the different forms and properties of spirit power, but from Banza comes only the lust for killing. Banza's powerful and brutal strength is only meant for destruction. Chen Wun is in complete confusion about what is happening and doesn't know what to expect next. He realizes that Banza's power is no different from that of sorcerers, but what can he do? Chen Wun gets into a fighting stance and is about to fight with the thought that he is really going to kill Banz. He asked for it. Yongo notices Banza's complete insanity and madness. He's not in his right mind. Banz is going to leave a miserable guilt trip to whoever is the first to die now. Batu's mentor watches the two enraged guys, who are already completely enveloped in their magical auras. He'd still love to watch, but for the sake of the next task, he'll have to stop them now. Something straight from the sky flies through the open roof of the Great Hall and falls down onto the stone floor. Batu's mentor reacts sharply to what is happening and tries to realize what just fell from the sky. Something huge and thunderous has fallen to the stone floor of the hall right between Banz and Chen Wun. Chen Wun covers himself with his hands as if as a defense and looks questioningly at the object. Banz stops attacking Chen Wun and also looks at the object questioningly and with incomprehension. This huge object that fell from the sky leaves a huge chasm and cracks in the stone floor. Buns scrutinizes what is happening and continues to watch persistently. Some sort of cocoon appears between the guys, breaking through the floor. Banz wonders what it is. From this cocoon, a not insignificant demonic spirit begins to emerge, similar to the ones in the ruins at the exam. The demonic spirit spreads its wings, which look like bat wings. 3 unknown men sit on the rooftops, one of whom says that they should have only done some reconnaissance, and Zero's friends won't like their scheme. A girl with turquoise hair gags a chatty dumbass, and he reports that he was glad to meet her. The girl says she can't reciprocate and was expecting Zero to show up instead. It's 3 unknowns, a girl who looks like a marble doll, a dumb big guy, and a guy in a cape and mask. They want to take over the facility so they don't give in to the boss with the tattoo. This cocoon is very large and looks like the very tentacles that sorcerers emit. Abel lifts his head to the sky and doesn't realize what's going on. Did that thing fall from the sky? Von Erasil looks at the unidentified object and seems to realize what it is, but is not sure himself. Nastanik Batu looks at the object and claims it has a disgusting odor. Mentor squints his eyes in suspicion. He says that the object looks like an egg, but in fact, it is not. The egg-like grimaced cocoon begins to open its tentacles. The cocoon opens abruptly and pink bright magical energy begins to ooze out of it. Batu's mentor begins to realize what's going on and shouts to Banzu and Chen Wun to move away immediately. The cocoon gathers its tentacles in a bunch and seems to start transforming. With each passing second, some sort of silhouette is becoming more and more distinct. From the tentacles of the cocoon, a huge demonic spirit that exudes pink energy transforms. Roy Esiford panics and asks Dante what it is and where it came from. Dante Cloy looks fearfully at the object and realizes that it is none other than a demonic spirit. The black demonic spirit, similar in structure to the witch's tentacles, begins to stand up. The demonic spirit stands right above the mentor, and Batu can't believe that demonic spirits can exist outside of the ruins. Batu assesses the situation, and judging from the way the spirit is pressing on him, he realizes that it is a top-level demonic spirit. Batu abruptly turns to the students and announces that the competition is over. All the students watch the situation with fear and anxiety, and Batu orders them to immediately flee to the main headquarters building. Something unexpectedly falls from the sky through the open roof of the Great Hall again. From behind the mentor appears that huge, blunt-headed big guy who is with Zero and on the roof of the buildings. Batu anxiously and apprehensively turns back to see who is there. The huge big guy laughs and belches that a lot of shamans means a lot of meat. The blue sky innocently illuminates with its daylight the huge buildings of the headquarters of the Shamans Association. Suddenly, a man flies out of one of the windows of the Shamans Association building from a powerful blow. Apparently, it is Batu. Batu flies out of the window of the large hall of the association and suspects that the big man is a sorcerer. The dull-headed big man flies out after Batu, but the mentor didn't expect this turn of events. Batu's mentor looks alarmed but calm. He thinks over his actions. The big man is about to attack the mentor with excitement and thinks he is a shaman, whom he will finish him off with a single blow. Banz and Chen Wun are still standing in the center of the Great Hall, trying to figure out what's going on here. A huge sorcerer demon spirit is about to attack. A huge tentacle of this demonic spirit flies past Banz's face. The demonic spirit is enraged, and it manages to hit Banz, who flies backwards. Chen Wun is about to confront the monster and concentrates the energy in his hand to strike. The monster realizes Chen Wun's motives and begins to concentrate his sorcerer pink energy. Chen Wun's plan fails, and he is amazed at what the monster is about to do. The demonic spirit throws Chen Wun away, just like it threw Banza away with a punch. A girl who looks like a marble doll asks what the idiots who are on the team with her are up to. She warns that no matter how far away the main headquarters building is, all the shamans will come running here in a flash. It's like the demonic spirit is listening to what that girl on the roof is saying. She gives them 5 minutes, and it's time for them to stop fooling around. The big guy turns around at the girl's words and remembers that they need to capture the object. The girl with turquoise hair orders to bring the object and, most importantly, alive. She hopes the big guy remembers what he looks like. It's about Von Erisil, a guy with red beads and fuzzy eyes. The demonic spirit turns toward the balconies with some incomprehensible sounds and exclamations. Von Erisil notices the demonic spirit's attention to him. Abel does not know what is happening, but assures Von that they are next in the spirit's sights. The demonic spirit rests its huge fist on the stone floor of the association's great hall. The demon spirit pushes back with all its might with that fist and soars into the air. The demonic spirit demolishes the balcony where the guys were standing. Abel and Von fly into the air at the same time and find themselves above the monster. The demonic spirit demolishes the balcony, but doesn't realize where the guy and girl have gone. Von Erisil activates the symbols on both hands and begins to focus magical energy into them. Von Erisil forms small bomb balls from his magical energy and directs them at the demonic spirit. The bombs explode, attacking the demonic spirit, and Abel flies up and swings at the spirit from above with his foot. Abel activates the Oratan clan's hunting technique and is about to use the second kind of axe. The technique Abel uses is called Tabar. She stone swoops on top of the demonic spirit as if driving it into the stone floor. Throughout the large hall of the Shamans Association, splinters fly and dust from the impact rises into the air. It seems as if the demonic spirit is defeated and can't be seen due to the pillar of dust in the air. Abel and Von land side by side. Abel confirms that he is a tough monster and quite different from the spirits in the ruins at the exam. But the demonic spirit is not defeated by the attacks and protrudes from behind the air pillar of dust. He seems to be extremely angry. He exposes his sharp fangs and drool flows from his mouth. He exhales the air hotly. Steam comes out of the demonic spirit from the pipes that are located almost everywhere on its back. An eerie, colluding energy and aura emanates from the demonic spirit. It begins to yell and growl. Abel and Von Ericil stand in front of the spirit and stare at it. They think they provoked him for nothing, and they need to do something about it. Von notices that the demonic spirit has high speed and strength. With wounded comrades, they definitely don't have a chance to escape. Von also notices that the big guy who jumped out after the mentor is clearly superior to the demonic spirit. He assumes that the backup will focus on the big guy, and he and Abel will have to deal with the creature. Abel lowers his head in confusion, but suggests that Von quickly deal with the spirit and help those gathered in the courtyard. Abel's aura begins to ignite and become energized. She claims that the spirit is a child compared to the big guy. The demonic spirit makes some sounds and sobs and draws a ball of magical energy into its mouth. This monster concentrates the ball and spits it out towards Abel and Von Ericil. Von Ericil and Abel are on full alert and are about to confront the demonic spirit. Abel announces that he is coming. There are explosions and complete commotion in the Great Hall of the State Shamans Association. Roy Esiford notices Abel and Von's initiative and wonders how they can be calm in such a situation. Roy suggests that Dante sit quietly, waiting for help, and stay out of the commotion. And Dante is already putting his foot on the balcony. Dante is getting ready to join the guys in the fight, but Roy is about to stop him. Dante Cloy calls Roy a coward. They aren't mere mortals after all, especially since Roy himself said he doesn't want to stand behind him. There is some commotion and noise in the courtyard outside the State Shaman Association buildings. The big guy raises his head to the sky and is going to hurry up or Siri will kill him. He wants the boy with the red beads and the fuzzy eyes. The big guy looks around and he's going to have a hard time not killing the object, and then he's ugly. Someone calls out to him. The big guy is called out by Batu's mentor and attacks him from behind, while the dumbass hasn't even turned around yet. Batu hits the big guy with all the power of his punch so that he flies off to the other side. Batu is very angry and asks the big guy if they have attacked the high-security colony. Batu's mentor angrily wipes the blood from under his nose and says to the big guy, "I don't know what they were thinking when they came here, but they will pay for the killed colleagues from the third squad." The dull-headed big man scratches his temple and doesn't understand what Batu is demanding of him. He must go, or he will be killed. The big guy tells Batu that if his colleagues died, it means they were too weak. These words make Batu's mentor very angry, and once again he asks him again what he just said. The dumbfounded big guy is not going to listen to him and warns him that if Batu doesn't back off, he will finish him off. Many magical chains appear all over the place. The dumb-headed big man is enveloped by these chains, which suddenly shackle him. The other shamans from the association have already rushed to the rescue, and one of them orders to stop the big guy from moving. Several shamans create magical chains and stand around the big man to trap him, while the other shamans approach Batu. Batu reports to the girl from the association that they are under attack. One sorcerer and one top-level demonic spirit are discovered. It is also reported that in the training hall in the building across the street, the newcomers are now fighting against one of the demonic spirits. Backup is needed there. Batu's mentor looks up to the broken window of the training hall and is about to go to the boys. The other shaman contacts someone on the radio. Unbeknownst to them, several other demonic spirits with sharp and elongated faces have appeared. Even more powerful demonic spirits with outgrown horns also appeared. All of these demonic spirits blocked the way to the guys in the plaza and training hall. There are at least 10 of them. Mentor Batu listens to all the news and reports and tries to figure out where they all came from. The dull-headed big guy is gritting his teeth trying to free himself from the chain shackles because he really has to go. The shamans, who are holding the big guy with chains, are amazed at how much strength this dumbhead has. Even the stone and tile floor falls under the big guy. He's too big. The dumb-headed big man manages to get rid of the chains and throw away the surrounding shamans. The evil finally drives the big guy insane, and he strains to shout only that they need the boy. Some of the shamans from the association fly off as the chains around the big guy have been broken. Batu thinks about the fact that the big guy managed to break the blocking chain created by the 8 shamans. He has incredible strength. The big guy starts to turn exactly like all sorcerers, and his power is no match for some demon spirits. The recruitment department of the association is at the back of the territory, so fighters are still scarce. The shamans here will have to forcefully restrain the bastards until reinforcements arrive. Batu believes that the current rookie roster has proven to be elite in time for nothing. Vaughn and Abel are trying their best to resist this demonic spirit. Batu hopes the guys can handle it, because Dante and Roy are also joining the battle. A huge, dumb-headed big guy is going to take on the shamans of the association. The shamans gather in a bunch and start concentrating their magical power. The big guy is going to have to deal with them. An alarm is raised on the grounds of the 3rd Squad headquarters of the State Shaman Association. Demonic spirits have appeared on the territory in 13 places, and their number is constantly increasing. Gregory and his assistant listen to the other shamans that the most experienced ones who are nearby should be sent there first. Grigori claims that demonic spirits dwell and are born only in ruins. So with the big guy, there is also a sorcerer who creates them. Grigori's assistant reports that the demonic spirits fell from the sky in egg-like capsules. Gregory claims that there is also a sorcerer who moves them through the air. He too will be involved in the battle. Grigori doesn't know who the lawless men are, but he looks very pissed off and ready to fight. Grigori says that since they are challenged, they can't sit back and must show them what shamans can do. The battle with sorcerers and spirits continues on the grounds of the State Association of Shamans. Experienced shamans have arrived to help and order the wounded to step aside. Huge demonic spirits continue their attack, some looking very creepy with one eye coming out of their jaws. The red-haired shaman from the association confronts this big guy. The demonic spirit is very aggressive. The red-haired shaman concentrates dense energy and is about to use the build skill. He creates a huge spear spike and attacks the spirit from the air, sticking this spike right into its eye. This spear spike spears almost through the demonic spirit's eye. The blow delivered by the red-headed shaman has a serious effect. Beams of the shaman's magical power pass through the spirit's head in several places. The red-haired shaman gives the order to attack the demonic spirit to other nearby shamans. A girl with long black hair gathered in a ponytail, Sarah, is about to draw her sword from behind her back and attack the monster. The girl abruptly draws her weapon from behind her back and takes a powerful swing at the demonic spirit. She manages to inflict impressive damage to the monster and shred its body. The demonic spirit sobs at the impact, and its body shatters into huge pieces. The demon spirit falls to the ground with a clatter, or rather, parts of it, and the girl with the weapon is behind it. The girl has a cross-shaped scar on her forehead. She has seen a lot, but still, she cannot believe what is happening now. The red-haired shaman thanks Sarah for her help, and is glad to have this girl in the 3rd Squad. The red-haired shaman is still amazed that there are demonic spirits roaming right in the middle of the association. Sarah doesn't believe it either, but thinks they need to be killed first. The red-haired guy reports that the other shamans in the neighborhood will take care of themselves, and they need to move towards the personnel department. There's also a black sorcerer there with the spirits. The guy suspects that this black sorcerer could have created all these demonic spirits. Sarah wonders why the personnel department in particular. The girl remembers that there are newcomers there now, and Abel is among them. She starts to get worried. Sarah offers to go there and asks how far away he is. The red-haired shaman replies that it is at the end of the grounds, but it will take her no more than 3 minutes to get there. Sarah thanks the shaman and hoping to meet him soon, she sets out on her way. The girl suddenly notices or hears something and squints in the direction of the incident. Something else, equally large and serious, lands next to her and the other shamans. The shamans try to block out the dust flying at them and suspect it is another demonic spirit. Another egg-shaped cocoon lands on the tile floor again and shatters the ground into pieces. From the egg-shaped cocoon, another demonic spirit begins to transform. This demonic monster is like a flower blooming from this capsule. From there, a huge demonic spirit that looks like either a scolopendra or a worm appears. This monster opens its mouth wide and is about to attack a bunch of shamans along with Sarah. The red-haired shaman already has his magical energy at the ready in his hands, and Sarah suspects that judging from its size, this monster is the strongest. She looks at the demonic spirit and is amazed that there is someone capable of creating such creatures. Above the ongoing battles in the Association's territory flies a snitch monster. This demonic spirit reports to Sarah all the things it sees in front of it and what is happening in the Association. The guy in the mask and cape asks the doll girl if they are overdoing it. They just need to draw attention to themselves. Sarah replies that she doesn't like to stall like a tattooed boss. If you want what you want, you have to take risks. One of the small demonic tentacles is sticking out of her shoulder. She reports that she has a backup plan, otherwise she wouldn't have hustled here to the Association. The girl reports that she has no hope for the dumb-headed big guy, and she can always reassure herself. Inside one of the buildings of the Shaman's Association, things are not going smoothly either, and something is going on. One of the shamans, a guy with dark green hair, is sitting against the wall exhausted and wounded. Some girl is surprised at the showing off of the shamans from the Association, since they are not capable of anything. She hopes that the guys from the elite unit will be more interesting. The wounded guy shaman is amazed that the girl interrupted them. Is she really on the side of the sorcerers? The girl starts concentrating magical energy in her hands and says it's none of his business. The girl follows through and kills everyone there, blood splattering in all directions. The girl with pink short hair exhales in relief after all this. It's Brena Iden. She brags about helping her allies quite a bit here. Abel and Vaughn continue their confrontation with the demonic spirit, and Brena hopes they're doing well upstairs. In the Great Hall of the State Shaman Association, pillars of dust from the battle are rising. Magical energy bombs are flying all over the spatial room. A huge demonic spirit is getting hit by Von Erasil's magic bombs. Von Erasil diligently strikes the spirit, but it doesn't even get a scratch on it. It won't do that. Von Erasil ponders and is about to use something special in his power. The huge demonic spirit stops and rests its large fists on the stone floor. There is some sort of pipes on the demonic spirit's back, from which steam begins to emanate. Abel turns to Fawn to ask him what he is going to do and why he is getting steam. The demonic spirit's entire body begins to ooze pink energy and it opens its mouth. Exuding bright pink sorcerous energy, the monster releases a magical ball from its mouth. Von Erasil stands behind Abel and crosses his arms, and Abel notices that the monster can't catch them and wants to attack from a distance. Someone of the shamans gathers magical energy in his fist and is about to use the release spell. One of the organization's shamans or newcomers strikes the monster with an instant strike, releasing a large stream of energy. Its energy seems to mix with the monster's energy as it is hit. The monster sobs. This shaman turns out to be Dante Cloy. He tries to draw the demonic spirit's attention to himself. While the monster was distracted by Dante's blows, Abel flies up from the side, about to deliver a hard kick from his leg. Abel looks confident and furious. She's getting somewhere, and she's happy about it. Abel delivers a powerful blow to the monster's head, causing it to fly off in the other direction, and Abel thinks she has found its vulnerable spot. The demonic spirit's body seems to be twisted from the blows it has taken. But the demon spirit doesn't fall off its feet. It just slides across the stone floor, trying to stay on its limbs. Abel rejoices early and thinks she has finally succeeded in putting the monster down. Suddenly, from the other side, the monster's sorcerous fist strikes her right in the face. The monster flails its limbs around, and there is some sort of violent explosion in the air of the Great Hall. Abel is damaged from the blow. Blood oozes out and scratches appear on her face. The entire huge body of the demonic spirit begins to fill with sorcerous energy. The demonic spirit accumulates the energy in its mouth and in its hand in the form of dense pink orbs. Dante Cloy tries to make sense of the situation, and something catches his attention. He becomes alarmed. A demonic spirit releases its magical pink orbs that form a dense smoke shroud. Someone's shamanic magical energy forms a zigzag pattern in the air. Von Erasil appears over the demonic spirit and directs a stream of his magical energy at it. Von Erasil initially underestimated his opponent, so he is going to use all of his power. Von Erasil releases a huge wave of dense blue magical energy and directs it directly at the monster. This energy also creates a dense veil, from behind which some sobs can be heard. The demonic spirit appears from beyond Von's energy and releases a pink magic ball from its mouth. Von Erasil is shocked that the demonic spirit managed to resist after such a thing. Von Erasil zigzags through the monster to get behind it and dodge its counterattack. Von Erasil seizes the moment and contemplates his next plan of action. He turns towards the monster and realizes that if this continues, he and the other newcomers won't last. The demonic spirit does not calm down and began to look even more aggressive and enraged. In the large training hall of the association, the battle between the rookies and the demonic spirit continued. The demonic spirit rumblingly turns around towards Von Erasil, who is standing at a great distance from him. The demonic spirit begins to tense up again, as if accumulating some kind of power within it. The huge monster begins to release steam from its pipes on its back again. Von Erasil notices this behavior and wonders why the monster is doing this again. Von wipes the blood from under his nose and wonders if the monster's steam is related to his power. Von observes his opponent judiciously. He notices that his fighting methods and actions are strange, and his body is not amenable to spells. Von suspects the demonic spirit of something, while from behind someone expresses that he almost finished someone off. Roy Esiford creates a magical shield and covers himself and Dante. He asks Dante to thank him for it, but he would have been fine on his own. Roy Esiford realizes that this monster almost destroyed his crown and hardest shield, so it's no match for the one in ruins at the exam. Roy turns to Fawn and states that no matter how strong he is, even he can't handle this demonic spirit. Roy Esiford suggests that Fawn run away from here while he covers the rear, but Fawn thinks that won't help. He informs Roy and Dante that judging by the lack of backup here, something has also happened outside the hall, and there's no point in them going anywhere. Bon also states that with incomplete certainty, but they were able to find the demonic spirit's vulnerable spot. That and the monster has the ability to absorb the energy of blows made with spells. Then this absorbed energy it transforms and use it to strike on its own. When a demonic spirit begins the transformation process, it emits steam from its body. Vaughn doesn't know what the ceiling of this monster's capabilities are, but all the recent blows have only hardened him. Roy doesn't fully understand what Vaughn means. Vaughn asks the guys to look at the monster's face. Roy Esiford puts his palm over his eyes and tries to see the demonic spirit's face. Roy notices that it has a scratch on its face. But where did it come from if no spell works on it? Von Erasil claims that the scratch came from a powerful physical blow from Abel. Von says that spells have no effect on the demonic spirit, but he is powerless against physical contact. Roy Esiford is afraid to fight him with his bare hands because even Abel is as good as dead after his blow. Dante tells him to stop whining. The demonic spirit once again stores its sorcerous magical energy into a huge ball. This demon spirit is very angry and is about to strike at the newcomers of the association. Von Erasil confirms that no one is capable of fighting this monster with their bare hands. Abel comes to her senses and is alert again. She is about to strike. There is another explosion in the association's large training room. Von Erasil claims that Abel is an exception, and only she is able to defeat it with her bare hands. The girl strikes again. The battle with the demonic spirit has made Abel very angry, and she lashes out at the monster with threats. It seems that the demonic spirit is starting to take damage. It starts screaming and sobbing. Abel is about to use a Ratan's hunting technique, namely the fourth kind of axe. The girl swoops down on the spirit from above and uses the tomahawk to break its arm right in the middle. Abel's blow lands right on the demonic spirit's arm, but somehow it manages to evade the attack. Abel, in the process of attacking, is surprised that the monster manages to get away. After all, she wanted to punch its head in. The demon spirit seems to make a U-turn and is about to counterattack Abel with a fist. The demonic spirit makes a swing and punches towards Abel, but his kuda flies past his face. She barely manages to dodge. The demonic spirit concentrates its sorceress energy again and creates a magic ball in its mouth. Abel looks like an enraged wild beast, ready to tear his enemy into small pieces. Abel and the demonic spirit collide head-on in a battle, and a massive explosion happens over the two, causing the blast to overlap. From the explosion that Abel and the spirit set off, dust vapor emanates and rises straight up into the open sky. Roy Esiford comments on the battle, how now Abel is going to continue if she is still unconscious after that blow. The opponents seem to push away from each other and fly off to different sides of the association hall. Abel in flight tries to stop, grabbing the stone floor with his hands to stay on his feet. The girl breaks with emphasis not only with her hands, but also with her feet, sliding her boots on the stone floor. The girl coughs up some blood, then wipes it off. She realizes that the monster is very strong since it struck in such a pitiful condition. Abel gamblingly wipes the blood from her mouth and claims that victory will definitely be hers. The girl managed to cut off half of one arm of the demonic spirit that time. With one arm, he's unlikely to last long. Roy Esiford is amazed at how the girl managed to cut off his limb. After all, what her body is made of then. Von Eraseel observes the girl's behavior and condition, and notices that she has become more serious than when she fought with him. Suddenly something happens, and Von Eraseel notices it. He becomes sharply alert to something. The demonic spirit is up to something again, and sorceress energy begins to build up in his hand. One of its limbs seems to start transforming, opening up like a bud. The demonic spirit is very different in appearance, and seems to become even stronger. He is enveloped by a witchy aura, which he exudes to the entire hall. The demonic spirit in the process of transformation reveals the May and begins to shout threateningly. Abel tries to block the monster's influence completely with his hands and wonders where he gets so much power from. The sorceress aura of the demonic spirit envelops the other newcomers, Dante and Roy. Von Eraseel stares emotionlessly at what is happening, while the breeze ruffles his hair. In the spatial room of the State Shaman Association, there are explosions from the battle with the monster. Some kind of bulky shadow appears on the stone floor of the Shaman Association's training hall. The huge paw of the demonic spirit with claws pierces through the stone floor with its weight and power. The demonic spirit transformed into another spider-like creature with a cannon in the middle. The demonic spirit has completely transformed and changed its body, and continues to glow with pink sorceress energy. Abel stands confidently and notices the monster's changes. She thinks that it looks extremely disgusting and impossible to look at. Abel seems to take the situation with excitement and realizes that the monster harbors a very dark energy and could indeed be dangerous. The demonic spirit loads his cannon with another pink magic ball. He has several more of the same cannon, from which he begins to fire multiple shots. Abel is not going to stand still. She needs to take action. She abruptly snaps out of her seat. Abel looks around and tries to dodge the demonic spirit's blows. That way, she won't be able to approach it at all. Abel squints painfully at the wounded eye that the demonic spirit had struck her before. Abel doesn't notice the huge pink magic ball flying at him because her wound is suddenly sore, and she holds onto it with her hand. Von Eraseel's dense beam appears again in the shape of a zigzag, heading somewhere. Von Eraseel creates a protective dome over herself and Abel to keep her from being hit, and to repel it. Von Eraseel looks very disheveled and exhausted. He is exhaling from exhaustion from the last of his strength. Abel thanks Von for protecting her, but worries about his condition because he doesn't look normal right now. Von Eraseel holds the shield in front of him and says that now is not the time to worry about anyone. There's also some key moment. He addresses Abel without prelude because there's no time at all for any of that right now. Von informs Abel that this monster absorbs energy from spell strikes, but he doesn't know its ceiling and can't attack right now either. In this situation, this monster can only be destroyed by Abel, as he can do physical damage to it. Abel beats his fist into his palm with excitement and confidence, thus showing his readiness to attack. Abel is so furious now that he wants to take him down with his own hands, or he won't be able to sleep. Vaughn continues to hold the protective dome and warns her that with a wound like hers, it would be suicide to go after the monster. He and Dante and Roy will distract it. Abel turns to Dante and Roy and doubts their abilities because Vaughn can do the job himself. Roy Essiford waves his hand in front of her and tells her not to insult them because they are co-workers. Also fit ones. Abel agrees to let them do what they want. The main thing is not to get in the way, but Dante Cloy clearly does not like this. He reflects on the fact that they were on the same starting line, and now he finds himself somewhere behind again. Abel playfully and aggressively grins and suggests to Vaughn that they work together like last time. Only now the threat is more real. Von Erisiel continues to diligently hold his shield and agrees to what Abel suggests. The training room of the State Shaman Association is filled to the ceiling with dust. Roy Essiford doesn't know what the guys blew in, but offers to talk things over first. Abel informs him that there's no time for chit-chat. Abel looks like an enraged wild beast again with her red magical energy and orders the guys to distract the monster so she can get close from the back. The girl's eyes light up with hatred and rage after she manages to get behind its back. She'll do it all by herself. The girl declares her readiness and storms off to execute the plan. The girl runs away from the guys and wishes them luck. Dante and Roy are puzzled, with Vaughn still holding the shield. Roy Essiford tenses up because he doesn't know how to cover her if Abel runs out to the monster first. The demonic spirit makes some ominous and unpleasant sounds. The cannons on the demonic spirit's entire body are loaded with magic orbs to fire. The monster fires its cannons at the girl, and she runs away from the blows and dodges them. Dante Cloy assumes that if the spells don't work, a primitive method can be used and grabs a huge shard of concrete from the floor. Dante Cloy swings with all his might and throws the huge piece of concrete at the monster. The stone flies into the side of the demonic demon and gets its attention. The demonic spirit stops firing its cannons and turns around in the direction the rock came from. Dante Cloy realizes that he has succeeded in pulling off his plan. He thinks he has succeeded in getting his attention. The demonic demon's huge cannon-like tentacles begin to unfold. Von Erisiel realizes something and is greatly alarmed. Something catches his attention. Abel swoops around the monster and doesn't understand why it suddenly stops. Many clots and sparks of sorcerous magical energy fly in the girl's wake. The demonic spirit makes many small shots, from which the entire stone floor in the training room is smashed into crumbs. Abel is hit by its attacks, and the shots hit her from all sides. She doesn't manage to fully dodge all the attacks. The demonic spirit manages to knock Abel down with his attacks. The girl falls face first into the stone floor. The magical energy of the novice shamans collides with the sorcerous magical energy of the demonic spirit. Vaughn holds up his shield and realizes that the monster's strikes have become weaker, but the radius has remained the same. If this continues, they won't succeed. Dante Cloy abruptly creates a shield in front of him to protect himself from the demon spirit's blows. Dante Cloy holds up the shield and realizes that he can't resist or withstand such a powerful blow on himself. One of the shamans places his palms on the concrete floor and is about to use the build spell. Roy Essiford creates a reverse shield in wall mode, chained to the concrete, in front of himself and Dante Cloy, who blocks them from attacks. Roy informs Dante that this is his crowning technique, but it won't last long, so Dante should punch the monster properly. Dante Cloy grabs another piece of concrete again and agrees with Roy's words. Dante grabs the pieces of concrete in both hands and demands Roy hold on as long as possible while he distracts the monster. Abel grabs his sore head and tries to get up, but Vaughn shields her with his protective dome. Von Erisiel protects Abel, but asks her to hurry or they will all be buried under the rubble. Abel spreads her arm and rubs her shoulder after she punches the monster once in a weak spot. He does his best to keep her away from it. Von Erisiel directs the girl to climb on top of him. She thinks it's a joke, but he's quite serious. Roy Essiford covers for Dante Cloy while he distracts the monster with all his primitive methods. The guys actually manage to draw the demonic spirit's attention to themselves. Vaughn suggests that Abel throw her as close to the monster as possible with her skill. Abel recalls the skill that Vaughn talks about, thanks to which he almost teleported during the exam. Vaughn confidently states that among all the people here, only Abel is capable of destroying the monster. Abel listens to Vaughn and thinks about his words. She seems to be ready to fulfill what he says. Abel checks with Von Ericil to see if the girl can trust him and his plan. Broken off pieces of concrete in the association's training room fly towards the spirit now and then. The demonic spirit cleaves all the pieces of concrete into pieces with its sorcerous energy with dexterity. Dante Cloy realizes that he was only able to hit the target the first time, and now this method is no longer working. Dante Cloy also realizes that Roy, his colleague, is also running out of energy. He then squints to the side and is surprised by something. Abel's muscles suddenly become even larger, and she manages to lift a huge piece of broken stone. The girl grasps the stone with all her strength and lifts it, her hands helping her by concentrating magical energy. Under the enormous weight of the stone and the girl holding it, the concrete under her feet also splits. The girl makes a strong and powerful swing and throws this piece of stone toward the monster. The huge piece of stone flies straight into the hollow of one of the demonic spirit's cannons. The demonic spirit concentrates its power and is about to fire the stone. From his cannon, the sorcerous energy that is accumulating inside at the ready for the shot is once again visible. The demonic spirit fires and splits the huge stone into several small pebbles. These stone shards fly everywhere in the training room and are shrouded in a sorcerous aura. Because of this, Abel flies onto one of the stone pieces and as if pushing off with his foot to move on. Von Ericil has Abel on his back, who is at the ready to strike the monster. He used his skill to quickly move the girl closer to the spirit. The girl quickly gets her bearings and stands with her feet on Von's shoulders to push off and pounce on the monster. Abel concentrates a very powerful energy in his fist that creates a red aura. For hundreds of years, the Aratan clan has constantly improved their physical builds. The longer the battle and the stronger the opponent, the more active Abel of Aratan becomes with this innate ability. At such moments, her body's sensitivity reaches a peak, and except for the goal in front of her, she stops noticing everything. Also on a subconscious level, the heirs of the Aratan clan are able to determine the vulnerability of their opponent. Abel clearly and distinctly discerned in the demonic spirit such a place. Now she understands where to hit. The girl is going to use the Aratan clan's hunting technique, the first kind of spear. The girl gathers and circulates all her energy and power in her blood and strikes the monster. Using Ardbal's red spear strike with her hand, she hits directly at the demonic spirit's vulnerable spot. All of its sorcerous energy seems to spurt out all at once. Enraged and furious, Abel hits right on point and into the demonic spirit's vulnerable spot. Her fist almost slams through the demonic spirit's face, hitting the target clearly. Abel calls it a nasty contagion and wishes it dead, and the monster flies off with a clatter and falls, losing its body cannons. There is a rumble and small explosions in the open air in the training room. The monster falls intentionally to the stone floor, and its body stops glowing from the sorcerous energy oozing into it. Dante stands in shock, and Roy is amazed that the girl took the monster down with a single blow. Lucky Abel wasn't his opponent. Roy Esiford advises Dante not to make such a crooked face in front of such a strong girl. Dante Chloe has a hunch about who this girl is and calls her Red Web. Abel painfully lifts her head up and cries out that this is finally the end. The girl falls tiredly to the stone floor and criticizes herself that she is still far from perfect. She is already out of breath. Von Ericil assures the girl that she always gets a little car sick the first time she teleports, but with her training, she will soon feel better. Von Ericil squats over Abel and praises her for her excellent teamwork. The girl covers her eyes contentedly and smiles. She says it was easy for her. Von Ericil gives Abel a hand to help her to her feet. Roy Esiford and Dante Cloy approach Von and Abel to clarify if the monster is really dead and will not rise into something else. Abel confidently informs the guys that she really did put him down. If they don't believe it, They can check for themselves, but Roy refuses. Abel thanks Dante and Roy with a noodle on his head for their help. They help execute the plan at least a little, but still. Roy suggests everyone meet and become friends. He introduces his name and Dante's name. Dante Cloy looks at the girl and remembers something, even though it was a long time ago. Her name Abel reminds him of something. Dante Cloy, Anna Grace, and another boy sit outside protecting themselves from bad shamans and sorcerers. Dante's gaze is fixed on some important person he sees in front of him. The boy remembers his older brother Abel, who is her exact replica. He reaches out to the children. Abel notices Dante Cloy staring at her. He seems to want to say something to her. Dante Cloy claims he's not going to say anything, and Roy thinks his behavior right now is odd. Von Eraseel defuses the situation and says she's going to get the medics, and asks the rest of the guys to look after the wounded. Roy agrees. Vaughn thinks about the situation and realizes that the situation outside is much more serious, since there is still no help. He thinks about what goals the enemies have, and there is no guarantee that they are only here. He should find out what's going on outside.